Are you ready? Welcome back to the OCS, but this is the semi-finals. This is where it all heats up. My name is Hysterics. Next to me is Preacher, and we're going into the semi-finals with 4 epic teams who have fought their way here. It's Regicide, it's Outlaws, it's Sin, and it's Noxide. Now, these teams coming through have performed expertly, but honestly, Preacher, it's just not as we know it anymore. The stakes have gone up.
In the regular split, all they wanted to do was they just tried to make it into first spot to secure their place. Well, now they're in. This is no better time to really show your dominance again into first place.
Now, of course, we are coming into a different format, so usually it is a best of one, and going through, it's one day, one game, that's it. Now that we're into best of 3, these teams have the pressure, but not as we know it again.
I mean, yeah, it's just different types of pressure, right? I mean, like during scrims, you don't really have anything on your shoulders to really say, hey, I really need to win this game. It's just you're practicing your old routines, but coming into this one, you really have to start adapting. And it's not only them, it's also their management as well, to make sure that they can get good drafts for themselves as well, because that's also where best of 3s change.
Now, coming into our first best of 3 series, it is going to be Regicide going up against Noxide. So this is first seed versus 4th seed. I want to start talking about Regicide before we go into Champs League, because Regicide have gone flawless in this split. They haven't dropped a game, and they haven't looked weak, really, coming through at all.
But Noxide could be their Achilles heel, because you take a look at the team. When they last had their head-to-head, of course, 7-0 means that Regicide won, but they were playing a different iteration of the team. Now that the main roster is back online, they also have John Riggy as well. This is a completely different Noxide, and they're ready to win.
So the unpredictability of Noxide could show up and take away the game from Regicide. We go into game number 1 now as we go into Champ Select. Interesting bans to start things off, but we are going into patch 7.5. So the thing is, these guys have had a week in competitive play to practice and be proficient at it. Now that we're still in it, I mean, there's a lot of different changes.
Yeah, I mean, like the huge thing is obviously ADC changes. You've now got 2 priorities. You've either got Blade the Ruin King users, or you've got utility like the Ashe and the Sivir. Now, either way that you choose to spin your team, it really will have to dictate how the mid-game goes from that point onwards.
Okay, so with pretty standard bans coming through as well, we do see a lot more Blade of the Ruin King, as we have talked about. So that is a big point we want to look at for the bottom laners. Regicide are on the red side this time around. This is important, Preacher, because when Regicide get blue side, it's always Ashe first pick.
Yeah, and if Ashe is not available for them, then they could be in dire straits, because you take a look, both of these ADCs, Kidu and Sombre, they both prioritize the Ashe. You know, they're very good Ashe players, and if either of them get to miss out on it, and if they don't pick the ADC in the first rotation, second round a ban comes along, you just ban around every other ADC that's there, and all of a sudden your champion pool is extremely limited.
Regicide have limited their bans, however, because Yasuo has to be the last ban. Otherwise, potentially Noxide pick that one up. Maybe not in the first rotation, but maybe in the first pick phase at least.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't pick it up first, if you don't ban it, sorry, then, you know, it really is foolish if you're going into Noxide. We saw the amount of effort that Bedoink has put into this champion. It is his star champion, and along with Dan Dane, somebody who no doubt will be playing a knock-up champion, it just doesn't really work in your favor. But if Regicide choose to let it go, then it could indicate they might have something planned for it.
Well, it looks like Regicide will take away the LeBlanc, still sticking with that on 7.5. However, getting rid of the Rek'Sai may get rid of some of that stimulant that can beef up the Yasuo.
Yeah, but Yasuo is not first pick priority, so you can always pick it blind, but you'd obviously have other things on the map. Now, Lulu is just insane right now, so I'm afraid we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but with her attack speed buff, with picks as well, and with all of her counters in the bottom lane, she just can't be beat.
And of course, John Riggy getting over 70% kill participation with that last week, so no big surprise for Noxide to prioritize that. Regicide, however, their counter pick, I mean, Lisa doesn't have his graves open. What else can he opt in for?
I mean, he could go for the Lee Sin. That is, of course, his namesake. He could go for something more defensive like the Ivan. We're yet to see that sort of playstyle come out from Lisa, but if he decides to do so, then it really will mean that he's been branching out, especially coming into our semi-finals, and that's really good of him.
And like we said, though, with Regicide, one champion they cannot get is the Ashe, because Kedu, over the past couple of weeks, has looked so comfortable. The guy has picked up quadras, triples, doubles. He's also positioned himself so well in team fights. So by Noxide letting that through, could just be as detrimental as getting the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge point to talk about, because Ashe is usually somebody who's extremely utility-based. She doesn't do the most damage come in the team fights. You really rely on your top lane, who maybe plays a carry, and also your mid lane in order to do all the damage. But the fact that his Ashe is just so dominant in team fights can really position around the entire fight to make sure that he's not copying a lot of the damage coming out from the enemy. It's a sight to behold.
Well, so far this looks like week after week for Regicide by picking up that Syndra on Johnson. Noxide here have been known to pick unpredictable comps and potentially go for something like a 1-3-1 or for something like a Wombo combo the Camille getting left open, and the Yasuo. I mean, those are two really big power picks.
This is going to be huge because Artiferns has been known as a carry player. You put Camille onto him and all of a sudden he looks extremely dominant. We've seen his tank performances not be that massive throughout the OCS, so I'm really happy about that. Now, the other pick that happened in this rotation, Yasuo. Need I say more? But Doink just got his Yasuo. He takes it into the Syndra. Syndra is traditionally a counter lane because of the fact that her spheres can naturally go through his wind wall. They just appear from the ground. They don't go through the wall itself. So, you know, he's going to have a little bit of a bad time, but if this is his signature champion, he should know exactly how to play this matchup.
And honestly, signature champions look to be the first pick coming into this series because things like the Maokai, honestly, on Sick, everyone else has taken away priority of that, but he's still the one person that goes, yes, I'll pick up the Maokai over anything else.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Six played champions throughout the OCS this split. He's played exactly 2. So Nautilus and Maokai. So this guy really loves playing top laners, and looking at this, he definitely wants to carry his team into this because he's already carried one team into the OPL. He's looking to make a second now.
Definitely is. Now that we come into the second ban phase, however, Dandane still needs options on the board as a jungler. He still needs something to prioritize. Gragas taken away. Lee Sin away from Lisa as well. He doesn't have his Graves, and that's a bit of a concerning factor coming through.
Okay, so it's not the worst thing in the world if Dandane doesn't get his Gragas because they've already got knock-up in the Lulu. You also have a little bit of a window with Camille. She sort of nudges somebody as she comes off the wall. A very small window, but nonetheless you can engage off of that. But yeah, you've already got all of that in store for you. I mean, end of the day, you can also go for your Rek'Sai. Dandane has been vocal about why he doesn't want to play it in Season 7, but he can if he has to revert to it.
So, I mean, if you're someone like Sombre who has played the Jhin before, you know, do you pick that up into this comp, or do you look for something a little bit more versatile, maybe like the Draven, which has been played in the OCS and it has had more successful play rate? It has a bit of a knock-up, you know.
I mean, we're talking about Rain here, so that's a completely individual statistic in and of itself, and we'll talk about Rain at a later date. I don't really think that Jhin will work really well into going into Regicid's current team composition just because of the Maokai. The Maokai is extremely versatile. The Maokai will get on top of the Jhin if he is locked in, and all of a sudden he's not doing any damage to his front line. Lethality doesn't burn through tanks. So yeah, Maokai's going to have a field day into that one. He should go for more utility. Ashe is off the table, but Civ is still on.
Definitely could be the pickup coming through for Noxide. Now, it has been a jungle farm fest in this second ban phase with Gragas and Elise both being taken away. Ayla goes onto a comfort champion again in the Karma. We talked about the top 5 picks before coming into this. We said that it was going to be Karma, Maokai, Johnson on the Syndra, Ashe as well, and we've got one more pick that's been banned away, which is the Graves.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is pretty much comfort all round. One of the things that really strikes me as odd is the fact that no, never mind. Civ is picked. I was about to say.
Almost.
Yeah, they were maybe looking to deny it away, but no. If Civ is picked right now, then it...
Put your hands in the air, Jimmy.
Do it.
Do it.
I just don't care. I've got no idea what is going on here. I mean, Dandane, he does play a lot of Evelynn in solo queue.
Yes, he does.
But Evelynn is not a competitive champion because she is so weak in the meta right now because she can be counter jungled because she doesn't have good 1v1s. So if Dandane can pull this off, then I'll really be surprised.
So what kind of composition are Noxide going for here? Because it looks like the response will be the Nocturne, which has been played successfully by Lisa. He does lock that one in as we come out of Champion Select. A bit of technical difficulty. We will jump into it shortly. I want to talk about that team composition, because how does Evelynn round that up when you see champions like the Yasuo, like the Camille? I mean, where's the tank line?
Okay, so Evelynn has 2 roles when she's going into this team composition. The first one is one that she executes early on, and that is she tries to deny as much away from the enemy jungle as she possibly can. So that is counter jungling a lot. That is also counter ganking a lot, because both of those things are facilitated by her invisibility. Now, the second part of it is a lot harder to execute, and that is picking off random stray enemy champions who are walking through the jungle mid to late game. So, while you do have a lot of assassination potential, Evelynn doesn't really do too much unless she builds tank. And if she builds tank, she doesn't have assassination potential. So, it's really this sort of double-edged sword that Dandane will be walking on. If he gets fed early on, then he'll get the luxury of building both damage and tank. But if he doesn't, then it's going to be really hard for him to execute his job later on into the team.
So, I think the build path coming through from Dandane on this Evelynn is more important now than ever. I mean, getting Badoink ahead has always been the score of this Noxide lineup. Yep. If we look over at Regicide, they've been so well cemented, and their macro play has been incredible as well. Lisa on the Nocturne last time, and with the Lulu put in there, which Regicide now don't have, they've got the Karma. just looked incredible.
Yeah, so they don't have that going for them, but they still do have a shield coming out of Karma. So while the movement speed is going to be a little wasted, the shield is still going to be massive going onto the Nocturne. It means that he tanks about one turret shot early on into the game. That could be the difference between a successful dive and a failed one. So if they manage to pull that one off, then I'll be really happy to see it. I mean, Lisa's already done it before. It's a very proficient champion for him. We saw it in week 7. But going into this one, if Lisa makes too many proactive plays early on, and if they don't work out towards his advantage, then Dandane on Evelyn is naturally going to punish and just take every single part of his jungle away.
And I guess that is the problem with if you're Noxide looking at the champion pool of Regicide, because every single time you go up against this lineup, it's constantly like, okay, we can ban away this, but Lisa's so versatile in the jungle, and the rest of the Regicide lineup can adapt as well, except for Sick, who's had 2 champions.
Yep.
But everyone else is able to walk around and play these really meta champions or be versatile as well.
And it's absolutely crazy that Sick just manages to get his champions every single week. The fact that teams don't prioritize taking him off of these, maybe forcing him on a carry, like for instance Fiora or a Jace in the top lane, put him out of his comfort zone, put more emphasis onto him than other parts of his team. The fact that teams aren't doing that is a real worry coming into this week.
Okay, so coming into this team, I mean, again, they haven't run a 1-3-1 composition. Regicide have picked up something along the lines of a 1-4, as usual.
Yep.
Why do you think it is that they don't run these 1-3-1s? Like, what is the strength in running a solid 1-4 team fight?
Well, they definitely trust their split pushing, first of all. That is without a doubt the case. You want a tank in the side lane, and you just rely on them to teleport into the fight. So that's the first part of it sorted. The second part is it's really hard to rotate a mid laner or a jungler back into the team fight unless you have, of course, a Nocturne, right? So this is the one exception that you can always get back into a team fight with. But other than that, the 1-4 is really solid for teams that are really starting to mesh together, really starting to really know how each other play, because it means that you don't really have to walk around the map. If there's a fight that's initiated, teleport, and that's it. That's all you need.
Easy as that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Noxide coming through, definitely the underdog, sitting in 4th seed where Regicide are undefeated. Have not spilt blood, have not even had a shred of weakness coming into this competition. Lisa needs to be shut down. You look at junglers like Dandane, who on the Noxide lineup has been consistently pushing into that mid lane. He still obviously does that with Yasuo, but I feel like there's another win condition that he can take, and that's potentially going up into the top side, or maybe looking at the bottom and shutting down Kedu on Ashe.
I mean, he definitely needs to shut down Kedu. Kedu's not going to do too much early on, so if you decide to gank him, then you're going to get a lot of damage down onto him, take a lot of free gold for your team as well. But we're talking about going into Regicide here, so you can never be careful about Lisa. Lisa on the Nocturne, he will always have gank potential from level 6 onwards. Not only that, but counter gank potential as well. You don't know where the Evelyn is? Not to worry. All you need to do is wait until she comes out of invisibility and then use your ulti. You're in the fight as well.
Okay, so with Regicide, though, I mean, there is a lot of cause for concern going up against Noxide, because they've been versing these pretty predictable teams, right, coming through. They did verse Noxide, but it was when they didn't have Badoink, they didn't have players like Jawn Riggy, who subbed out for Lust Monkey, and there was also, there's Christmas trees coming through.
Yep.
So there was a lot of different changes. We can see the final champ select once again. This is a different lineup that Regicide have to deal with. Noxide haven't versed them as a whole yet, so this is pretty much a fresh matchup.
Yeah, it's extremely fresh. So looking at both of these teams as they come into this week, it really is a lot of question marks, because Noxide, they perform very well come the later part of the OCS. They've won their last 2 games in a row now, so that is massive going in for them. Also, they've been training together in as a 5-man unit together physically, so that is another thing coming together for them. And Regicide on the other side, you take a look at them. Some of their weeks, when you take a look at their win conditions for their teams, you sort of put your hands in the air and say, well, how is this really going to win the game for them? And then all of a sudden they do. So, it is a very linear playstyle that Regicide do play towards. It's an extremely dominant one in the OCS, but it's not without its flaws. They want to get their gold lead early on and then transition that into really uneven fights in terms of golds and items, and then just win from that point onwards. So if you can shut that down, if you can make sure that they can't get that gold maximization for themselves, then maybe they're put in a really bad position in which you can exploit.
Definitely. I like that point, because, going into the exploiting the weaknesses is something that the OCS has struggled to do, and the teams within it as well. Except for Regicide, however, because Regicide have always been this really strict team.
Oh, yeah.
Now, how do you beat a team that goes so by the book, so by the meta, and plays these categorical, like, yes, we're doing this, it's 30 minutes, we're going to the Baron, it's 30 minutes, we're making a rotational play. if you're Noxide, how do you beat that?
Well, here's the downside of always playing by the book, and that is the fact that your enemies, if they read it enough, they know exactly what your book is front to back. So if you've been watching Regicide from time to time again, you will know exactly where they prioritize, especially the jungle and the support. If you can time your roams as well, if you can get just one man extra than they do when they go for the ganks, maybe call in a teleport or something else, all of a sudden their plans are foiled.
And if a team like Noxide are unpredictable, I guess then you can really exploit that as well and potentially rewrite the book, Jimmy. That's exactly how we want to see.
Oh, this analogy.
Coming into this game, and remember, it is a best-of-3 series, so everything goes on the line. But if you lose the first game, can't give up. Noxide know that they have a lot in that back end of their mind going, we can also play this, we can play this, but Doink has Echo going into game 2. We'll want to talk a little bit more about the second game and what can potentially happen in game. But in this first team composition, my big problem here is I'm worried about Artiferns going on the Camille because I haven't seen this performance just yet.
Well, we haven't seen him on Camille because obviously Camille was banned pretty much every single week of the OCS. There were only a few exceptions in there, but it's a carry top laner. So we're going to be seeing Artiferns on a carry top laner, and that's going to be all right because it plays towards his style. Now, he has played some tanks in the past as well, didn't do too well with them, but cast your mind back to last week when he got a Renekton. He went 2-1 in his laning phase. So that was absolutely massive for them before even 10 minutes. This guy was an absolute beast when you put him onto a carry. Camille has very similar capabilities.
Okay, so there will be a lot of pressure up in that top lane, but also want to focus on bottom lane of Noxide because they always play quite passively so that Dan Dane can move around the map, focus on mid, potentially top when Artiferns is on the carry, like you said. So this game, I wonder if that's any different. Playing the Sivir, able to push out the lanes, but going against into the Ashe and Karma, I mean, there's got to be a bit of kill threat at that level 6 point.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I don't really think that there's going to be too much of an issue because both of these bot lanes, just the ADC alone, can just clear these waves in their own rights with their abilities. So what's going to happen is we're going to see a lot of roaming from both of these supports, maybe go into the mid lane because that's what they've been known to do. You know, Noxide, they've rotated John Riggy into the mid lane exactly when Dan Dane is ganked as well. You can't necessarily outplay a 3v1 and then all of a sudden Badoink gets ahead over and over again. Now, if Regicide have seen this in previous play, and if they decide, you know what, none of that, we don't want Badoink to get ahead, that's the number one way to shut him down.
So is the counterplay, I guess, in that bottom lane, if we come back to that, is the counterplay sending Dan Dane down there to highlight Kedu? And because Kedu always pushes up. Kedu is always comfortable on this bottom lane. And if the Noxide bottom lane pull back, is there opportunity, and is that where Dan Dane is going to go, or is he just going to focus all his eggs in mid?
That's going to be his best opportunity, right? Before level 6, he wants to go into the bottom lane and really start getting gold off of Kedu, either for himself or for his bottom lane as well. If he doesn't manage to do that, then it's going to be a little more punishing after level 6, because if he decides to go for the ganks, then all of a sudden it might be met with a little retaliation from Lisa, just paranoia right into the middle of it, and, you know, all of a sudden your dive is mucked up or whatever. So really, it has to be before level 6 that he pulls the trigger, gets his bot lane ahead.
Now, what both teams are looking for here is quite ambiguous because in the Noxide comp, it looks like they've drafted a really nice 1-3-1. Pulling out the Evelynn as well to sit in that third, I feel is quite interesting, something that hasn't normally been done. But the side of Regicide here look like they have a really strong team fight composition. Now, lay it out to me, Jimmy. Do we think we're going to see, like, you know, the 1-3-1 successful against that comp of Regicide?
I mean, here's something that's really revolutionary that Dan Dane has opened up on the map by picking Evelynn. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a 1-3-1. I think it's going to be a 1-2-1 where you have no idea where the Evelynn is. And then all of a sudden, she comes out on any one of the lanes and then she hard engages with them. They pick out the one person who's split pushing on either the solos and then they get the lead from there.
Well, without further ado, if I could say that word properly, Noxide versus Regicide in this best-of-3 series, the winner will be going into the the grand finals and a spot in the OPL promotion tournament. Whose cuisine reigns supreme, Preacher? That's a big question. Unpredictability versus standard meta.
I mean, as far as cuisines go, I guess the spiciest pick right here is the Evelynn, so Noxide is winning it by that culinary taste alone.
The Comfort Champion going to be a massive point right here, and we talked in Champion Select about how revolutionary this jungler could be. Going up against the Nocturne, it's a very interesting 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting in the early game. So before level 6, if Dan Dane manages to deny a lot of Lisa's buffs, if Dan Dane even wants to go into Lisa's jungle and really take it to him and then gank before level 6, he has the priority. After level 6, a lot harder than that. We've already laid it out, and that is the way that the game is going to go. So really looking towards Lisa to farm safely, to give up what he needs to give up, and just to get to level 6.
We actually have a triple Doran start coming across the map as well. Sivir starting that one down the bottom lane with Sombre. Artifern's opting in for the Doran's Blade as well against Sick, who's optimized into that Corrupting Potion. A very interesting start, looking for the kill pressure up in that Camille lane.
It's not necessarily that, it's just sustain. So Doran's is possibly the best item to start with. You get a lot of sustain off of it going into a Maokai, somebody who can't trade early. I mean, Sick is not known to be a 1v1 player. He's a role player of sorts. Whenever he goes onto Summoner's Rift, he just likes to make sure that he can get enough farm to tank up for his team come mid to late game team fights. So Artifern's, he just wants to be able to sustain as much as the Maokai can.
Very interesting start from Lisa, who went straight to the Raptors, now going to go onto his red. Dandain is struggling with this red buff, however, has Smite available. Evelyn not known to have the fastest clears on Summoner's Rift right now, but all in all, red buff will help coming across. Interesting to see where he goes first. Dandain already providing pressure in mid. That is a heavy tax.
I mean, what is Bedoink going to do? You know, he's not necessarily going to win later on, so he tries to get as much bully potential at level 2. So he's got a dash, he's got an auto with his Q as well. That's pretty much all you need. Your Steel Tempest does a lot of damage onto Johnson. You can already see that Johnson is forced to use a potion, so he gets a lot of advantage, and he also even helps out Dandain by putting a cheeky ward over.
Yeah, that ward is going to spot out that the red buff is gone, and that potentially Lisa is going for a top side clear. He's actually going to go for a quick back as well. I think he feels comfortable against Dandain here. Dandain has already gone for Scuttle, got the blue buff as well. A much quicker clear from the Evelyn. Or should I say much more optimized?
Well, it's a quicker one, but it's also an extremely dangerous one. So every single time Evelyn goes to clear, she can only pretty much get 2 camps and then go back for a refillable to really pop. So that's going to be the one downside that Dandain has coming into this. What he's using right now that a lot of the viewers at home won't necessarily see because we always get omniscience is the fact that Evelyn is always unknown on the map for Regicide. So especially for Lisa, you got to be playing defensive all the way through. You have no idea where he is, and if he pops through while you're on half health and taking a camp, all of a sudden you could just die.
And he did actually waste a lot of time going up to those Krugs, which had already been cleared. Now the speed has slowed down. You know, Lisa went back, able to come back to his blue buff and get the CS discrepancy quite early. And with top lane pushing in, I mean, the potential for Lisa to come up top is slowly getting there.
I mean, looking back over Lisa's last game that he played on Nocturne, he generally doesn't gank before level 6, so I doubt that he will in this game either. He just really needs that paranoia to get into lanes, and once again, it just goes down to Dandain. Can he stop him? Can he really delay as much as he can?
Yeah, I agree with that especially, but it is going to be a slow start, not as bloody as some of the OCS games we have seen. Remember that because we are going to all 3 games as well, I mean, I want to see how Regicide and Noxide adapt their play. Especially with moments like this. Dandain sitting on the side, Preacher.
I mean, this could be a little dangerous, but Johnson does have Flash and Exhaust.
In comes in, good flash. However, it is forced out so easily with no response. Now Bedoink going for the engage on Johnson, just going to kite it back. In comes Lisa. Will not find anything, but Bedoink still has his summoners.
So Lisa just came in there at the last second to make sure that Bedoink was going to go backwards instead of go back in on Johnson. If he didn't show his face, then maybe Johnson could have taken another round of combos going in over there. Very smart of Lisa. It doesn't cost too much. He's already around his Raptors anyway, so he'll be able to get that for himself either way. And all in all, that was a nice response because Dandain, he came in, he ultimately knew that Johnson had both of his summoners up, burns the flash, but it's going to be really hard from that point onwards.
We are just going to go to a quick pause, unfortunately, however, but there's a lot of lanes pushing throughout this map for Noxide right now. I mean, they've got the Sivir lane pushing naturally, but Doink going really aggressive on the Yasuo, and even the Camille up top by Artiferns. It's looking great, but with an Evelyn, I mean, that means that there's limited ganking opportunities.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily looking to gank in this composition because you've got 3 pushing lanes, 3 winning lanes. What that essentially means is you're going to really pressure them in their own lanes individually, and from that point onwards, Evelyn has free roam to go into the enemy jungle. Because if your laners decide to go and help you inside your own jungle, then the enemy laners can also reciprocate because the lane's pushed up. So invading is a team strategy. It's not a solo jungle experience. You don't go in there, wander, and just say, hey, look, I found a camp. You really do need to bring everybody else along and make sure that they're not bringing their buddies.
But I feel like the 1v1 potential coming through from Lisa on Nocturne is pretty dangerous right now. So if Dandain gets spotted out in the enemy jungle, I feel like he's just going to get destroyed.
It's all about timing. You just need to make sure he's in the middle of taking a camp. You need to make sure that he's already half dead anyway from the camp itself. It's still hitting him. Make sure that you position yourself correctly such that if you do decide to fight him, camp's still hitting him as well. And then that's where you can get your priority. But yeah, if you just want a straight 1v1 slugfest, then maybe Nocturne does win that one.
Maybe indeed. We've got to look at another thing for Regicide, and Regicide have actually picked up 4 out of 5 of their top picks, like so easily secured as well. I feel like in the drafting phase, Noxide kind of let a lot of things go, only looking at Lisa's Graves and potentially just sticking to the meta with the rest.
Well, this is the point that they try to play in a best of 3. In the very first game, you're allowed to allow your enemies to get their priority picks, so long as you get yours as well. And it's sort of a gentleman's agreement in which you don't really ban out any of them. You just make sure the OPs are off, make sure that nothing you can't necessarily play against is on the map either, and then you're good to go. But going into later games in the best of 3, that's when you really have to adapt your bans, make sure that you've already responded.
Okay, so now that we're sort of into the first game well and truly in, I mean, Sivir down the bottom is an interesting pick. It's one that has been adapted there, but Sombre was such a great Jhin. It's amazing that he didn't adapt it, maybe looking for that Yasuo to be stimulated into teamfights.
Well, once again, it does come down to the fact that lethality is simply not as strong as it used to be, so Jhin by virtue doesn't necessarily do too well either. Also, the meta shifts to the point where a lot of people are tanky. Even Lisa will naturally get tanky as the game progresses later on into the later parts of the game, so that's not going to be too great for him. And that Maokai, once again, we always talk about the Maokai, because it doesn't matter if you have the ability to deal with the enemy backline. If you can't even rip through the front line, then you're not doing any damage to the team anyway.
It's still a curious pick because On the Hunt has always been picked to go into a team fighting comp. You know, get that extra mobility onto the carries. Now, Badoink is obviously going to be in a side lane here alongside Camille in the other lane with Artiferns. Why do you run a Civ into this comp when legitimately Badooink's not going to be there?
Well, he might just be there, and he might be waiting in the wings. So what you do is you say, okay, it's going to be a 1-3-1, Badoink hard shoves one of the side lanes and then sneakily rotates towards the middle of the map. All of a sudden, Sivir uses her ultimate, and Badoink is charging at you at full speed, ripping through all of your minions, and then you're really caught out of position. So that's really where they're trying to play towards. But other than that, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to execute this one. Like you said, it is a little strange. I mean, Sivir does, of course, have 2 ways of defending the 1-3-1, and that is, of course, she can wave clear, and she can also run away with her ultimate, so that's why it was picked.
And of course, it is a late game pick as well. I mean, Noxide here are looking to scale into the later part of the game. Nocturne, in portion of late gameness with the Evelyn, it feels like he won't be as strong as potentially Dan Dane will be if he goes for a bit of a bruiser build.
Well, actually, Nocturne is extremely strong later on because with the Blade of the Ruin King changes, it means that he just does so much on hit. You know, you're not necessarily going for cooldown and AD. What you want to go for is more attack speed, and then go a little bit tanky by the end. And all of a sudden, you're doing a lot of damage while the enemy can't necessarily deal with you. You've got the sustain as well coming out from Blade of the Ruin King, but that is the build that he's playing towards, and is extremely late game oriented, which admittedly does suit him in the OCS because games don't finish that quickly.
Well, I mean, if it does go to the late game, both these teams look to have flaws and strengths, but no more than Kedu, who, of course, on the Ashe is going to be a powerhouse, as he has been in the past. His positioning in teamfights has been really admirable too.
Yeah, I mean, he just positions so well to the point where he's not taking any damage, and that is really his strong suit. The fact that nobody really relies on the Ashe to do a lot of damage come the late game teamfights, but they still do anyway. The fact that Ayla and Kedu can just get through this laning phase alive and make sure that they can get enough gold such that they can do damage is a miracle in and of itself.
Or they could just go on the aggressive like that. I mean, that works as well. Pushing out in this bottom lane, kind of getting some response. Sombre will have to back off finally, but he's going to find himself at a CS discrepancy. Lisa has just found his way top, but Artiferns is okay. He just walks straight back in. That was not threatening at all.
No, I mean, like, you can't really gank a Camille when she's on full health, because what she's going to do is she's going to just start wailing on you. She's going to take a little damage from your team, and then she's going to heal right back up with her W. So either way that you spin it, that wasn't necessarily the best gank. They just want a little breathing room for Sid.
And potentially not feeling comfortable using that spell shield on the Nocturne against the Hextech ultimatum. Gonna have to see if that power play can come out. Good flash coming through. Last breath onto Johnson. This could be first blood. He is exhausted, however, goes under the turret. And an early start for Noxide.
That was really strange, Hysterics, because Johnson still had his flash available. So the first blood coming through for Noxide was really questionable. Regicide, Johnson, he could have definitely outplayed that. Not necessarily kill the mid lane and jungle synergy of Noxide, but just necessarily get out of there with his flash.
Well, the strongest lane versus the weakest lane. We're talking about Badoink versus Johnson here. And Regicide know that their strengths don't lie with that Syndra in the mid. But Noxide know that Badoink on the Yasuo is great. So there's got to be some kind of response on the map from Regicide, because Bedoink getting an early lead has just put a nice gold lead onto Noxide.
Well, ultimately, this is just Noxide playing towards all of their strengths. They ganked the mid lane, which is the jungle mid synergy of Dandane and Bedoink, and they also did it before Lisa was level 6, so no paranoia available for him at the time. Once again, really have to question why Johnson didn't flash in that instance. So much damage coming out from Bedoink. The exhaust was used. If you're going to burn one, you might as well burn the other, because if you don't, you're just going to die with the summoner down.
And now suddenly this Yasuo is a threat. Zeal is the first back, and an assist on Dandane makes that Evelyn look pretty good as well. Has actually gone for a bit of extra healing, and Lisa a little bit faster on the clear because of that gank. So there is responses across the map. However, we have to see how Noxide develop, because once they start getting the kills, they start snowballing, and we know how their early game to mid game develops.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to play towards. A Regicide right now, they're just trying to stay in this game. So what's going to happen is if Lisa does use his ultimate at all, he's going to walk towards the bottom lane. That's where he used it last time he was playing this Nocturne, camped bottom lane 3 times in a row, and by that time the game was already over for them. So Lisa, that is his strength, and it will be up to Dandane to really spot this one out. But he actually looks like he wants to go into mid lane.
Sick, known for his roams across the map. Doesn't matter if he comes from top or from base, he will now sit in this side brush with Lisa, who has Paranoia available. Not actually going to find anything. They walk back up into the top side. Noxide well played. I mean, Bedoink just disappeared off the map with Dandane, who's already invisible himself.
I mean, Bedoink actually went to clear the Raptor camp, which is extremely smart of him, because Sick disappeared from the map. So as soon as Sick hard shoves into Artiferns and Sick starts moving around, Artiferns just says, hey guys, he's hard shoving towards me. I can't necessarily deal with this wave as fast as he can. And the rest of his team already know that that means that Sick is going to roam, because that is the way that Sick wants to play. And it's very smart of Bedoink to simply back off from that instance and say, you know what, he's going to come into the mid lane. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to find farm elsewhere. I'm going to go into my own jungle.
You can see how this bottom lane has changed face, however. There's going to be some good damage coming from Sombre, but just the ability of getting the Enchanted Crystal Arrow versus a more passive ultimate like On the Hunt, I mean, it's made a big difference, and now the kind of plot has twisted with the Ashe pushing this wave. And that CS discrepancy is really still there for Noxide down the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the huge amount of gold going over to Kedu is actually really strange, because Sivir naturally dominates this lane, not necessarily in the way that he can win the lane by killing the enemy champions or taking them low, but simply by the fact that he can clear really fast. This is extremely dangerous, though, because Dandane finds Lisa.
Use the ultimate last breath there. Really nice ultimate from Lulu. John Riggy. Well timed.
Wow, and that was just no response coming out from Regicide. Lisa was looking towards the dragon because he doesn't want to give up a first Infernals. It's extremely strong for them. And what did Noxide do? They play towards that strength. They say, you know what, Lisa's going to be around the bottom side because he just loves to gank bottom lane. Let's just rotate up towards the river.
And an Infernal Drake for a comp that wants to go into the late game and that wants to skirmish. We can see that Noxide know where their head is at. 2 kills on the board. And the first dragon, next one is going to be Cloud, so it is going to slow the pace of the game. However, Noxide happy with that for now. They're going to take their wins, they're going to take their assists, and it's a really good start to their early game.
Oh, they must be so happy. This is stark contrast to the way that these two teams met each other in a regular split. Of course, we did mention that that was a different roster back then. Right now, Noxide looks a lot better with their main roster, also with John Riggy instead of Lust Monkey. So look at them. They're performing really well. And this substitute coming in on the support role for John Riggy, it has never looked better, because that synergy with Dandane going right up close to Lisa, knocking him up into the Yasuo combo as well, cannot be beat.
And they've really had no experience going into Bedoink's Yasuo. Like, if they've scrimmed, yes, potentially, but I don't feel like Bedoink is going to scrim his Yasuo against these combos. Like, it is a comfort pick, it's a niche pick, but it is also a massive pocket pick for him. And if he shows that, teams might know how to counterplay it. So he has brought this pick into his own little meta, and it's worked wonders for him.
I mean, it's just a standard poker situation where you don't want to show your hands so the enemy don't know how to counter it. This Yasuo, he's already extremely proficient on it. He plays a lot of it in solo queue. There's no need to scrim it, because scrim is not necessarily for winning against your enemy team. It's for practicing. It's for practicing a lot of strategies, and you already know your Yasuo back to front. Just go play other things. Make sure that your Yasuo is always this pocket pick. Make sure you don't pick it too frequently, such that people know your playstyle and predictability, and you're good to go, like we just saw there.
And Noxide playing the passive bottom lane like they're known to do. Regicide, of course, letting Kedu push ahead, and he is ahead by a nice marginal CS advantage. Johnson, too, in that mid lane, Top lane expected from Camille, but you can see that Sick has done well.
Well,
Paranoia has gone into Badoink. They will try and counterplay it. Dandain slows down. Twisted Advance goes under the turret for Sick. He goes a little bit too far, will not follow it up. But they do get out a couple of flashes later.
And once again, this is excellent calls coming out from Nox side. As soon as Sick pushes up in this lane, all Artiferns needs to do is say, hey guys, he's pushing up. Everybody just leave. They back off safely from the middle lane, so a really failed gank coming out from Regicide's top laner, and he loses his turret for it.
First turret in 12 minutes against a top-tier team. I mean, you wouldn't expect this from the 4th seed. We said that the Evelyn pick was like this random sort of, surprise pick, but it looks so controlled from Dandain. And Badoink, of course, on the Yasuo to be expected. So we like how this start is going for Noxide. 1.5k gold lead at only 12 minutes.
And this is not the norm for teams, because right now they're going in for a gank in the mid lane. It's not going to work out too well. Oh, no, they go for it.
Goes for the flash. Last breath is there. Where did Artiferns come from? This Noxide early game. My God.
It is insane. And this is what I was about to say. Usually we talk about junglers in the context of them enabling their laners to really do well. But in this instance, by picking 3 winning lanes, they actually facilitate Evelyn.
Perfect rim wall by Badoink, just in case the arrow came side on.
Planned.
It's very, very planned. But look, Regicide now have to make a response on the map because, yes, the late game team composition may come into effect. But what's that to say about Noxide if they're ahead? I mean, how's the scaling look here, Preacher? And how's this going to set them up in this mid game?
I mean, Yasuo on 6 items looks just as deadly as ever. Camille as well goes a hybrid of tank and damage, so she is going to be really difficult to deal with in the backline. And the deal with Camille is even though she's been nerfed to the point where she can't be blind picked into the top lane, one of the deals that she really does bring to the team is the fact that it doesn't matter how well Sick can deal with him. All that matters is how well Kedu can deal with it. Going into later on in the game, if Kedu is not able to sufficiently deal with Artiferns jumping onto him, then it's still a dead ADC.
I mean, might see something like the Mercurial Scimitar come through, maybe? I mean, is it going to stop anything from Camille?
It can't stop Camille's ultimate. It doesn't cleanse that away. I mean, it's not technically a form of CC, so there's no real way to get rid of it. I mean, sure, you've got Ayla to give you a little bit of a shield. You've also got Johnson, who can stun them up. You've got your own stun, but if you don't time those properly, then you're still going to die either way. It's a 5-second essentially paralyze.
Well, he's going to have to rely on that positioning now more than ever. I mean, the win conditions are there for Regicide. They just have to find some way to get Kedu in the right position in these team fights and survive Artiferns and Badoink's wrath. But right now, it's looking pretty grim in this early game. There's a 2k gold lead. The next Drake is a Cloud, and that's going to be spawning for Noxide. But you can see here the ward control. That was a little bit cheeky from Dandain. He will get chased down, slowed down by the match. The
oh, this could be dangerous.
Uses the ultimate, but Doink's on the side. He sees the flash, unleash power to finish it off, and at least he gets the kill. But Doink, not sure why he came in because the paranoia was still up. Wild grows there, but Sick has roamed down. A double kill. Noxide now going for the fight, flashes over. Least is a response for Sombre. Sick is on this backline. Artiferns locked down as Ayla flashes over the wall. Jorn Riggy looks to be the next one to go down. Whimsy cannot save him. Kedu comes in, and Regicide, that's their response.
So that really went south for Noxide extremely quickly. The start of that was just Dandain trying to go into Regicide's jungle and deny a lot of camps away, just get a little bit of vision down for his team as well. And what transpired after that was even worse. So practically, they just tried to take the fight towards Noxide, and Noxide was zoned out all the time. Excellently done by Ayla.
Sick almost goes down here as well as Artiferns puts himself back into the picture. Regicide still look contempt on sieging up mid, but suddenly Kedu backs away, and so does the rest of the team. They'll be happy with a small chunk bits on the turret, but Regicide, we have a look at this replay.
Okay,
here.
so there are two parts of this. The first one is Dandain getting caught out and Badoink tried to help him. He went into the enemy jungle in order to get a lot of vision for himself, simply gets 3-manned and dies here. So second thing along, Badoink gets caught as well because he was trying to rotate down to help him. And this is really the part where the team starts losing. So the second part of this play is Artiferns coming over the wall, and just look at Ayla. He actually keeps the root there, and then he flashes over to zone Artiferns away from the rest of this, and it was just him outplaying the entire team of Noxide.
Yeah, Regicide, pretty standard stuff, knowing the meta, knowing how to play these little skirmishes. They look like they play a lot better in this choke, especially with the Maokai and the Syndra. So Noxide have to be wary of going into those closed spaces.
Yeah, I mean, Noxide can't necessarily play inside choke points, because what it means is that Sick is effectively going to block him off. You've also got Ayla, who's going to be standing on another side. I mean, that tether alone, we saw the impact in the last fight. If he manages to keep on you, it means you're not moving in there, especially for a champion who depends on mobility and positioning like Artifen's Camille. That's going to be a real problem for them.
Well, first item's getting built all around the map right now, and with 17 minutes in with a Cloud Drake available, Noxide stepping very carefully over this one for now. The ward control has shifted back as well. I mean, Regicide have got their feelers back in, and they've got a lot of control wards in this Dragonside River.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to establish control once more. They're not down on gold, so they still are up 1.5k approximately. So what it means is that they're in the lead, they're sitting really comfortable, and they're scaling possibly a little bit better than Regicide's team composition is coming up to the 20-minute mark. The only downside is the fact that if they get caught again with uneven numbers, then that could be the real punisher.
Well, Ayla setting up for what looks to be another Dragon. This time Regicide do have the contestant available. They will be pushing mid. They will be looking for that siege once more. I mean, they don't know where Dandane is. Trying to utilize the invisibility of the Evelyn right now is what I feel Noxide is looking to do. But Lisa is still a real big threat. So as soon as he shows himself, I expect to see that paranoia as a response.
I mean, that's a huge thing. You can never underestimate the invisibility coming out of the Evelyn, because as players, especially the laners coming out for Regicide, what it means is that every single time you don't see Evelyn, you have to play defensive, because he could be anywhere. He could be camping inside a lane. He could be coming in from river as well. You just have no idea where the Evelyn is going along. I mean, that's sort of reflected in these CS differentials just because Noxide isn't losing it so heavily. That is something that Regicide has been known to do. They get a lot of CS leads within the early game, and it's not really that far ahead for them coming into this game because of the surprise factor coming in of Dandane's Evelyn.
We are expecting more out of Noxide in this game, just purely because they have their full roster and they have been building themselves up over these weeks. We're into semi-finals now, which has put everything onto the line. This team trying to fight for an OPL promotion spot to go up against one of those bottom two teams of the OPL. And right now, it looks like Noxide can contest Regicide, which were our top seed and our biggest expectation.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about. It's just simply a different lineup. So the last one is not indicative at all of how this matchup goes. And if they manage to win this one, then it really does prove that Noxide's team composition is a little bit better. This trade is not necessarily worth it because they want to go for the Rift Herald instead of the Dragon. I mean, it's a Cloud, sure, but the Rift Herald.
On Yasuo. So
Yep.
That's the thing. I mean, like, you've got Badoink, who has a big lead. He's got Sterix Gauge and Phantom Dancer, two reasonably cheaper items at 19 minutes.
Huge spike as well.
Exactly. Massive spike. You haven't got the second item out of Johnson right now, and it does look like the Yasuo is still this unseen threat. They're putting him in a side lane, but do they have the wave clear for mid?
Yeah, it looks like they should just because Sombre is on the Sivir, but he's being zoned right now, so this could be a little bit dangerous to them. The 1-3-1 is definitely not working in their favor.
Well, especially when you put this Maokai mid, who should be matching Artiferns, but he picks up a Sly turret on the side, so it will be traded off, and that's great for Noxide right now, but the fact that Regicide is still holding this gold gap is pretty detriment to Noxide.
Yeah. So Noxide's not really using their 1-3-1 as effectively as they possibly can. You can see that Badoink does actually have the Eye of the Rift Herald, but he's not using it towards his maximum efficiency because he's already started grouping up. He wants to do the 1-4 again. That is where his strengths lie, because if you have the knock-up coming out from John Riggy as well, you can instantly engage with your ultimate. Downside is you just gave your Rift Herald away to somebody who's not split pushing.
Well, could have potentially gone to that Camille. As you said, would have been a much better point. But this game is slowed down. You know, everyone's taking a breath. We get to the 20-minute mark, and there's only been 7 bits of blood spilt, with Regicide still holding that gap. We need to look at the potential of the next Dragon being prioritized. Baron up and available too, if Noxide get to some kind of advantage stage. But he is going to come back mid, so Badoink is a big factor in this game. Someone who we have been looking at throughout the split as one of the potential best mid laners here. And now he's got to prove it.
Yeah, he's got to prove it. He's got to group up with his team and make sure that he can execute his ultimate in the middle of team fights as well. But here's another thing that needs to be proved for the side of Noxide. Dandane. It has now come to the point where he needs to start picking out the enemy champions. And one of the ways that you need to do that is to also get a lot of vision established within the enemy parts of the jungle. Because if you don't, there's going to be extremely punishing for you. It means that you don't execute the Evelyn's strength properly. And it's just, in general, not going to go too well for Noxide. So that is what they're playing towards. And if Dandane can manage to get a lot of vision down for the enemy team, then it's going to be good for him. But speaking of sneakiness, look at this hysterics.
Was I right or was I right? Noxide, actually no, this is not warded. That's going to be spotted out by a hawk shot, but it is potentially too late. Teleports are going to come through. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes in. It is secured. Noxide need to make the getaway. They pop on the hunt, and this was made for this moment. They might find Johnson, though, as the response. He gets scattered away, but no response. But Doink gets a kill, but Noxide get the Baron and a kill.
Wow, I mean, Johnson, he tried to disrupt the backs by going in and stunning people up. The only downside of that is the fact that you flash into them solo as the mid lane Syndra. What happens, naturally, they turn on you and you just die. But speaking of which, we got to take a look back at how that all instigated. That Baron take was monumental for Noxide. Pretty much the second that it spawned, they got vision on it, they called everybody over, and they burned it down. There was no sight of Regicide for it. Regicide didn't know that it was being taken down. A hawk shot comes in because 4 members are missing for the side of Noxide, and they find out that they're doing Baron. Great. Okay, let's contest Baron. No, Lisa's on the bottom part of the jungle. His paranoia is not that big. As we take a look at a replay right now, take a look at Lisa's positioning. He's all the way down on the bottom side, and this is just Johnson trying to find a pick by himself, but all he is a Syndra, so he gets burned down really easily.
I mean, Noxide, after getting that Baron power play, they start to push this bottom side turret. Artifern starting doing massive amounts of damage after picking up that Titanic Hydra. Trinity Force locked in as well. Noxide, this power play is giving them tons and tons of gold. 3k already in the lead. Regicide just don't know what to do with themselves.
And 3k is really the break point for this team, because what Regicide need to say now is, okay, we're sufficiently behind to the point where we can't take a straight 5v5. We need to fight them uneven numbers, but Dan Dane wants this.
Well, Redemption's going to come through. Artiferns gets what little health he can. Regicide almost getting engaged upon once again. Next Dragon's up in 145. Noxide still on this bottom side, looking for some kind of opportunity.
And take a look at this. The way that the teams backed off after that little skirmish left Noxide on the correct side, but they want to fight.
Paranoia goes onto the back line. It's on Jorn Riggy. One's already taken down. The rest of Regicide are trying to clean this fight up, but they find Kedu. But Doink's already down, and his positioning is the advantage once again. Regicide are getting the Baroned up team of Noxide. Dandane locked down. Good scat of the week. They will find him in the end. And that is 3 members down for only 1. Going to make that 4 in a second, because Artifern's going to struggle to get out of this. Good little tactical sweep. I think he's out, Preacher. No,
I mean, he might not be.
That is the negative.
The great chase.
See you later. All right, 4 members down. And Sombre, the only one left with Baron.
Yeah, that is crazy for Noxide. They were pushing up really hard. They got the natural position advantage because of the way they disengaged that last skirmish. And then all of a sudden, the downside of what happened was right here. Because they pull the trigger, they want to fight, they go all the way down into Jorn Riggy. If you don't have the ultimate coming out from Jorn Riggy, which they did not use in that fight, then so much health is being denied away from Noxide at that particular point.
We talk about Kedu's positioning, we talk about how detrimental it is to take him out. And he was just sitting clean in that back line. Honestly, no one could get to him once again.
Yeah, I mean, that was really the downside. But all in all, you take a look at this. They were trying to get the mid lane turret. They successfully do it. And that was really all it was. Because the fact is, Noxide did not group up when they had this Baron buff. That was their advantage. But the downside is Regicide have a long-range engage composition. So when they want to pull the trigger, when they say go, you have Sick who can flash and then Twisted advance in. You got Lisa, goes to that same paranoia, gets him into the middle of the enemy team. And you've also got Kedu for the long-range stun. You can always instigate a 5v4 if Noxide is split pushing. You pretty much denied their only game plan.
I mean, it feels like the win condition revolves around Sick right now, getting into the back line of those fights. He went straight in onto Jorn Riggy, onto Badoink as well. And as soon as they're locked up, I mean, Kedu has free reign in the fights.
Yeah, and that is the downside of it. The fact that this Ashe, once again, is able to do so much damage in these fights, something that is never expected of Ashe. Pretty much you fire your ultimate and then that's all that you're good for. Before you fire your ultimate, you fire some hawk shots as well, so you know where to fire your ultimate. That's pretty much as far as Ashe's utility goes, but Kedu just outputs so much damage in these fights, and that is just insane. It's massive.
Well, now Regicide kind of stick their necks back into this game. I mean, it is still a 3k gold deficit. That one team fight keeps them alive from any kind of portional play Noxide can bring off the back of that. Dragon's live. It looks like we won't see too many plays around it just yet. Dandane's setting up for it, though. So Regicide might have to look at the reality of either giving this up all going for it and contesting it, but there is a bit of gold disadvantage between that mid lane still. I mean, Bedoink is getting quite large, and the Yasuo is getting closer to that mid game.
Yeah, and this is huge for Noxide, because that is a win condition in every single game that they play. They want Bedoink to get ahead, especially on his Yasuo. It's got to be massive for him coming into this game. And one of the things you've got to be careful of as Regicide is, even though you're up in kills, you're actually down in gold. If you want to take a straight 5v5 to Noxide, you will still probably lose it just because of that gold advantage going over. So it's going to be really difficult for them to gauge this, and if they do gauge it properly, then good on them. But it also means they have to give up objectives like potentially the Dragon coming on.
And Baron's up again in 145. I don't think that last time I said this, I would have gone, oh yeah, no, Baron's up. This is the opportunity for Noxide. But now that I feel they've taken the first one, next one's coming through. Let's do it again.
Fool me once, shame on me, right? And that's really the case that we see here. I mean,
unexpected.
If a Baron comes up again, there's no way that Regicide would expect him to do it. I mean, yeah, unexpectability factor. There is obviously that in store for them, but a Baron coming in twice in a row as soon as it spawns might be a little bit too risky.
I mean, they could have made the play there, but Regicide, knowing that the time is a minute off, will be picking up this next Cloud Drake. So double Cloud, very mobile in this lineup. I mean, you got a Maokai running towards you as fast as potentially the Sivir is a big factor. But Noxide looking for the flank up in the top lane.
I don't think it's going to happen, but one of the things you also got to take into consideration is even though these objectives are being traded off, no, the arrow
comes through, goes and hits a goal through Noxide's back line. They will just pop on the hunt, and that'll be it.
Okay, so that's going to be it. I was about to say, who just reached their breakpoint? But Doink has. Because you take a look at the way that he's built, he's already got a 100% crit chance from his Infinity Edge and his Phantom Dancer alone. This is absolutely huge coming in for him. It means he's got so much damage. It means he's got a 100% crit chance. It also means that he's got deceptively a large amount of tankiness with the Sterak's and Phantom Dancer combo as well. You also got to factor in the fact that they got an Infernal Drake early on. So that AD is going to be scaling this Yasuo as well. Noxide have much more damage than Regicide should be factoring in. And if Regicide do not factor this in, then it still is their fight to lose.
I mean, potentially you could have put Bedoink back into that 1-3-1, but they're happy with keeping him in the team fight right now, looking for that knock-up opportunity. I mean, the damage is going to scale. Dan, they don't know where he is all the time, so it looks like a momentous 3. But Artifernes has now joined the roster. He's in front of the Baron Pit as well. And Preacher, I think they're going for it again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a teleport available for Sick, but this is pinked out. They know it now.
Okay, Lisa's here. Teleport's going to come through. Noxide, are you going to get off it or not? No, it's actually secured by Noxide. Now they go for the team fight. Lisa's already taken down, but a massive arcane smash for Sick. The rest of Bedoink are going nuts. Artifernes in the back line here. It's already a triple kill. Make that close to a quadra after this. And that is massive for Noxide.
I mean, this is what happens when you take Noxide even numbers. The only reason why Regicide won the last team fight was because it was a 4v5. Now going into this 5v5, the Baron goes over to Dan Dane, and half of the members of Regicide are still over the Baron wall. So they were not impactful in that fight at all. Noxide have just taken this so handedly.
And now that they've got the Baron buff, they can siege, they can open the base. This inhibitor is going to get destroyed by their lineup. They back away. They can be happy with that one. Potentially even go top and push that wave up. But Noxide push themselves back in with yet another Baron power play.
Yeah, so this is pretty much how it happens. The sight comes in and immediately the teleport gets cold. But the downside is only 2 people are over the wall. Ayla comes in from the side, but take a look at Kedu. He's barely doing any damage by the time that Lisa's already dead. And then Artifernes jumps onto him, so he's doing even less damage. And by that point, I mean, Sick is the tankiest member. He dies at the end anyway. It was excellent priority coming out from Noxide, but it was also Regicide. The fact that they pulled the trigger way too early, Kedu just wasn't in the fight. He wasn't outputting any damage at all.
I mean, also Artifernes on a carry is such a different playstyle as well. He knows exactly what he's doing. By jumping on Kedu, the big priority target for Regicide, Noxide straight away put themselves into a comfortable position.
Oh, Dan is caught.
Well, he does have GA though, but he is going to get bursted down. Everything used onto him. It is ticking away. Sombre and Bedoink have come in to save their jungler. Bedoink looking very speedy with the Phantom Dancer. They do the Karma Shield onto him as well. Sorry, it's a Lulu Whimsy. Nice wild growth coming through. Paranoia on the back line. But Artifernes has joined the fight once again. Bedoink is going nuts. and the rest of Noxide cleanup. This could be game coming through. Ayla's going to be the next one to be taken down. A double kill for the Camille. And Noxide, although a little bit messy, the game gets rolling.
So that was exactly the same fight as what happened before. The members of Regicide were not ready when they pulled the trigger. Kedu was not there to do all the damage they needed in the middle of that fight, and it all fell apart for Regicide.
You gotta ask yourself, I mean, the top seed, if they can be so easily defeated by number 4, can they bring it back in the second game? I mean, there's a lot that needs to change through that. But letting Badoink on Yasuo, letting Artiferns have Camille, two of the first mistakes we saw.
I mean, I don't think it's conclusive enough to simply say that this is the fourth place team versus the top place team. They won their first game, so the second game should go towards their favor as well. It's not as easy as saying that. I mean, like, Regicide did win through the OCS regular split, and that's no mean feat. You can't just discredit the fact that they got 7 wins alone, but looking into this game, Noxide got the early advantage. They played towards their strengths. You know, they needed to get the early game advantage before Lisa got to level 6. They certainly got it. They got a lot of objectives as well. A little bit of paprika placed in there as well. So much spiciness from that early Baron take.
Yeah.
And then they just won it before Regicide could ever even fathom a late game.
But we now know Regicide can bleed, and this first seed, losing the first game, need to bring something back. We're going to go to a quick 5-minute break, and then after that, come back with game number 2 of this best-of-3 series between Regicide and Noxide. Welcome back to the OCS semi-finals where we have just boarded the hype train. Hysterics, Preacher, you know exactly who we are. Preacher, can I get a choo-choo?
I mean, you can't get that because you know why? What? I was already on here. I'm the conductor. I'm checking your tickets. Mate, look. Things are really starting to heat up because between these two teams, look, Noxide coming in 4th place, we thought that Regicide would at least take the very first game because of their role alone, and then all of a sudden Noxide come out with this really random pick, and the Evelyn did so well and just played towards the win conditions.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. That's what we said about Noxide. That's what we said would be the win condition, and you're exactly right. Coming through, the Evelyn hit that mid-game spike, and Badoink and Artiferns just got out of control.
Yeah, and not only that, but it was quite literal surprise when Evelyn comes out from a shroud, and you're like, oh, damn, Evelyn's actually here, and she's ready to fight us as well. Yeah, damn Dane. But otherwise, going into the very second game, I don't necessarily expect that Evelyn will either not get picked up by Dan Dane or get banned away from Regicide, either way, just because that is the way that best of threes work. You want to adapt towards your enemy strategies. But speaking of adapting, I got to give a lot of praise to Noxide over here, because they ran a 1-3-1 composition. They tried it the very first time as a 1-4. And then it was actually countered because of the hard engage from Regicide, so they just 5-manned it until the end.
I mean, now that we move into the second ban phase, what needs to change here? Because the Evelyn looked great, but Doink got Yasuo. I mean, Artiferns had the Camille open, which he looks so comfortable in it. And you at home would know that Badoink is a great Yasuo.
Oh, yeah.
Do we prioritize this?
You definitely have to ban it off, because if Regicide do not ban it off right now, I'd be extremely surprised. It is possibly the strongest pick coming out for Noxide right now. I mean, like, already we see a little bit of responsiveness. Camille is banned off the table for Artiferns, and that's going to be massive, because we know how Artiferns can perform on a carry, but what this means is that Regicide either only can ban away Yasuo, which I expect it would be, or a Fiora. And if they don't ban the Fiora away, Artiferns can first pick it. Of course, Lulu is also available.
Well, I mean, he loves Fiora, though, so that's a really good point. And Lulu as a first pick in this 7.5 meta, I mean, it looks to be the strongest support.
Yeah, it definitely does. And going over to the point that I said before, if you pick the Lulu first, you are essentially forcing Regicide to react to that.
Yeah.
And what it means from that point onwards is Fiora's naturally going to be picked up for Artiferns from that point onwards, because you're not going to pick up Fiora for yourself as Sick. And so we all know that Sick likes to play tank top laners. So we got the Nautilus, we got the Maokai in there as well. Fiora counters both of them.
Regicide have just taken off Lulu, so that's a big response ban, taking away the first pick. Remember that Regicide will always first pick the Ashe coming through. So Noxide, by taking away that, I love that. That's a response. It's also a bit of BM.
Yeah, it is. And going over to Regicide's pick right now, I don't think that they can outdraft Noxide as much as they think that they can.
Yasuo, pick up the Yasuo.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You either have to... you either have to dominate on the Yasuo or you have to dominate on the Fiora as well. If you don't pick up either of these, no denial.
Well, the Ezreal has come back a little bit resurging into this meta. We know in 7.5 that because Blade of the Ruined King has jumped back into priority, I mean, it does touch Ezreal a little bit.
It does.
Puts him into his mid-game.
I mean, yeah, it's his standard build path right after his core 2 items, whether he wants to go blue or Trinity Force. Either way, you still do build Blade of the Ruined King after that one, so Ezreal will be sitting extremely comfortable with that build.
Oh, God.
And here we go.
It's not even cheese anymore. Like, it's just expected. It's Noxide meta.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much Dan Dane and Badoink both getting their specialty champions. But
That's dangerous.
Yeah, here's the downside, right? No matter what they do after this, Regicide get 2 bans to ban away the top side of the map. So if they ban away the Fiora, all of a sudden Artiferns gets put in a really weird position. I mean, the only other carry available is Jace, and we all know how Jace performs in the OCS right now. So that might be a little bit dangerous to them. He might have to revert to a tank, and once again, once he goes on a tank, something that he's not comfortable on, wow. I mean...
Okay, and Champ Select, we're just having a bit of technical difficulties again. Potentially... the Singed pick, I don't know. It could have been, it was a response to the Maokai top. But, I mean, if Artiferns plays a carry top, doesn't that kind of get rid of the fact of picking up the Singed?
Yeah, well, Singed early on can dominate carries, because carries don't output too much damage early on. They need the 2-item power spikes in order to really rip through people. And that is where Singed will really start dominating you. He gets his 5 Dark Seals or whatever, and then he just runs at
5 Dark Seals.
Yeah, that's a standard Singed build. It's stupid, but it works really well because your ultimate counts as a potion, so you get about 5 times the healing that you normally do, and you just go nuts inside the enemy. So you run towards them, your ultimate is practically permanently on. Fiora can't outscale that one.
Turn one of them into a Magize, the rest into all Rod of Ages and Rylai's. I mean, there is a build path for Singed. However, it could be, you know, a really good response, making Artifernes pick something he's not comfortable into. So the top side of the map unlocked for Regicide could be a really big portion because Noxide, really, just Artifernes went nuts last game. And that guy on a carry just turns into one of the best top laners.
That was the thing, right? And also another thing was the fact that Regicide did not adapt their playstyle. So they tried to roam... Sick down, first of all. It didn't work because of the communication coming out from Noxide. They just said, you know what? Maokai hard shoved with his Arcane Smash. What it means is he's going to be roaming into the mid lane because that's exactly how Sick has played. We watched the OCS, we've watched his team before. It's just how they play, right? And they didn't adapt to that, so they tried to do that play for a second time. Misses out on pretty much 2 whole waves of experience, 2 whole waves of gold as well. And by that point, Camille was already scaled up.
I mean, you just can't leave her. You can't leave her in a side lane. You can't leave her alone. By Sick going and making those rotational plays around the map, we just expected, yeah, Regicide are going to get something out of it, like they have in the past. But Noxide, they're not just any sort of team. But Doink and Dandayan have been in this position before. They've been in the semifinals. They've been in a spot close to the promotion tournament. They know how these best of threes work. They can work underneath the pressure. And it's really no surprise that Noxide picked up game 1 when they have the experience in their lineup.
Not only that, but Noxide, they are adapting. They are adapting in the middle of the game, and they've adapted about 3 to 4 times in the first game alone. So this team, you know, the shot calling, you really got to applaud it. They played towards their strengths, didn't work out. What do? Just play towards a different play style. All of a sudden, it really does click. They go for the spicy Baron take pretty much as soon as it spawns. They go for another one. They just get so many advantages after that. And at this point, Noxide, if they keep on adapting over and over again, if they make good plays, they work, they keep on doing them, they make bad plays, they adapt to good plays, there's no way you can beat this team.
And honestly, Regicide coming into the semifinals, they were confident. They were 7-0. You know, they had the morale behind them, maybe a little bit too overconfident because Noxide, they've been sort of down in the dirt in the start of this split. They've worked their way up. They've got their main roster back after the bans. I mean, I'm talking specifically about Badoink getting taken out for 2 weeks. Christmas Trees comes in. The roster changes a little bit. John Riggy jumps into the roster as well. And then we start seeing this whole new Noxide.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Chris really did leave in his legacy is, of course, the Cassiopeia was picked up in the 1 week that he did play. So I'm not even certain that Badoink really likes his champion.
Well, we are now back into Champions Select for a second time around. It will be Lisa going onto the Rex side this time around.
No 5-duck sins.
Yeah, no. This is not going to be a singe. It's like I typed in Skarner. Why have I got singed?
Why would you pick Skarner? This is Rek'Sai.
Yeah, not Corvidae.
No, you're not Corvidae. You're not going for these spicy picks. And already, take a look at this. This is the ban that we were talking about. The Fiora coming out. It means that Artifernes doesn't get it. He needs to go on a hard tank. Either the Nautilus or the Maokai, neither of which he has managed to perform on throughout the regular split, and that's going to be the punishing part, because it means the Sick is unlocked in the top side, he can hard shove and then roam into the mid and also the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be really punishing for Noxide.
Still very concerned for Kedu down in the bottom lane, however, because he's not on his Ashe, he's not on something that he's been playing week after week and been so successful at. How does he position as an Ezreal in the team fight?
I mean, it's going to be a lot easier for him, right? Because Ezreal has his own peel coming out for him. If he wants to go for the blue build, which is not optimal in terms of damage, but is optimal going into a Yasuo, somebody who just wants to run at your face, dash on you as well, then he could very well just survive through all of this. Ezreal is also known as one of the ADCs who heavily abuses Ninja Tabi. So going into another ADC and also a Yasuo, somebody who pretty much only auto attacks as his main form of damage, you're going to be reducing a lot.
Well, they have focused on Artifernes up in this top lane. They don't want a repetition of the last game that came through and wiped away Regicide. Now that we've got Jace, Fiora off the map, I mean, there's limited carries up in that top lane left.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much there are no carries that are currently meta right now in Artifernes. I mean, I'm struggling to find a real carry that can go out into the top side, so it will most likely have to be a tank, which is not a strong suit.
But something that has had a bit of resurgence in 7.5 is the Talia mid with Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Talia 2 times already in the OCS. I mean, it was a little bit strange to see coming into the very last week, but it had mixed reactions. There are some times when the Talia comes in just because of the fact that you want to do the cross-map plays, but yeah, wow indeed. I mean, there you go.
I mean, after Talia's been locked in for Regicide, they decide on the side of Noxide that we're going to go for the Rumble top. We're also going to lock in the Karma to kind of stimulate that. I mean, team fighting lane presence here is massive for Noxide.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. It means that essentially early on, the Dragons are a no-go zone for Regicide, because if you don't pick somebody out, especially Dan Dane, if Dan Dane is alive during the Dragon Call, all of a sudden Rumble teleports in, he uses Equalizer, you guys just scatter, and then they get the natural advantage. So this is going over really well for Noxide, and even though a lot of the carries were banned away for Artiferns, still managed to pick up one.
I mean, Sick going on the Renekton, we said that he plays Maokai, he plays Nautilus. That is it. He's now picked up the Renekton. He's gone away from the champion pool. Artiferns hasn't really shown his prominence on the Rumble. So that top lane right now is a big mystery. But because we've got 2 tanks in the jungle, I feel like we're going down to old school teamfight meta.
Yeah, this is going to be huge coming out for either of these 2 teams. And it's going to be a little bit punishing for Sombre, just because Ashe doesn't deal too much with tanks very well. The fact that tanks really
not early anyway.
Yeah, not early. And not late either. In the mid game, she does all right because she maxes her W, she maxes her Q. Going into level 18 is a lot harder for her, but this is something really strange. I mean, we've never seen Sick on a carry champion, yeah, that's going to be huge. I mean, Renekton does have a little bit of outplay potential. If you stun Rumble while he's faced away, it just means that he doesn't get any trade-off with his Equalizer, but that's really what he's going for.
And honestly, it's not a knock-up composition. I mean, you got the Gragas to set up the Yasuo.
That's all he needs.
But last game, you know, you had the Lulu down there. You had Ayla on. Sorry, you had John
Riggy.
Thank you. You had John Riggy on the Lulu. You know, why wouldn't you pick up the Alistair?
I mean, you definitely don't need any more knockup, because essentially you only get one ultimate as Yasuo. So yeah, more knockups are better, because it means that if the first one was a little bit botched, you don't necessarily have to go into it. It means that you can wait until you get the second one off. But what this indicates is that Bedoink really does trust Dan Dane. You know, he trusts his calls. He trusts him to use his ultimate at the correct time. And at the end of the day, it's not just his ultimate that knocks people up, it's also his E. So he gets 2 choices to really engage with the ultimate. And either way that you spin it, this is just synergy all round for Noxide.
But Noxide, I mean, their top laner is on a very different champion to the Camille. With Artiferns on the Rumble, there are still some concerns coming through. I mean, and of course the bottom lane as well, which we'll talk about in a second. But with Artiferns going on the Rumble, it to me feels like he's going for something a little bit different, maybe for a bit of later game scaling, rather than going for the Camille, who's just going to go all in fast for the Yasuo combo.
Yeah, I mean, another thing about it is the fact that it's not a split pusher. It can split push, but its strengths definitely lie within the team fight. So he wants to rotate down. He wants to be part of the 4. He wants to be a part of a straight 5-man, run it down mid, just make sure that you catch the enemy off by surprise. His ultimate doesn't even necessarily have to do damage. Just a couple of ticks is all you need, and then everybody scatters. While they're scattering, it gives you a lot of time to set up the Gragas and also the Yasuo to ultimate before they can even respond to it, and that's the team fight that they're going for.
I mean, doesn't it scream element of surprise as well? Because every single time Noxide draft a composition, you don't expect what they're going to do. I mean, I wasn't expecting the Rumble. If anything, I think the Renekton would go over to Artiferns. But by picking a bit more AP damage in the top, making sure that Yasuo mid, you know, he's going to be AD, obviously.
Yep.
But there's, you know, just filling every single gap, but at the same time, having to look out for these different ultimates coming from Noxide. I mean, you're going to look for that Equalizer, the red carpet. But you're also going to have to watch out for Bedoink on Yasuo again.
Yeah, you always do have to watch out for that. And this is the best part of the draft, because last draft phase, it was a little bit odd. I mean, sure, you have a little bit of magic damage coming out from Evelynn, but she builds tanky or else she doesn't do too much in the team fight. So what it means is they were essentially lacking on a lot of magic damage. This game, though, they've completely patched up. They've got magic damage in the top side, and it means that if the enemy want to build a lot of tank, then Regicide's going to have a bad time, because they need a lot of gold to be sunk into it in order to effectively tank off onto their side. And that's going to be huge, because going into the top lane especially, if Sick decides to go for the early Spirit Visage rush, all you need to do is match his split push with Bedoink, and he's got no resistances.
I mean, both teams are going to have to adapt here, because in all honesty, those top lanes are very, very different, and there's going to be a lot more priority coming up there. But the whole of Regicide need to adapt, especially because if they don't see what's coming from Noxide, this unpredictability that won the first game is just going to do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and speaking of which, it's also like the surprise factor that was in the very first game. You've got the Evelynn in the very first game who just pops out of nowhere and all of a sudden turns a team fight that was towards your favor into something that's not your favor anymore. And in this game, it's the Rumble, because Rumble's equalizer stabilizer has a very long range. You can cast it practically from half a screen away. So that is huge coming in. Even if you can't necessarily spot out the Rumble, he can still ultimate you, and that's going to be massive going into the middle of these team fights. They are definitely going for surprise. And man, if you're looking to disorientate Regicide, then the first game definitely did it, and your draft in the second looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, Regicide going to be running scared if the same thing happens again. Remember, it is only a best of 3, so this is a platter. This is the meat, and it's going to get chopped up, sent away. Regicide need this win. They were the top-tier team. Noxide coming in at number 4. May no longer look like that as they look to be the first team to go through into the OPL promotion tournament and the grand final.
I mean, if they could win this 2-0 instead of drop a game and maybe take it to the very third one, then that could be the steak sauce, right? I mean, you're cutting up all of the meat.
Diane sauce.
Diane
nice
sauce.
try.
That's what they wanted.
All right, so now that we're into game number 2, get your hashtags. There's no hashtags, but you can go hashtag NXWin at someone's Twitter. You could tweet at RustyLol for all I know that if you listen to the podcast today, soundcloud.com/theOPL show, you would know that the story behind Rusty is that Spawn and Rusty apparently got, called the same thing, or they got the wrong tweets.
I mean, they both wore glasses the very first time they cast, so when Rusty finally got promoted, props to him for doing so really fast.
You and I don't look the same, though, so I don't think that can happen with us.
It's a little bit of a worry. We look kind of similar, but there are distinct differences.
Do we?
No.
Yeah. Now they're in this game number 2, we can feel that Noxide have drafted a very similar composition, but their win condition definitely revolves around this mid lane again. Expect to see Lisa heading in with Johnson, looking to shut down this Yasuo early.
Well, that's what they need to do, because Noxide always play towards the middle part of the map, but Doink is always the person to get ahead. And in a lot of games that we saw previously, especially the very first iteration of Noxide in the very first week, Dan Dane didn't really care whether he died at all. So long as Bedoink managed to get a kill in the process, he was more than happy with the result. And that really does speak to how much they trust Bedoink to carry on this team. And that is, of course, their playstyle. So Regicide need to spot that one out.
And of course, the bottom lane just there to be passive, just there to really fill in the shoes. Like you said, Preacher, it's all about Bedoink. If they can do it a second time around, then we will be seeing something special out of Noxide if they can go into this grand finals. They're going to be feeling good right now, but they've got to go into this early game heads held high. Dan Dane this time starting with the Raptors. A very interesting start. Going to go to the red buff now. Actually, same thing from Lisa, though. He specializes in starting with Raptors. Doesn't matter what champion he's on.
Yeah, I mean, you also get the small leash available from Bedoink as well. On the other side, Lisa got a little bit of a leash from Johnson. Johnson could just throw over his stone toss before Lisa starts to clear the camp. So for both of these junglers, it means they effectively get an elongated start. It also means that they don't take that much damage taking Raptors. And that is the downside of junglers, the fact that pretty much no junglers can deal with Raptors early on. But take a look at this early aggression.
Already Bedoink going for the exhaust play. Johnson just walks away, pops a potion and the ghost. So Bedoink, summoner for summoner mid.
This is actually really smart coming out from Bedoink, because we all know Talia's level 3 power spike. If she manages to rip you through all of her stones at level 3 with each of her abilities, she can 100-0 pretty much any single champion in the mid lane. So Bedoink diffusing that situation, making sure that Johnson is not as healthy as he thinks he is by the time he gets to level 3 is really smart of him. It means that effectively he won't have that combo to really dodge out, and he's just sitting really comfortable. But speaking of which, Lisa might want a gank.
Artifern's on the wrong side of this fight. This will be first blood going over.
Wow.
But Sick only just gets it.
That was
Minions
close.
almost kill him.
Wow.
No. Oh, no.
Sick! Why did you go in for the CS? Oh, the Cannon Creep MVP in the top side.
So Artiferns will actually trade that off, which is massive. Bedoink now going for his own little power play mid. Johnson, for some reason, tries to kite down, has to flash away. And already this Yasuo pick doing more than we expected.
Round 2.
Artiferns teleported in. Lisa is going to come in as well. Artiferns walk towards your jungler. He's coming up. But I don't think Dan Dane able to really choreograph anything top lane. Still walking away. Here comes Gragas. Flash, body bop, Sick flashes as well. They will find Artiferns. Dan Dane now in a bit of trouble of his own. Can he get out or can he die? Again to Sick, who has 2 kills already.
That was so excellently played by Regicide. Lisa gets the first blood coming up into the top lane. Unfortunately, Sick dies in it, but what he says is, you know what, buddy, don't worry. He's going to teleport in. The wave's still pushed, so he needs to go up to the wave. I'm going to do a repeat gank. Except this time round, Dan Dane comes up as well. Very slow rotation from him, and they both die.
And Sick doesn't die from the Raptors, from the minions this time around. That's an important part.
Greed.
This top side, I mean, has been the focus so far for Regicide, an early 1.5k gold lead. Only at 4 minutes as well, so it's a very different start to the game. A very, ambitious play out of Regicide has worked in their favor.
Yeah, it's definitely worked in their favor. I mean, I guess this is really what happens when you unlock your jungler. It means that Lisa's not sitting in this jungle waiting until level 6 before he can start making impact on the lanes. It means he can go immediately. And Rek'Sai has an extremely strong level 3. I mean, the only two characters who have a better level 3 are Lee Sin and Elise. Neither of these two are on the map, so he really does use his prowess along the top side.
Yeah, already going back and getting a Phage. Sicker's looking pretty good on the starting of this Renekton. See if Dandane can make an approach top. As
Johnson doesn't have 6.
Yeah, no, without Weaver's wall, so this is curious. Jornriggy's there looking for Ayla, gets exhausted down.
Oh.
John, you are by yourself here. You are definitely going to go down. Johnson picks up the kill. Bit of misplay from Noxide to start this game off.
Yeah, this is a lot of question marks coming out for Noxide. I mean, what happened in the bottom lane is essentially what happened in the top lane. They're going all out. They're going reasonably aggressive, and for not a lot. They're going for the trades. It's not even working in their favor because Ayla can just naturally sustain with his W alone, the ebb and flow, but they just get caught out time and time again, and Lisa, his jungle proximity is so good this game.
Exhaust on that Yasuo mid has paid off. Sick is going to go down. Dandane is the response with Badoink, and a 3-man roam top for Noxide.
So there we go. But Doink is finally starting to get on board. He's got an assist under his name as well, so he's going to be going towards that Zeal, which will probably build into a Phantom Dancer, and that is his win condition. I mean, his team is still sitting all right. It's only a K and a bit, so it's nothing to write home about. It's nothing to be too concerned, but Regicide, they are making a whole lot of early game plays that are leaving Noxide blown out of the water.
I mean, Lisa goes to Raptors. That's his response when Dandane shows top. Badoink now back into his lane. Didn't really lose much CS. You can see there's already such a big difference between this Yasuo and Talia mid. I mean, that is 15 CS, and Badoink had the liberty to roam top.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, admittedly, Johnson also did roam down into the bottom side, and he lost out a lot of minions just because of the way that Badoink managed to burn a flash very early in that 1v1 trade. But nonetheless, Badoink doing well in the mid. That is pretty much the story of the OCS.
Like you said, that roam down going to make a massive difference. Badoink has Dandane here, has the Steel Tempest available for the Hurricane. You can see that he's also got Last Breath available. So expect some more plays to come out of Badoink. The Yasuo now having an assist. Potentially next back could be the Zeal item. He looks to roam again.
Yeah, he looks towards the roaming phase because his lane is now pushed up towards Johnson. If you wanted that lane to push towards him, what could happen is Dandane could come in for a surprise knock-up, and that could allow the Yasuo to use his Last Breath, potentially get a kill onto Johnson. I mean, Johnson doesn't have his flash, still doesn't have it until now, so it does look like the next focal point. Nonetheless, Badoink, he wants to go for this roam.
I do wonder if we see Dandane make an appearance back into that mid lane or potentially go back top. Where else are we going with this game? Because, I mean, Dandane, he's got a kill under his name, but he doesn't really have the participation that Lisa has, and he doesn't have the control up in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of places that you can go. This is pretty much essentially what Badoink has been playing towards. You take a look at Dandane. Dandane has, he has ganked for his own top laner to make sure that Artiferns can get ahead in this game. Another thing that you've got to watch out for is the fact that Badoink was there for that gank as well, so really well played for them. On the other side, though, Lisa has been playing phenomenally on the map. I mean, he's been focusing on the top side, he's been focusing on the bottom side as well. He's left mid to its own demise because practically he says, we can't play against Badoink, we just assume that he's going to get ahead.
Well, and he is. I mean, he's almost 30 CS ahead. He goes back, get the Zeal, another cloak of, another dagger of agility. And he's just building up the items. Looks like he's going to go for the Ninja Tabby as well against this Renekton, this Ezreal. But really, Regicide, they have a better start, but they just still don't have the firm footing that Noxide did last game.
No, and this is really their team composition. I mean, they don't do too much until the mid-game, and even then, until the mid-game, you can only make a play once every 200 seconds because of Johnson's ultimate cooldown. So until then, that's pretty much what they're playing towards. Johnson does have his ultimate now, so if he wants to make a play around the map, it's better now than never because what it means is that you might as well put your ultimate on a cooldown, make sure that you get it up for the next play that is available, and also get a little bit of a lead for yourself.
Well, Dandane knows that Lisa's coming into his jungle. Tremor Sense, as Dandane stands still, this is a really nice play. Will spot him out now. Red buff secured by the Gragas. Badoink knows this play's going on. Yeah, Dandan, I'm not sure what's going on. He will just body slam over the wall. Good seismic shove looking for the burst. But he does take a lot of damage from that Q from Talia.
I mean, that was the wrong order. If Talia actually put out her E before she put out her W, and then the W goes over his E, then essentially what it means is Dandan would be on about a hit of health. Ayla could have potentially secured that with an ebb and flow, bouncing from Talia all the way onto the Gragas, but that's pretty much it in the middle lane. This is a 4-man collapse.
Well, teleports there. Remember, Artiferns does have the equalizer. Good enchanted Crystal Arrow. Goal! Swinging through the Regicide lineup. Will not be the play, but teleport expended by Artiferns.
It's a swing and a miss. They tried to get either Lisa or Sick, didn't get either of them, and they can just roam off to their own lanes, and that's going to be really punishing for Noxide. Because you take a look at the CS lead for the top lane right now, Sick, he's sitting on 5 more than Artiferns. What it means is that Artiferns essentially will not be unlocked on the map at any point inside this game. And also Sick has been roaming around heaps. You know, Artiferns, he has to just pretty much stay. And he's actually going for a return gank, well, which is odd.
This is interesting. He just used the ultimate and he's going to regret it as Gragas tells him, I'm buying.
I mean, that was really strange to see because essentially he tried to fight that, he ulted in, and he just wasn't in the same communication pattern as Sick over there. I mean, Sick was pushing up the lane, but he wasn't in a position to really help the fight at all.
I mean, honestly, it was just a poor ultimate, poor decision from the Regicide jungler. Now puts it back into a K gold lead. Artiferns getting these assists, I mean, he's scaling up. Like, it's a rumble, you got to remember. Yep. And so his equalizer is still going to do a lot of damage as we run into a pause, unfortunately. We'll be back with you very shortly. But the rumble in team fights is still going to be as big as ever.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially Rumble's playstyle. But until he gets his very first item in the Leandris tournament, then it's going to be really difficult for him to really have a huge impact on the map. I mean, he's going to be trying to make plays, especially around the dragon, around a lot of objectives, make sure that he gets within the team fights, but that's really all he wants to go for. Right now, he is not scaling that well. He's got the assist under his belt, but it's a little bit slow. He should realistically have his Leandris by now, and the fact that he doesn't mean he's not burning down tanks.
Now, when Noxide and Regicide versed each other in the regular split, and this was week 2, there was a problem with Noxide's lineup because they overcommitted a lot, and Lisa was capitalizing on and making some counterplays really well, which we saw in the first game when Sick was on the Maokai. We've seen this game as well. But I mean, Noxide's lineup now are really good on reactive plays as well. So it's really just a case of, I mean, if Lisa gets ahead and he can stay ahead, because at this point in time, if they're playing reactively, I'm not sure they can beat Noxide at their own game.
Yeah, and not only that, but the whole story of this game is the difference between playstyles of Noxide and Regicide. Regicide are tested and true. They've already got a whole book written on it, and they stick to every single letter going down into these games. On the other side, Noxide is react, react, react. All they want to do is they want to be able to make sure that if they have a good play, keep on doing it. If they don't, change it to a good play. So they've been managing to do it really well in the first game. They made a few shoddy calls come into this game. If they manage to adapt and change their calls such that they don't make the same ones again, could work a whole lot better for them.
And the side of Regicide need to be looking at their play style here because they need to be looking at how they can make these power plays, because we know in the past that the Baron has been a real ease for Noxide, especially in this series. Noxide have snuck 2 Barons. I mean, like, the play shouldn't have been there on the second one, but it was. They were unable to react, and Noxide just instantly take the move. And they could potentially do that again. I mean, they've got the composition that could surprise once again.
I mean, what are you necessarily calling? Third time's a charm? They can't go for a third Baron take, especially not at 20 minutes. It's going to be really hard.
You said that about the second one, Preacher, but they did it. You said that about the first one as well, but they did it.
I mean, yep, you called me out on that one. So if they decide to go for it and Regicide don't react, then it is really on Regicide's shoulders, and you got to question them. Why didn't you react in that instance? But Dandane's coming up for a gank.
Wonder if Six saw that, because Dandane goes into the brush trying to hide away.
The minion line definitely did catch him.
So, yeah, maybe Dandane just going a little bit too fast, too hard. Sick is going to back in the brush. Artiferns does have teleport available, so he can push this wave out and potentially look to back off, get that Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, if he gets that Zhonya's early on, it's going to perform really well for him. It's going to allow him to sit really comfortable into Sick, because Sick is building towards more and more Bruiser. He's going to have a lot of health. The Black Cleaver did get changed to the point where it gives more health, it gives less AD, and that actually worked towards Artifern's favor, because what it means is he's going to be doing percentage damage once he gets his Leandris. much more convenient for him.
You can see the pain of sustain in this Regicide bottom lane. I mean, Kedu already using the ultimate, otherwise would have looked for the snipe on Sombre. But John Riggy and this Ashe are really struggling in this bottom lane. I mean, that's a 30 CF discrepancies. We see the Equalizer come out top. Sick is actually getting 3-man once again, looking to find a kill. Dandain. Oh my god, double flash coming through. They do secure it, and now they look for first turret.
But that cost them 2 flashes. Sure, they got a kill, and they're going to get the first brick as well. But no, it's not actually going to be first turret, because Regicide got that down on the bottom side. So it's going to be really punishing for them come the next team fight, because Artiferns will naturally want to fight as soon as the Equalizer comes back up, but neither him nor Bedoink are going to have their flashes.
Regicide rotating around this map quite nicely right now. I mean, they're going to look for the trade-off of bottom and mid. Bedoink comes back into this lane. He's zoned away. Unfortunately, there's no minion wave from Regicide, but 4 of them rotate mid, and Bedoink is going to struggle to defend this by himself.
Yeah, but he's not by himself, because Noxide have reacted very well to this. They've already called their members up, and now is just wave clear duty, because if they can't do it fast enough, minions are going to crash, and chip damage is going to hurt.
I mean, Chana Crystal Arrow is available if they look for an engage, but wave clear just seems to be the duty right now for Noxide. Dandain has 2-1-1, has finally built his jungle item, and gone for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. So, bit of cooldown reduction coming through on this Gragas, very essential. Still waiting for Bedoink to get his first item, though.
Yeah. But here's one thing that Dandain is building towards. He's actually gone for the no damage approach, because he's gone for his early Cinderhulk. It means that he's only going to be building tank from this point onwards, and that's going to be a little bit strange for him.
If only that was Cinderhulk Breach. Actually, Runic Echoes on the Gragas.
Ah, different colors on the screen.
You're colorblind. You're done.
I can't see the difference between green and blue. I can. Just not on this.
No.
I mean, it's Decip. But he gets a little bit more burst coming out of this.
Well, as I do talk about Bedouink's items, however, he has picked up the Phantom Dancer, so going for that first item. Of course, not really changing from his build path. Would be expecting a Hex Drinker, but didn't really lose in this laning phase. Instead, still 20 CS ahead. Top lane's got the discrepancy as well with Artiferns. It is not expected after Sick did really well in this top lane after Lisa's presence. Another turret's going to go down. Artiferns now going to start proving his worth against Sick, who has to use Dominus, back away from that red carpet. Got to be careful.
And this is actually really punishing for Sick, because he's picked a lane bully. He's not played towards his advantage. And this is what happens when you take him out of his comfort zone. What he does is he tries to play towards exactly how he played before, and it doesn't really work out as well. Has this Renekton necessarily bullied out this Rumble hard enough in the early game? I'd say not enough. Because practically Artiferns is still scaling in his own right. He's died twice in the lane, but that doesn't really matter too much, because he's already got his Haunted guys and he's building towards his Zhonya's really easily. And Sick, on the other hand, just isn't performing in the middle of these teamfights.
Well, Noxide right now, they go for a Drake. It is known to Lisa, but he just has to leave it alone. Even the True Shot Barrage cannot take that one away, but the first dragon will be in Ocean. Next one coming up is Mountain. With a lot of vision control down in this bottom side, Noxide look quite fine at the moment. They are still in a discrepancy, though. They're still almost 2k gold behind. 15 minutes into the game, however, and it's still a chance to bring it back in. Bedoink sitting on a ward. The rest of Noxide just going to sit mid, look for the wave clear. Not even seeing Artiferns go to the bottom lane just yet. But he does pick up the Liandry's Torment.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for Artiferns, because like I was talking about before, the Black Cleaver gives more health, less AD. What it means is that this Liandry's is going to be burning through Sick even easier. If Sick decides to pop his ultimate earlier on in the fight as opposed to later, even more damage for the Liandry's. So Artiferns is built really smart in this lane, and Sick, for a champion who dominates early and uses that early dominance to scale into the mid game, he's not doing too well for himself.
Well, Noxide here, I mean, they have slowed the pace down. Whether that works to their advantage right now, I mean, they do have Dandain, who's got the Runic Echoes, who's got a bit of a power spike on this Gragas in the jungle. Bedoink, who's got his first item and looking to be really good at dueling. It's whether they want to go for the fight with Regicide, because we know in the past that they have played the aggressive playstyle. They have looked to start it up with John Riggy and Bedoink, like we can see here. He will use the last breath onto Lisa. Unable to get the kill, however, not doing enough damage just yet with the Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, and this split push is actually going to punish him, because Lisa can actually dive in right now. This could be dangerous.
Unburrow after the flash. Johnson comes in as well. The exhaust already used, Bedoink trying to take one out with him.
What?
The flash is there. He might actually survive.
Oh!
True Shot Barrage, and the Nami gets the kill. John Riggy has to flash out as well. Uses the Inspire, and Crystal Arrow comes through, but Bedoink only just going down.
Oh, that could have been the great escape, but a pixel made the difference between living and dying Ayla. perfectly positioned that tidal wave, just the little amount of damage that he needed, and Artiferns could actually be in trouble.
Use the equalizer to escape. Sick has used the dominance, so will be comfortable going into this turret with Artiferns on minimal health. If he stays, he could die here. Slice and Dice comes through, and a bit of misplay means that Sick gets another kill.
I mean, that's effectively how Renekton outplays Rumble. You wait until Rumble turns away, and then you W him, but it's not over in the top side.
Good body slam. Sombra is very low. Got to be careful. True Shot Barrage only got half the cooldown left remaining, so he's going to feel safe. Noxide have to give up top turret and potentially bottom as well.
Okay, so this game, Noxide is playing towards Regicid's win condition, which is not what you're meant to do if you ever want to take it to a team that went 7-0 in the regular split. You don't play towards the way that they want to play. You don't allow them to group up and push uneven lanes, because what it means is that there's no way that you can respond. Already we can see the punish coming out from Noxide, because they're sitting 2 turrets down. They're sitting so much gold down as well. It's broken the 3k barrier, which is really the sweat point. So Noxide, they should really be worried about just the sheer amount of damage coming out from Regicide. And Regicide, they're scaling very well into their win condition.
And I mean, it feels like Noxide didn't take full advantage of Bedoink's lead. You know, he had that advantage over Johnson in the mid lane. He had the CS discrepancy as well as the pressure. The kill lane wasn't there though, because Dandane played so much attention up into that top lane and at least trying to save his own jungle, that he totally bypassed Bedoink in the mid.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, because Bedoink is scaling up in its own right, is just going to be a little bit weaker than he expected, but this could be dangerous.
They know that Sick's there. They've gone onto it with a body slam. Bedoink looking for the chase. Explosive cast with the ultimate keeps him in place. Dominus is there, but really the damage
tanky.
is no follow-up. Remember that Bedoink doesn't have his first item. In comes Dominus. Slice and Dice looking for the stun. Bedoink knocked back by the seismic shove. He is potentially going to go down here. Knocked into the air, and Sick picks up the kill. Crystal Arrow keeps Ayla off the team fight, but no more. Good Aqua Prison coming through. Equalizer has jumped down, but Sick is just way too tanky. He might get taken down in the end of this fight, but in comes Lisa. Artiferns goes in for a flash. He gets a double kill. Noxide now playing off the back of this fight. Sombre trying to be the Kedu master on this Ashe, but to no avail. It is going to be a 2-for-2 with Regicide getting outplayed a little bit.
And Noxide, what were they doing so pushed up? They tried to catch Sick out. I mean, Sick popped his head out of the bush when both of them were camping in that, and then they decide to go all in. But they should already know that Dandane doesn't bring that much damage coming into Renekton, neither does Bedoink, because Renekton's already got his Ninja Tabi. That reduces pretty much all the damage coming out from Yasuo right now. So we see right here, Sick is just not taking any damage. And this is the point where you say we leave, but instead they opt to go back in. This is pretty much 2 ultimates used, still on half health. Sick, this is the point where Regicide just collapsed onto them, because Artiferns is not around. He doesn't have the equalizer to really help him out, and this is a 4v3, which just goes so south for Noxide.
I mean, so many ultimates used in the end. Regicide potentially over-chasing a little bit here. When Sombre comes in, you kind of know that's it. Artiferns does get some potential kills off the backboard of this. So, I mean, they've got to take that one away. That giving some kills to the Rumble, who's starting to do a lot of damage, is going to look pretty good.
I mean, this is a different win condition right now. Essentially, Artiferns wants to carry, not Bedoink, and rightfully so. I mean, this Rumble is pretty much the only point of magic damage with the exception of Dandane, so he will be doing the majority of the damage, and Johnson is caught.
Explosive cast comes through, Bedoink unable to follow up. However, Sombre is there. Unfortunately, Jornriggy does pick up the kill, but a kill nonetheless.
Yeah, so it's going to swing towards their favor, and also means that the mid lane is going to be dead for Regicide. What this means is that Noxide are in a prime position to do
Baron.
I mean, technically, yeah, Baron is up on the map. It has surpassed the 20-minute mark. They have been known to sneak it in the past, but Lisa is still up. He is on the Rek'Sai. Somebody who is extremely tanky, can jump into the middle of a Baron pit, wait a couple of seconds before stealing, so really should be dangerous. But oh no, he's caught!
When you see Dandane just standing there in the scuttle grab, you got to think something's up.
Well, Lisa couldn't see because he's burrowed, so that reduces his vision range.
Ah, very, very smart.
Yeah.
All right. Mountain Drake now just successfully gained by Noxide. True Shot Barrage trying to steal it forward. I guess I should say wait. Yes, okay, they do secure up the Mountain Drake. Now they look for the fight. Good tidal wave. Noxide unable to follow this one up. Regicide kind of have to peel back a bit.
Yeah, and this is just Regicide playing the way that Regicide has always played within the OCS. They're playing towards their advantages. They are roaming around really well, and more to the point, they are forcing their enemies to do the same, but a little slower. What that means is that Regicide will always have the numbers advantage, and unless Noxide do anything cheesy from this point onwards, it is only downhill.
Johnson, really good guesstimate where Dandane was sitting. That's a good Weaver's Wall as well. However, Noxide still have 3 members on this side.
Nothing comes of it.
Definitely. Look.
Oh, they re-engage.
Will come through. Great equalizer to zone off. Johnson could be the next one. Explosive cast gets 2 members with the last breath, but Doink is popping off. Dandane may go down as a response. They don't find him just yet. Instead, the counter engage. Oh my god, this Renekton up top. Someone stop Sick because he's already got a double kill. Artiferns is responding in his own way and does find him. At the end of the day, Sick gets back all of his health. Jesus, this Renekton's heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really huge Renekton right now. His ultimate practically enables him to get pretty much whatever he wants, but it's not enough for his team because Sick has not been known to be this carry player. He is sitting 6-3, which is a really awesome score, but coming in to about 30 minutes in the game, that's when he downscales. So Ayla is caught in this last team fight, and Bedoin gets a massive 2-man ultimate. That is really what swings it over for Noxide, but here's the point that you got to watch out for. Sick comes in and just murders Sombre, comes in, tries to get Bedoink as well, but it's too little too late because of the sheer mobility that Bedoink has over Sick.
I mean, he does flash over the wall, get that final kill of the team fight. Artifern sitting on the back as well, still scaling up this Rumble with his 2-item Power Trough. Has actually opted in for the Ninja Tabby as well. But Bedoink finally has Sterix Gauge, starting to do some damage. I can only guess next item is Infinity Edge.
Yeah, but the Infinity Edge is going to be punishing for him because what it means is that he's not going to be able to deal with Sick at all. Sick has got Ninja Tabi, he's also got a Dead Man's Plate. That is so much armor coming out from this guy. Put onto the fact that Bedoink doesn't have any armor penetration like the Last Whisper would naturally give him. And that puts him in a really bad position because even though he can clear the entire backline of Regicide, if they ever want a clean ace to take a Baron, if they ever want a clean ace to start pushing, Bedoink's not the man to do it.
No, Sick definitely the man to do it for Regicide though. When you look at the gold lead, it's still 2k. It's still Regicide holding on by an inch, but the gold is quite even across the map. When you look at the top laners, almost a K in Sick. At the moment, the junglers seem to have some kind of advantage as well. The big one we need to look at is Bedoink still being ahead. That's pretty big. I mean, like, he hasn't really gone into this mid-game stage successfully. His item scaling has been a little bit slower than Johnson's, but the fact that he still holds the lead is really good for this mid laner.
Yeah, it just means that they're going to have really good team fights coming into this one. But like I said, Bedoink just has to bypass Sick somehow, make sure that Dandane really uses ultimate into the bottom side. A little bit of a failed Zonya's coming in here.
He didn't want to get any damage. Or Sick is like, I'm going to go in for a dive. And Artiferns is saying, no, man, just let me farm up, which is great for the Rumble. But I mean, at this stage, you got to worry about what's going on in this lane. Here comes the ultimate already. Cheddar Cristara gets the lockdown. Kedu is going to go down because of it. Dandane almost goes down himself. Redemption going to heal him back up, and he's okay. With the red carpet laid down, Regicide can no longer engage. However, 6 on the side here. Weaver's wall comes through.
Bedoink is out.
John Riggy trying to heal up his members, but he gets stuck mid-air. Sick is now the next target, but so darn tanky here. Artiferns has to worry himself. Johnson gets a double kill. Great knock-up for Bedoink, but he doesn't re-engage. Meanwhile, they leave their AD carry to die, and it's a triple kill for Johnson.
I mean, this is really putting Regicide in a good position. They can't necessarily take the Baron, but they can get a lot of ward advantage over. They can get a lot of vision advantage over as well. And overall, what happened in that last fight was the fact that Regicide, they just wanted to take this to them, even though Kedu died in the entire engage. And they actually do go for the Baron. So this is pretty much reverse of what we saw last game.
With the whole of Regicide at a 25-minute, 26-minute Baron, we can see that Noxide have no idea this is going on, and it is going to be pretty much secured by the team. I mean, this is a great change for the first one. Like you said, gold is going to jump ahead by 5,000. Now the Baron power plays begin.
They do begin, but they begin on a really shoddy footing because they lose a turret for that Baron. It's not going to be the end of the world, and here is the fight. So a perfect arrow actually coming out from Sombre, catches Kedu, makes sure that his team can lock him down, but then it all goes south for Noxide. Take a look at their health bars even after the redemption is used. They are all so low, and Bedoink actually gets cut off by this Weaver's Wall. At this point, they pull it down, and already, even though it's down, Bedoink just cannot do anything on this backside. Exhausted out to make sure that he just cannot have any damage at all. And it is just Noxide's game for us.
Could have potentially looked for the ultimate there, but playing it a little bit safer than the rest of his team. Triple kill, and then Baron and Regicide have the back pocket pick in this Talia, working out really nice for them at this stage. Artiferns still not doing enough in these team fights, looking for him to be more of an impact. Noxide now rotate bottom to defend their turret.
Yeah, and that is a huge question mark, right? Having a Rumble who will no doubt be doing a lot with his Equalizer, not do too much in the middle of these team fights, you've got to ask yourself, where is his scaling? When's his scaling going to come along? Because he's already got his 2-item power spike. He doesn't really need any more damage at this point. He just needs to use his Equalizer in a really well-positioned manner. So right now, it's do or die. If they lose this turret, they most certainly cannot fight around the inhibitor.
I mean, Noxide here going to struggle to defend. Dragon is up, so Regicide might just peel back off and go for this next Mountain Drake. I mean, for sieging potential, it looks like they'll be happy taking the objective.
No, they go back.
No,
they want to fight.
Arrow. Regicide might be stuck in a doozy here. Good Equalizer coming through. Explosive Cast. Sick is in the middle of the fight. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. He almost gets taken down, but Doink 2 has to peel away. The Prey Seeker unable to finish it. Kedu on the Ezreal. Still looking very engaging, but backs away too.
So this could have actually been Regicide's game to win. Practically what happened was Ayla used his Tidal Wave right into Bedoink's wind wall. So the wind wall parted the waterways. You know, you can call him Moses because the water parts, and all of a sudden there's nothing going over to the side of Noxide.
But the wind wall stops it, not parts it.
Well, you know, the water didn't reach him.
Right, okay. Well, another turret going down for Regicide. As much as Moses would appreciate that, we can appreciate the 6k gold lead Regicide have developed. All these turrets down. It looks like there are no outers remaining apart from that one up in the top side. Mountain Drake going to go over to them as well. Regicide very convincing game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Potentially looking to take it to that 3rd game and make Noxide suffer in this second one.
So that is a deadly combo coming out for them right now. The Baron buff as well as the Mountain Drake, it means that they have so much pushing potential. Unfortunate for them, they didn't actually manage to break the base over at Noxide around the bottom side of the map. So that will still be something up for contest, but what they can do is they can just take a straight 5v5 because we've seen it already, twice in this game actually. Their 5v5 is just so strong in comparison to Noxide's, and even if Noxide decide to group up, Regicide will already be a 5-man unit, so there's no picking.
But it feels like Noxide's counterplay was there, you know, like counterplay to the team fight, counterplay to destroying any sort of pick potential Regicide could get. But now that the gold deficit's there, it's looking to be a very fateful game too. Noxide going to have to claw their way back in, maybe even look at what they can do different in game 3. Or look to see how they can get their picks in this second one.
Yeah, they definitely do have to be looking a little bit forward, but this game's not over. So they still have this entire game to play towards. I mean, Baron buff is now down for the side of Regicide, so Noxide have a lot of breathing room when it comes to disengaging and clearing these waves when they do get shoved on their side, but huge thing to watch out for is Sick is in the bottom lane. Does have teleport, Art of Defense is not there.
Okay, so I mean, Sick might just have free access to this bottom turret. Artifern's now matching it through. He's doing a lot of damage. Artifern's got a lot of wave clear as well with that Flame Spitter, now scaling up. He's got the Void Staff 3rd. He's going to be now matching up to this Renekton who's so big and mighty. 6, 3, and 5. 3 item. And look, he's just attacking the turret.
Yeah, Sick doesn't care. He's getting so much damage off.
Oh.
Okay, so now he's finally starting to trade. Sick knows that he can't effectively trade with Artifact. Artifact has got the armor, Artifact has got the magic penetration as well. There's just no way that this Renekton can take it to him 1v1.
I mean, he got the chip damage though, so that's very, very important.
That's all that matters.
Dan goes in with a body slam. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes forward. Bedoink trying to follow it up, but a good Aqua Prism to deny. Regicide, just come back to the lane.
Yeah, so Lisa, fancy feet, dodges it off, but look at this.
Help.
This is cut off. Weaver's Wall.
This is like old school Telstra coming through. Noxide are going to look for Ayla, has to flash away. Explosive Cast already used. Tidal Wave is there as well. They do pick up a quick kill. However, you can see the bottom lane, the turret's gone, and the inhibitor is next, with Noxide having to get something on the map or die trying.
Whoa, this is really dangerous to them. I mean, the turret's already down. They're going for the inhibitor. Sig will be able to get it.
Base is now wide open for Regicide. Noxide misplaying that one a little bit, only trading the support in that fight. I mean, it would have been so much better if they could at least take 3 members.
Yeah, I mean, just the support alone, they are actually down on gold because of the turret, but they also get an inhibitor off of this. This means that the top side of the map is unlocked. Baron is coming up in 1.5 minutes. That is really dangerous for Noxide. I mean, this is possibly the worst trade that they could have taken.
Well, I mean, where they go from here is anyone's guess. Guardian Angel now picked up on Dan, just trying to survive these fights and come through massive. You know that Bedoink now has the Infinity Edge. It looks like he could potentially be building... Could be a Banshee's Veil, could be going for, I mean, the GA coming through as a 4th item there with the Negatron Cloak.
Yep, it could most certainly be a GA. GA looks like the way to go for Bedoink. It means that he can jump into the middle of the enemy team, and rather than spend some of his time backing off, he can just do more and more damage until he finally pops his GA. So that is a really smart build for him. But one thing that I really need to highlight at the current moment is the fact that Sick got that inhibitor, did not burn a teleport. It means that if Regicide want to go for a Baron power play, once again try to sneak this Baron, Sick can just be off on his own, try to push the mid lane in. I mean, there's no turret there. He can just take that inhibitor as well, and he can just teleport to safety.
I mean, the Noxide team composition really flourishes when you look at pick potential and you look at opportunities to get one champion away. Ailu's a little bit scared. Lisa going to walk through. Tremor Sense. There's no Tremor Sense. Oh. He did see John Riggy before, so he stood still, hoping not to spill the beans. Chena Crystal Arrow coming out once again, only just missing Kedu.
Wow.
Great Arcane Shift. Bedoink unable to find the mark either. Baron up in 10 seconds, Dragon in 145. However, it is going to be the Baron that Regicide may position towards. Sombre having to heal. Johnson, for some reason, not aiming the Q in the right direction.
Wow, he played that really defensively. If Johnson went aggressive, he could have just 100-0'd Sombre, but look at this, the Baron.
Once again, Regicide going for the Baron. Bedoink is in here trying to disrupt 5 members of Noxide here as well. The response from Regicide's a little bit slow. There's the equalizer in the middle of the fight. It's hitting no one, though. In the backline, Bedoink finally gets an ultimate, but he's taken down because of it. Sick is just too big. Regicide are collapsing on this fight. It's way too late for Noxide. Sombre can't do a thing as the only person left alive. Dan Dane and Sombre, now only Dan Dane. A triple kill for the Renekton. He's going to teleport, and he's going to end the game.
That was massive coming out, and once again, Regicide playing towards their strengths. They want to bait the Baron. They baited Noxide into checking that brush. The Weaver's wall blocked off every other member from joining the fight. And Sick, this massive Renekton, 937. When did he start scaling up? Well, just then, and he scaled up in the nick of time because he wins the game for his team.
Preacher, I think he scaled up about 10 minutes ago, to be quite honest. I mean, 6-3 and 5, excuse me, down to 9-3 and 7. It is going to be a second game win for Regicide, which means we're going to game number 3. See if Noxide can claw back, and see if Regicide can do exactly what they just did.
Well, this is what happens when you allow your enemies to play to their strengths. Noxide came out firing in the very first game, but this game, they just allow Regicide to play towards the way that they wanted to play. Regicide just pretty much got their gold lead, got uneven fights towards their own advantage, and it really was Noxide's game to lose.
You know, it felt like the draft phase really went over to Regicide here. I mean, picking up that Renekton as a last pick out of anything, something that has been contested as a first pick up in the top lane for lane priority. Rumble is an earlier response. I'm not sure that in this second draft phase that Noxide really had all the potential that they had in the first.
No, definitely not. And none of these picks were particularly spicy, as it were. You know, none of them are too surprising. I mean, sure, Rumble, it does a lot of magic damage. It disperses the enemy team. But ultimately, you've played against Rumbles before. You know the entire composition. Just make sure that you catch somebody out before you do objectives. All of a sudden, objectives are much more free for you on the map. And that's exactly how Regicide played. So they drafted well. They knew their win conditions, and they played towards it. They knew that if they didn't pick anybody out, don't go for the objectives. And that's exactly what they did.
Well, now that Regicide have a recipe for success against this Noxide lineup, we can see if they can do it in game number 3. Remember, it is semi-finals. The winner of this next game will go into the OPL promotion tournament and will also go into the grand final. Do not go anywhere. You would be a fool to. 5-minute break. We'll be back. We'll be back soon. Don't go. Game number 3. You're sitting there watching the OCS thinking, how could it end like this? Well, there's only going to be one winner, and going through into the grand finals and the OPL promotion spot, we want to see who the best is. I, of course, am Hysterics. Next to me is Preacher, and we've got more games after this. We've got another best of 3 with Outlaws and Sin. However, as we get towards the end of this one, we want to look at each game individually, and we want to say, Noxide first game, unpredictable. Second game, Regicide, just straight on meta.
Yep.
Third game, what has to change?
I mean, both of these teams just have to play towards their strengths. In the second game, Noxide, they capitulated, and what they said was, you know what, we're just going to play it the way the Regicide do. And you cannot play this game towards the same strengths as the enemy because they know how to play it better, obviously.
All right, straight into the action, straight into champion select. You can see on your screen, game number 3, everything comes down to this. Do we get rid of Yasuo? Do we get rid of Artifern's Camille? Do we get rid of the Rumble? Do we get rid of 6 Renekton? So many questions.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. I think you adapt more towards the playstyle of last game, ban off the Renekton, because Sick was huge. I mean, we've never seen him on a carry this split, and all of a sudden he comes out on this Renekton, puts his whole team on his back, unkillable in the middle of the enemy team while just wrecking the backline. That's what you need to take off.
I mean, honestly, just Vladimir. Every single game, Noxide puts so much priority on this pick. They don't want it to get taken away by Johnson, assumably. It will be the Rengar as the 3rd pick. And I feel like already this is a mistake.
Yeah, it's a huge mistake because Sick now does have the Renekton unlocked, but the Vladimir is something that we do need.
They got rid of the Yasuo.
Okay, so that's a very smart thing. It means that Bedoink has to go on something like an Echo that he falls back to. It also means that Dandane won't necessarily have to combo with the Gragas. He might have to go for something else. But, like, you know, anything is open at the current moment. Evelyn is open, as we did see in the very first game. And generally, one night is not long enough for a team to really adapt to a really niche pick.
No, but a best of 3 can actually help them a lot. So they have adapted. They have looked at what needs to be banned away. You can see that Lulu comes first for Jaw and Riggy, which is a lot better playstyle, I feel, apart from that Karma. Ayla and Kedu down the bottom lane looked really good on the Ezreal combination.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge for them coming in last game. They pretty much had their own peels. Kedu just looked after himself. Ayla managed to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
It really did unlock the support in the middle of the team fights, which is huge because it means that so much utility is going towards the enemy's backline as opposed to defending your own. And that's exactly what Regicide needed. I mean, if they pick it again, that could be wow. But this is really strange.
So this is a blind pick LeBlanc. Now, in patches 7.1, 2, and 3, this would have been a fantastic blind pick. However, now it has been nerfed. So this could be a mistake again, or it could just be real confidence.
You took 120 damage off the Q. You've literally halved the bases of LeBlanc right now. Also, the scaling is down as well. It's a bit strange. I mean, LeBlanc still does have a place in the game. She no longer just 100 zeros you. What she does is she has a slight delay when she tries to assassinate you. And she also needs to get much more ahead. But yeah, this is 7.5. It is a huge nerf onto LeBlanc. So Johnson really has to deliver.
And with Sombre picking up the Caitlyn as well, very different playstyle. Remember that the Ashe is open for Regicide, normally a blue side first pick. But when they're on red, they start to prioritize different things coming through. I mean, I feel like they will go back to the Ashe, what they were strong with on Kedu. But, I mean, anything's open, really.
Yeah, anything is open. And at the end of the day, if you just want to concede the fact that you've already lost this lane just because the enemy had picked a Caitlyn, you go for the Ashe. But this is another really huge pick because we were talking about it in game number 2. Artiferns really loves his Fiora. He's played a couple of games of Fiora this season. He's done miraculously on it. I think in one of the games he even got a 16 CS advantage over his enemy laner at 10 minutes, and that's huge.
And I mean, now the Renekton's prioritized, so this is a very different draft phase, focusing up on those top laners before getting everything banned away. The Fiora-Renekton matchup is a really bloody one as well, but both junglers have pretty much just sacrificed their champion pool along with Bedouink's mid lane.
Yeah, so this is going to be really punishing for Noxide. I think what Noxide said in this draft is, okay, we're not going to get Yasuo. It really doesn't matter what Bedoink goes on from this point onwards because his main champion is off the table. I mean, he still can go for the Syndra or something like that, but going over to the same matchup that you were talking about in the top lane, this is extremely difficult for Artiferns. He is known to be a carry player, but Renekton is just hard to go into.
But I mean, if you're Noxide here, wouldn't you get rid of Kedu's Ashe? I mean, you've got that opportunity available for you. The guy can pick up the Ezreal, so maybe not as worth. but Noxide have an option to get rid of an AD carry, maybe get rid of a jungle ban as well.
I mean, it's a huge engage, right? So Ash's ultimate is always going to be a huge engage. If he goes into the Ezreal, his team naturally doesn't have that long range to go in on, so if they ban it away, it would be smarter of them, but they opt for something else.
Yeah, Lisa's Rek'Sai, which was really good at initiating in that last game. It means that the Ashe is open for Regicide. They get rid of Badoink's Zed and Echo. I can only assume that the Zed, of course, being a little bit broken in 7.5, being a little bit optimized for this mid laner.
The Ruined King.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a person like Badoink who loves going in solo wouldn't be too surprised if he could optimize that champion. However, Regicide now with the first pick, AD carry.
Yeah, it's just taking everything off the table for Badoink. But right now, yeah, we're already talking about the AD carry, and they actually don't prioritize either the Ashe or the Sivir. They want to go for a little bit more of self-sustain in Kedu, just make sure they unlock Ayla once again on the Nami, and that is huge, right? Because effectively, if you manage to go frontline as this Nami, not necessarily tank in the middle of the enemy team, but just make sure that you can get the ebb and flow off constantly between you and them, then that can be huge, and it just means that Kedu can just be off on the side doing his own thing.
Whoa, okie dokie.
Wow.
That could potentially be a Diana mid, Gragas jungler. So that is Badoink. I'm sorry, what? No, okay, so Badoink mid on the Diana.
Yep.
That is just an interesting playstyle.
It is.
All in.
Yeah, he just likes
Badoink.
to all in. This is this guy's playstyle, right? The Yasuo, the Echo, and the Diana, all of them are all in. There's one distinct difference with Diana, though. She does not have an out. There is no way that Badoink gets out once he goes in. Now, there is an upside to this, and that is the fact that if he sees Johnson go for the distortion, go back to his clone position, all he can do is he just goes all in. There's no way that there can be counter.
And of course, to round out the composition on Regicide, they decide to optimize into that old pick of the Olaf, that World's pick, making so much difference around the map. I mean, Lisa lost a lot of his comfort junglers coming through. There's been 4 targeted bans onto this jungler. I mean, pick up the Olaf.
Yeah, pick up the Olaf. I guess at this point you're reaching for sort of B-tier junglers at the current moment, but Olaf is still good in his own right. I mean, you get the speed up coming in from Nami. If you want to build a Righteous Glory, then you get to go into the enemy team as well. So all is not lost for the side of Regicide. I mean, sure, their jungler is going to be a little bit weaker in this game, but hey, Olaf still clears just fine.
I mean, very serious stuff here. Sombre even opting in for the Caitlyn against the Ezreal matchup is an interesting one. I think
we always pick blind, so.
Yeah, and I think going the Caitlyn against the Ezreal still okay when you get into that mid-range stage, because you have the Lulu at the moment, which is a really great pick. The Lulu with the Diana, I just think actually optimizes well.
It does, because a lot of Diana's damage is also coming out from a passive. You get 3 hits onto the enemy, and then the next one just does so much magic damage in an arc as well. So Lulu managing to give that attack speed over to Diana whenever she puts the shield onto her is going to be really huge, and I really do look forward to that in the mid game.
I mean, but the problem is if Diana falls behind, she falls behind hard.
Yeah, she falls behind, she cannot fight, and at that point, if you do decide to fight with the rest of your team, you can't get out. So
that's the problem with all-in champions, though, because if you do go behind, like you said, they can't fight. And they want to all-in, but then they just keep feeding.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Badoink loves these all-in champions, but if he ever falls behind, that's the risk. So the whole of Noxide run a composition that suits the mid lane, just so that he can't fall behind.
Yeah, but here's the deal, right? Diana doesn't really push that hard early on in the game. So practically what happens is LeBlanc is going to be able to shove into him. Level 2, all you need to do is distort and then use your Shadow Orb as well. All of a sudden, the waves almost cleared. I mean, like, it's not as strong as 7.4, for instance, 7.3, but you still will get a lot of the wave down, and that actually does open up a lot of leeway for Dandane to come into the mid lane and to really gank that LeBlanc.
And now I guess because there's a delay on going back to that distortion, that Dyna will have an easier time. However, the wave clear that's going to come through early from the LeBlanc is still going to be quite scary, and the roam potential as well. I mean, Badoink has that at level 6. Curious to see if he goes in for something maybe like Swiftness or Mobies, or I mean, Dyna's done worse.
Yep.
You know, different boots.
Just use your bases, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Use your bases, get a lot of movement speed. Yeah, he can opt to go into either the bottom lane or the top lane. I mean, normally we don't talk about mid laners roaming towards the top side, but right now, especially in the early game, both of these 2 top laners will be looking to build a lot of damage early on. So yeah, anything is on the table.
I mean, the carry potential of Artiphones, he's had a really good series so far, and he has stepped up in Game 1. Game 2 was an advantage for him, however, just falling behind because Sick got so out of control. It's a little bit scary that we see the Renekton go back over to Sick. I mean, like, you know, this champion was so great on him. 9, 3, and 5 at the end of the day. You can't let that happen again.
Yeah, I mean, it was really... I mean, last game, it was all right because going into the draft phase, we've never seen Sick on Renekton, so it's a brand new pick. We're like, hands in the air. This could either go really well or this could go shockingly for him. It goes really well for him. Coming into the third game, this is a best of 3, so you have more and more time to adapt to the enemy. The fact that you don't ban out the Renekton, that is really strange coming out for Noxide, because what it means is that you opt to go for the Fiora, the Renekton is still up, you pretty much just counterpicked yourself.
Yeah, hopefully the pressure doesn't get to Noxide again this game, however, and going into the best of 3 format. These guys have practiced in scrims, however, when you get on the stage, doesn't matter if you're at home or you're live in the OPL studio, I mean, it's still pressure. And although these guys aren't OPL just yet, I mean, they're close, they can taste it, they can smell it, it's just one step away, one game away, in fact, in challenging that spot. Noxide, unpredictable, we know. With Regicide coming through is such a standard composition. Now things have been thrown into the air. Now that we're into the last game here, we're going to see who can make the best power play, because that one big play has always dictated the games.
I mean, going back to what you just said, unknown factor coming in for Noxide. Diana mid. Never seen before. We've never seen Bedoink go for the Diana mid.
Yep.
Admittedly, it goes towards his playstyle, which is just, I want to dive into the enemy team, I want to 100-0 them, and coincidentally enough, it's a melee champion as well, but beyond that, we just have no idea how it's going to go. I can only hope that it does well as the other ones. I mean, it's not too different from Echo, apart from the fact that you can't get out of sticky situations, but yeah, that's really the only downside of Diana, the fact that she can't. But what is traded over is even more damage.
It would be a really sad story if, again, the second time around, Bedoink and Dandane get into the semifinals only to be knocked out. I mean, their morale has got to be high this time around because they've taken it to the third game. Let's see who reigns supreme. I said it at the start, Noxide versus Regicide, the OCS semifinals. Next game takes it, and it's all in the hands of this top lane. You cannot go past Bedoink, however. Sick carried hard last game, and you have to watch out.
Yeah, and it really will be up to Dandane to unlock the top side of the map for his team, because both of these solo laners have been known to carry in their own rights. If Bedoink ever goes badly inside his own lane, then Artiferns really steps up. But neither of these two lanes particularly win by themselves, so Dandane will really have to go and pressure both of these sides. A huge thing that you also got to note is the fact that Sick has been renowned to be a roamer. Even before he gets level 6, he simply hard shoves the wave, which Renekton does have the capability to do with his Meek, and then just simply walk around the map and make sure that he can really assert his pressure on other parts of the map, especially somebody like Bedoink who can't escape. So that's going to be really dangerous for them. As soon as Sick decides to push up, Artiferns needs to communicate.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if Sick's on a tank or on a carry top laner, he still loves to be a part of his team across that map. Noxide here have been playing the more aggressive playstyle. Didn't work out for them last game, as you saw. So it will be a Raptor start coming through here. Regicide trying to be a pest. Ayla actually going to try and contest this with Johnson here.
Yeah, so this is going to be really devastating coming over for Noxide. Naturally, what this means is that there's going to be a lot of poke over, but John Riggy...
1v1 support!
It's supportal combat!
Whop him in the face.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the extent of what's going to do it. The most they can have against each other is simply moving over a little bit of gold because of the Spell Thief's Edge, but that's really all they have.
It's worth, though, Jimmy. I mean, John Riggy stepping up, just walking into Dandane's jungle to give him a bit of a hand. It's a good proc of the Vital so far.
Wow.
I mean, we have seen Fiora's win against the Renekton lane, however. I mean, there is true damage there. There is a bit of percentage health. He's going to go for it again.
It's not a winning lane, so the fact that Fioras can win in the OCS really does speak to maybe the Renektons not stepping up in their own role.
Well, Jimmy, it's only level 1. What are you going to do as a level 1 Renekton? Press Q, hope it hits.
I mean, that's what Fiora's doing. She only has one ability as well.
Yeah, but she's versatile.
In terms of movement, maybe. Yeah, but she could also go for the riposte here. So if Renekton decides to get his W, then it could prove really fatal for him.
Definitely a skill matchup in this top lane, however. We know Artiferns has been flourishing on these carries. Sick only just stepping into the role. Things are looking pretty good for Bedoink mid, however, as Johnson takes a bit of extra damage. Bedoink hits 3 first. Going to get his shields procced and then walk back away. Actually, an early back coming through from Bedoink. May just be opting in for boots or the double Dorans.
Yeah, I mean, either of them are extremely good going into LeBlanc. The double Dorans is preferred just because Diana's mana costs are a little bit too high, but actually no. She opts to go for more scaling, more on her potions as well, and also safety in the war.
Dark Seal picked up. So that's an interesting one from Bedoink. If he gets ahead, which he normally does in the early game, it's going to opt in quite nicely as well. This bottom lane, is still very scary. I mean, Kedu and Ayla, probably the better out of the two, probably the more aggressive. And over this tournament, we have seen a lot of flourishing from Kedu as an AD carry. Whereas Sombre and John Riggy have only just sort of stepped up to the role.
Yeah, they have. And look, we were really speaking to the advantage that Noxide had in bringing in John Riggy over to their roster, but at the current moment, they really do have to step up, because if we're going to be talking about proficiency in playing as a duo, then you really cannot go past Kedu and Ayla. They have been a really dominant bot lane.
Yeah, but Ayla actually just had to expend his flash before, as you saw with Dan Dayan. Tried to force him out of the bottom lane. Top lane, Vital's unable to be procced here by Artiferns. Will try and trade a lot of the damage back, but has teleport available, so probably just going to back off. Look for either double Dorans or look for a longsword just to start things off.
Yep, the long sword should be a nice scale, but no, he actually goes for the double Dorans. I mean, sure, it gives you a little bit more regeneration when it comes to lifesteal, but that's pretty much all that he's banking on, because if he can't get that lifesteal coming into Sick, he should have natural sustain popping his vitals anyway. He's not going to have a good time in this lane.
But Doing actually, interesting
Johnson?
flash from Johnson, almost gets the proc. Lisa has ghosted in on the side, misses his meat cleaver, goes back to his butchery. Is he going to go back to stringing sausages? Yeah,
and this is also really difficult to play here, because if Johnson decides to stop this back, if he decides to disrupt it, which he really shouldn't, by the way, regardless of whether Dan Dane was there or not, then could be in for a lot of trouble.
But Dan Dane is there near the Raptor camp, potentially if Johnson tries to go in. Has Ignite available. But you know that Dan Dane is level 4 and full health. Takes a turret shot. This is a mistake. Body slam, flash in, and Badoink gets the kill.
Wow. So this is what we were talking about, the advantage that Dan Dane has. There's a huge delay on going back to your clone, and once you go back to your clone, you don't have another one. You don't get to mimic it. He's certainly not level 6. There was no escape coming out for Johnson. He just dies.
I wonder what the statistic is on Badoink getting first blood. We might see second blood coming down to the bottom lane very shortly. Sombre and John Riggy going on the offensive, but the sustain going to keep Ayla healthy. We see the Noxide lineup getting first blood has gotten them ahead by 1k gold, and it's a good, interesting start. However, we turn our eyes back to the top lane. Artiferns unable to get 6 just yet. It'll be an interesting level 6 skill matchup up in this top lane.
Yeah, it is, but Lisa comes in for a gank.
Okay, so now he sends some damage over Artiferns' way, unable to follow it up. Lisa doesn't have Ghost available, so doesn't opt in for the chase.
Yeah, and already Noxide's top side of the map is being pressured off. So there was no realistic way that Lisa was going to get a kill there, even though he does commit into it. What it says is he just wants to get Sick ahead, and he's doing it so excellently because both these top laners have burned their teleport. Artiferns has to go back to make sure that he regens health, goes back for the double longsword as well. So he's building into the Tiamat, which is a very slow build, a very slow scaling build as well. And Sick is just going to have so much of an experience and gold advantage by not going back.
I mean, Sick does actually have double longsword as well, so potentially could be a bit slower on this build path. You see people like Badoink in the mid lane, though, ready to roam up with Dan Dane as usual. These guys are thick and thin. I mean, I've never seen a jungler in a mid matchup be so close and so active around this map before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, both of these two junglers and also mid laners respectively really do love to roam, really do love to put a lot of pressure around the map, so really props to them. And this could not have been a more exciting matchup because this is exactly their playstyle.
Well, Badoink especially, though. We've got to look at his 1-0 start. He has gone for the Negatron Cloak. And looks to be going into maybe just an Abyssal Scepter to start things off. Sick will spot Dan Dane out here with some good deep vision. Dan Dane a bit ahead of the 8-ball right now. Lisa's tried to make some ganks top, potentially spent too much time up there, given over some CS discrepancy to Dan Dane, who on the Gragas probably has a slower clear than the Olaf.
Yeah, there was no pressure going over to Lisa to really pull off a lot of ganks. I mean, the only times that you do have a lot of pressure going over is if the enemy jungler is something like a Nidalee, something that clears extremely fast ganks and are a bit lackluster because they just outscale you, but there just is no pressure. So Lisa, even though he hasn't managed to pull off a lot of these ganks, half of his camps are still sitting there ready for him to take.
Game has slowed down. However, as I say that, the Grand Challenge already been used. Dominus there as well. Looking for the lunge. Dan Dane's there for the defensive play. Well played indeed. Artiferns. We're going to get some lifesteal back from the ward.
Oh, Sick wants this.
Goes in, misses everything from Johnson's side, but Doink has joined the party as well. It's just a big fluff from everyone.
I mean, that was actually really smart of Johnson. His trigonometry is on point. He knows how to do this, but Sick might be caught.
Sick joins in, Ignite onto Badoink, explosive cast. Badoink may not go down here. No, actually survives. You got to say it's the Dark Seal with the potion that made him survive.
Yeah, I mean, the Dark Seal most certainly does just give you a little bit of extra sustain when it comes to potions. So, you know what? I'll give it to you this time, Asterix. It was the Dark Seal.
All right. Definitely right this time around, I think. But one surviving Badoink means that Johnson doesn't get the most impactful kill for him right now. However, does go back to lane safely and gets a 15 CS advantage. You can see it's really the biggest discrepancy of the map right now. Badoink does have the kill, however, so the gold is going to be quite neck and neck. It's going to catch up after this wave, though. You can see the difference is actually 200 gold in Badoink's favor. So a really early start to this Noxide lineup. We want to see more blood, however, because that's how Noxide would like it. And that's how they can move their way into the OPL promotion tournament. Second time's a charm for Badoink and Dandane, who have already come through this competition once before, the end of last year, with different lineups in Academy. Now hoping to do it with Noxide.
Yeah, but you're speaking of second time round, and you're glossing over the fact that Sick is also inside this tournament. Now, we're talking about Badoink and Dandane not making it into the OPL promotion tournament. Who's the person who won it all the way through and promoted their team? It was Sick, this guy who has been playing tanks non-stop throughout the entire OCS. He's finally on a Renekton. First time he played Renekton, we had a lot of question marks, performed really well. Now, this time round, not banned away, really dangerous to go into.
Well, Lisa hasn't been that proactive anymore. I mean, he has spent a lot of time topside trying to define Artifern's lane. He's going for a bit of invade as well, so he's successfully getting quite a lot of control in this topside jungle. However, there is going to be a control wall that spots him out. After Lisa takes a Gromp, he's going to walk past it, probably spot it, go into Wolves as well, and see if Dandane can make a reactive play.
Yeah, so the fact that he didn't actually check that brush is going to be really punishing for him. It means that Noxide will know that Olaf is there, and he actually wants to go for something at the top side.
Artifern's a little bit slippery.
Nice.
Great riposte coming through. And, oh.
Nice clone.
A clone!
I mean, at that point, a LeBlanc coming in from the other side, you really just shouldn't fear it. I mean, there's not much to it.
I mean, Dandane's response on the bottom side of the map is to go for the in-lane gank, but will be spotted out by Ayla and Kedu. We're still playing this lane quite nicely. I mean, they have fallen a little bit behind in CS, but the Lulu lane right now seems to be the strongest and the most proactive down in that bottom lane. So it's quite even and neck.
Yeah, Lulu's numbers are just too high at the current moment. Her buffs have been huge. You put some more attack speed onto a carry who really does depend on having attacks come out rapidly in order to stack up their passive, and Sombre is just really comfortable in this matchup.
Artifern's now looking for the damage. Actually has it. Surprised he didn't go for the Grand Challenge, but remember, Dominus is available as well. A lot of counterplay to that Renekton top. But then again, Dandane coming up.
Lisa's here.
Maybe saving it. Could be a 2-on-2. Lisa goes into the topside jungle. They don't know where Dandane is.
Yeah, they have no idea Dandane's here, and already this could be really punishing. Really awkward rotation from Regicide. Looked kind of forced when Lisa came in through the tri-bush, and all in all, they managed to back out safely. That could have gone a different way if Dandane was a little bit quicker.
Well, I mean, it was okay with just Artifern's up in that top lane, but 12 minutes in, and only the first blood getting spilt for Noxide. I mean, there hasn't been too much control around this mid lane, but Doink struggling a little bit now that Johnson has found, you know, that Negatron cloak going into the boots as well, the tier 2. It seems like the LeBlanc pick still as strong as ever. Well, not as strong as ever.
No.
But it's still good.
I mean, it's working just fine.
It's like leftovers.
Yeah, once you get this LeBlanc pickup, you're kind of happy with it. You say, you know what, it's not my best, but I'd rather get this than starve. So, yeah, he's doing really well on it. And already you can see that Johnson's proficiency on this champion is carrying him through this at the OCS level. That's pretty much all you need. So nerves don't hit you as hard as they do at professional play. You know, each number doesn't matter so much. But when it comes to halving your damage, it's sort of important.
Oh, but Doink is actually going to get jumped on here. Well timed. The Ignite comes through. He might just go down. And Johnson is unable to get taken down as well. So that was just a bit misplay.
Yeah, I mean, but Doink thought that he had enough burst damage coming out with Dandane as well. But once you get to about 10% HP and an Ignite ticking down on you, that's usually a cue to escape.
Well, Lunar Rush was a bit too slow coming
ambitious.
through. Yeah, look, Dandane has to try and defend the mid turret by himself, which Regicide are pretty capable of pushing this lane. Drawn Reggie has joined the mid lane as well. But Lisa, he's content. He's going to go for it. They're going to try and wave clear the best they can. Noxide losing that kill is everything because now Regicide find themselves up in gold.
Yeah, and that is the pushing point, right? Because in the very first game, when Noxide won against Regicide, they were in the lead in terms of gold all the way throughout the game. As soon as the gold lead swung towards Regicide in game number 2, it never went back. So this is the turning point. If Noxide can actually make really proactive plays and pull it back in their favor right now, then there is a good chance that they can win. But it's easier said than done.
So, I mean, positioning for this comp from Noxide, it feels like you can run a 1-3-1 again, which is what they're well known for. But, I mean, at this stage, I'm kind of wondering if they can. A flash has to come through. There's the Mimic with a double chain. Olaf's here looking for the second kill. He can't find Johnson. Luna Rush used twice. Dan Dane is the trade-off. But here comes Ayla. Good Aqua Prison. Lisa's jumped back in. Doesn't pick up the undertow. John Riggy's joined as well.
And all round, that was pretty much Regicide leading the dance over there and Noxide frantically trying to pull it back. I mean, luckily for them, they were a little bit slow in the rotations, but they come around anyway. If it was even slower than that, if John Riggy wasn't there, then Dan Dane could just be a dead man. It could have been a 2v1, so really well played.
I mean, John Riggy is looking for these rotational plays, trying to help out this mid lane, but a little bit too slow. Only coming when Dan Dane's really into the fight. Noxide trying to bounce off of Regicide's plays, but really not finding the mark in this game 3.
No, they're not, and they really need to start making proactiveness. I mean, we're taking a look around the top and middle side of the map. You've got two really strong mid-game champions. I mean, Diana and Fiora, they both do a lot of damage come the 2 item power spikes that they get respectively. You've also got the facilitator in John Riggy and Dan Dane. The only person who's waiting until late game is Sombre. So until then, you can fight a lot, just leave Sombre out in the side lane, and that is where Noxide can win. If they don't play towards that, then it could be a lot more punishing.
And because of that good deep vision, I mean, this sets up the mid game. They know exactly the rotations of Dan Dane right now. Lisa able to counter jungle if he so pleases. But both blue buffs going over to the mid laners. 15 minutes in, Preacher, and the story is still this. Unexpected plays from Noxide. We want to see them. We want to see what can happen here because Johnson, as you can see, forcing the wild growth, making the unexpected play himself. Might be caught out here. Great ace in the hole. Will go through. John Riggy trying to clean up the kill, but Kedu has picked up an unexpected kill on Sombre. Johnson gets out as well.
That was just a 1v1. I mean, Kedu sees his advantage. Sombre is channeling the ace in the hole. Caitlyn can't actually do anything while she is doing that. So Kedu just wails on him.
I mean, he's got Manamune now, and he's got the Cull as well, which will go back, cash, change into potentially the Trinity Force, which has been a really popular build right now. Noxide just on the back foot here as we see the 1v1.
Okay, so this is how it went down. I guess Sombre just goes up to channel his ultimate, doesn't watch Kedu.
Stop it.
That was it. That was really the end of the story. I mean, at the point of when he was still walking up and Kedu was already ordering him, should have just stopped.
I mean, Sombre knew that he arcane shift over the wall.
Yeah.
Again, just on the back foot, really. Noxide, this third game, not looking as strong as their first. The second, at least they looked a little bit better in this early game, but they're just getting counterplayed massively here. Johnson going to get the chain, going to get the extra damage. Abyssal Scepter picked up for both these mid laners. Second item is going to be key. And Noxide need something on the map right now because they're falling behind. 2k gold deficit. Dragon hasn't even been looked at here because it is a Cloud Drake to start things off. Regicide have full control of these rivers.
Yeah, and that's really punishing for Noxide because it means that Dan Dane can't get his solo laners ahead. And if Dan Dane cannot pull this one back, then it's going to be really devastating for both of these guys. I mean, top is not unlocked. Mid is not unlocked. That is what your win condition is. The fact that Regicide can push this just by running down the lanes alone is just, frankly, unacceptable because it means that Noxide can... It's going to be really hard to find a way back.
Tidal Wave, Wild Growth comes through. Badonka's joined the fight. Could be good for Noxide. However, Johnson's still alive, looking for the assassination. Dan Dane picks up the kill passively. John Riggy almost goes down, but it is a 1-for-0 and defending the turret.
Yeah, so right now, Noxide's going to have an extremely hard time. I mean, sure,
get him.
There's going to be a lot of trap stepping. Yeah, and it's just healed up straight away by Ayla. I mean, this is really difficult to siege as far as turrets go. Sombre is in a real big power trough right now. Not a lot of damage, not a lot of wave clear. Waiting until the 2 attack speed item. It's going to be really punishing.
Also that, and I mean, Kedu is, he's got Look, he's got the Stinger. It is going to be the Trinity Force. He's got the Manamune. He's got the Ninja Tabby as well. Sombre hasn't got his first item. Like, he's gone for a mixer. He's got the Zeal. He's got the recurve bow, so Renan's Hurricane probably going to come out next.
He's going into the Renan's.
Slower power spike coming through for this Caitlyn. However, the mid game could potentially be a lot better. Sombre not having the best game 3 in comparison to what you saw in the rest. But Noxide, at least they get a kill. I mean, this is good for them. They've minimalized it to a 1k gold lead, a gold deficit, sorry. And they've swapped lanes.
Yeah, so it's just going to be the other way around, and Dandane wants in.
Oh, if you're buying, I'm in, says Dandane. Explosive cast, but there's no Yasuo on the map, so it's all for naught. Sick is fed, but not as fed as last game. Grand challenge gets a massive ultimate coming through. Sick is going to go down first, and there's the healing that they needed. Regicide get a kill off the bat, but it's already a 2-for-1. Regicide have to back away. Noxide, do they go back in is the question. The go still ticking for Lisa. Misses Jaunt Riggy. LeBlanc goes in for the chain. It's going to land on Dandane. The burst is there. Lisa has a vital proc, does not want to go near Artifern, so it is going to be the 2-for-1 with Regicide losing a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, they just overstepped their mark, and Noxide, that was extremely good reactionary play. They just kited it all the way back to the point where they could, and then all of a sudden, that excellent play. I mean, pretty much what happened was both Bedoink and Dandane were camping out on the top side of the lane, so Sick teleports in, has no idea that he's about to be 5-man collapse, and no matter how tanky you are as a Renekton, 5 people hitting you, you're going to fall down in the early game.
Well, surprise Baron now alive, if anyone didn't guess. It's been a massive series of just early game Barons, at least before the 30-minute mark. Noxide don't really have the option in this game to take it. However, they have gotten closer to that gold gap with now a minimalistic 600 gold. They've done well to bring it back to Regicide. Potentially their team composition looking to maybe start that 1-3-1.
Yeah, so even though the gold deficit isn't that high for Noxide, one of the things that you really do have to pay attention to is the fact that most of the gold is concentrated on Regicide to the side of Kedu. So Kedu is massive in this lane. You also put him on the fact that he's got Ninja Tabi. So Ezreal is a huge Ninja Tabi abuser. He can use that item really effectively for himself, and he just does not take damage from a Caitlyn, from a Fiora, even from Diana's passive. You know, it just doesn't work towards their favor.
I mean, fantastic item Ninja Tabi at the moment, really, when you look at the team composition from Noxide. You can see the gold lead is going way towards Artiferns, who should have massively lost to this Renekton. You said so yourself that the matchup wasn't in favor. Starting to think that Kedu is so far ahead. I mean, that gold lead was huge. He's got an extra item on the Caitlyn. You see it again. That is a 1.1k gold lead purely through farm and those 2 kills, as well as that solo lane pressure. I mean, he's providing so much in terms of ultimate.
And he's got his power spike right now. He's got a Trinity Force, and it's going to work in his favor.
Dandane not really tanky. Good Aqua Prison coming through, looking for the proc. Wild Growth is there. Explosive cast. Ultimate to snipe, and Dandane goes down.
So that is Kidu just using his power spike. He says, you know what? I got my Trinity Force. I'm just going to use my ultimate. And it takes down Dandane without too much reprieve. A 5v4 down the mid lane means that naturally this turret cedes towards Regicide.
Good tidal wave trying to zone off so that Regicide can get this mid lane turret, open up the map. They already got the first turret on the map.
Ghost.
Sick has used Dominus. Jaunt Riggy may be caught out here. Johnson over the wall with the chains ultimate, and he picks up yet another kill. Regicide capitalizing well, going for the second turret. Sombre and Kedu go for the 1v1, but you cannot 1v1 him at the moment. Bedoink for the trade.
Yeah, so Bedoink manages to pick that off on the side, but yeah, it was really questionable why Sombre was actually going for the 1v1 onto Kedu. Kedu is in his power spike, Caitlyn is in a power trough. It just does not work well in her favor. So right now, Sombre is just going to go back to the drawing board, going to say, you know what, need a few more items, and after that, maybe he can take it.
Well, Artifern's left to clean up the scraps down in this bottom lane. Has got that Ravenous Hydra. Looks like he's building towards what the Fioras in OCS are now famous for, the Trinity Force second item. Been heavily optimized in the OPL as well. We like the way this Fiora is going. Artifern's potential carry right now because Bedoink is not ramping up. You can see in this mid lane, might be going down again, looking for the second proc. He's going to get locked down. Aqua Prison, way too much CC. Bedoink trying to survive, but Ayla picks up the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that sneaky ebb and flow for the execute down onto Bedoink, and Bedoink once again standing way too far ahead. This is what we were talking about in Champion Select. Diana has so much damage when she goes in for the trade, but she has no escape at all, and when she gets caught out by Ayla and also Johnson, 2 champions with huge lockdown capabilities, no way you can get out.
Now, the problem right now is also Kedu. I mean, this guy has been a proficient Ashe. We now see that he's a great Ezreal as well. Artiferns has joined mid, actually left the side lanes, but Regicide, really hard sieging composition we can see. Sick also going to get a turret. The gold is just spreading out.
And you know that you're in a punished position when Fiora has to join her team before the 30-minute mark, when she cannot split push against the Renekton. She is really not in her element. When you're using the Ravenous to wave clear, it just means your team is just so far behind.
Well, Regicide going to pick up the first dragon of the game, going to be Cloud. Second one going to rinse and repeat, with Regicide potentially going back here or going into that bottom lane. Noxide forced to defend, lose all their vision control, and lose part of their jungle as well. Dande not having the best time right now. Just not going too well for Noxide. They're a very aggressive team, and when they can't play aggressively, they tend to fall behind.
You definitely said it. It's not working inside their favor. They have one small reprieve, and that is the ward that is available on the top side jungle of Regicide. So they will be able to see when people move towards the Baron area, but that's really all they have. It is now expired. It means that they are walking blind. With a Baron up right now, this is punishing.
Even the ward control inside that topside jungle is quite disgusting. Regicide have full control. Dante not even stepping foot in that jungle right now. John Riggy is pretty much the line of defense as well. 0-1 and 3, he's had a good early game. However, it's just like Sombre hasn't gotten off the ground just yet. Infinity Edge is so close, but just still not doing enough damage. When you compare it to Kedu, who is onto the Blade of the Ruined King, his third item, 4 kills on this Ezreal. Not acceptable right now for Noxide.
It's not, and Ezreal's going to be able to reach the Blade of the Ruined King long before Sombre gets to his 3-item power spike, which is realistically where he shines. He needs a Phantom Dancer as well as that Infinity Edge. He's finally picked up the IE, but he's still pretty much half an item behind Kedu. So all in all, there is just no way that Sombre's going to be able to output even anywhere near as much damage as Kedu will be able to.
I mean, they put Kedu up in a solo lane. Like, that's how big he is right now. You said that Bedoink was going to go match him, but he unable to do so because Lisa just sitting in the side of this jungle waiting for an opportunity.
Yep, he wants to fight it, but it might be a little bit of a fight.
No, actually, ultimate coming through. Preacher, settle down. Simmer down, mate.
All right.
Just sit over there.
All right.
Just wait for the fight. We'll get there.
I'm waiting.
Not as bloody as the first couple of games, though.
It's definitely not.
Because, look, Regicide here, you know, they don't seem as controlled, a little bit more pressured in this second game, unable to really get the big power play, whereas Noxide are trying to hold off, obviously just not in their capacity to play aggressively in this game.
No, it's not. And Noxide right now, they are really falling behind because they are effectively allowing Regicide to play towards their win condition once more, and that is early to mid-game dominance. You know, there is just no way that they can really fight against this one, and already Artiferns, he's on the wrong side.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's going to have to pop the Grand Challenge soon, does use it. There's the redemption to come through. Might get all procs to the Grand Challenge, finds it, flashes away, uses the heal, but Doink there. Counterplay is huge from Noxide. Kedu over the wall. He now brings him in. Good wild growth. Tidal wave to stun up. It gets Bedoink. Aqua Prison's there as well. Flash, body slam. In comes Artiferns once again. Lisa goes down. Noxide, big power play. It is 2 members, but it puts them back into the game.
Wow, that is huge. And Bedoink lives with a sliver of health, but he's on a ward.
All right.
Okay.
We're a little bit scared. We're back.
It's not over yet.
Kedu chasing in. Gets the buff from the Nami passive. Good glitter lance, however. Means that Noxide looking for the disengage. Johnson's coming in. Who does he get? He gets no one. And they're still going to get out. No. Mystic shot. Aqua Prison. Johnson off the side. Distortion. Looking for Artiferns. He ignites there. Someone heal him. Shield. Help.
Shield.
Okay.
No.
Maybe didn't have it. All right. So now the counter plays come through. Sombre's picked up a kill. Looking for Kedu. Looking for more. Johnson there to protect. Dante, and remember, he's not too tanky against this LeBlanc. Goes a little bit too far forward. Good body slam.
Breaks the chains.
Johnson turns into a squirrel, thinks about life, walks away. So it is still going to be the great play from Noxide. I mean, not too much traded off by Regicide. Big mistakes.
Yeah, they actually managed to make that pretty much even. They've evened out the score, but they have not evened out the gold. 3K difference between Noxide and Regicide right now. They are still sitting in the danger zone, so they need to do a little bit more good work, but that is a good start for them.
I mean, it is the underdog story coming through with Noxide being in the 4th seed. No one expected them to get this far. No one expected Regicide to really lose a game. So for Noxide to take it to Game 3, or at least take the first game away from Regicide, was a massive surprise. So if they can bring this back, if they can play that underdog story and play the aggressive decisions and the counterplay just like that, mind you, but we did not see that coming either. Unexpected plays, it's the name of Noxide. Potentially unexpected getting caught, That's another thing.
Yeah, that is another thing. They won't, but Bedoink
Goes a little bit too
buddy.
deep, tries to engage, trying to make something off of it, but nothing in the end. Will get taken down, and plays like that go a little bit too far.
So we really don't want to rag on about players in this current competition, but 3, 5, and 5, Bedoink has been caught out pretty much every single time that he's died, and right now it's really starting to get punishing. In the early game, it's just a little bit of scaling, but right now, it is a Baron.
Bedoink's not up for 30 seconds. Even when he returns, he doesn't have teleport. You can see Artiferns does, but Noxide may lose Dan Dane before the fight's even begun. Great redemption, distortion to follow up, the chain is there, explosive cast gets him off, and that is essentially a free Baron for Regicide.
Yeah, but the side of Noxide pick up 2 turrets, and Artiferns, he's going for a 3rd. If he manages to get this, it's more or less even for themselves.
But the problem is Johnson's already coming. He may get this turret, but is he going to escape with his life? Might have to pop the Grand Challenge, uses it onto Johnson. He doesn't back away. He's taken a bit of damage already. John Riggy backs off. Sick is going to look for the chase. Might get the double stack on minions. Artiferns doesn't actually go down to that. Parries it. Grand Challenge, remember, already used. Maybe a little bit too ambitious. Johnson will get the kill.
I mean, he used the Grand Challenge just to get the movement speed. So long as Johnson is within the radius of Grand Challenge, Artiferns is moving a little bit quicker. So he was running away with that ultimate, but at the end of the day, being a little bit too delayed, not using it to its maximum efficiency, he does die for it. So 3 turrets going over to Noxide, but now here's the counter push.
But we can definitely see the win condition in Noxide being Artiferns on that Fiora top lane. Already taken down 2 turrets, but Regicide decide to go mid. Now Johnson over the wall into Dan Dane will get bursted down. Too much damage to deal with, but look at this Caitlyn now starting to scale up. Ace in the hole, blocked by Ayla. Very good job. Regicide continues to siege, but Doink on the top side opens up the map a little bit more.
So Noxide are actually doing a really good job of pretty much just trading over objectives here or there. It's not so much a game of chess as it is a game of checkers right now. They're pretty much just trading this for that, taking 1 turret, giving 1 turret away as well. And that's actually going really well for Noxide. I mean, the only real difference is, of course, the Baron. That was 300 gold going over to all of the members of Regicide. But still, Noxide, they don't get the worst case scenario.
Well, Regicide going to be picking up a double Cloud Drake here, uncontested by Noxide. Really not getting the pick of the Dragons. The next one is going to be Elder, and that is a pretty sad Elder. I mean, like, I've seen an Elder of one Infernal Drake before, but double Cloud is like, okay, we get 60 movement speed. Yay.
Hey, man, that's a lot of movement
on an
speed.
Olaf, yeah, but like, has he built the Righteous Glory? That's the question.
No,
the answer is no.
But if he manages to stay outside of combat, get all the way inside the enemy team before he gets into combat with the 60 movement speed, he's got a Randuin's. Slow him down. The only other way that you work as Olaf is you either speed yourself up or you slow them down.
Well, I guess he's definitely doing the slowing down portion. Regicide right now with the Baron buff, they're sitting Johnson in the bottom side, but they've also got a bit of backup as Sick is hiding in the brush. You can see that Regicide is still rotating around this map, trying to force pressure from Noxide, trying to force them out as well. But Doink has got his 3-item spike, and when I say that, I mean that hopefully this next item makes a big difference. Void Staff, burst potential.
Looks like a Zonya's coming out for him. I mean, it's only a cloth armor, but it is the only thing that builds him too.
I definitely agree with that, and I think right now he needs the defensive items. Lisa has just gone about the backside. Yep, that's a LeBlanc for you into the mid-game stage. Sombre gets bursted down, and this Baron buff is making short work of Noxide's base.
I mean, Johnson is so proficient on this LeBlanc. This LeBlanc pretty much had all of her bases halved in every single manner, but still Johnson is managing to make plays left, right, and center. 7, 3, and 4. He is sitting so massive.
Well, Noxide struggling to defend here. You can see the damage that comes out of Kedu. Look at that. 2 Qs coming through. Those Mystic shots are doing amazing bits of damage. Artiferns now has to challenge himself, but this mid-turret is going to go down. Regicide may have found Dan Dane. Bit of extra damage, but the inhibitor's going to go down. They may have to just give this one up.
The fact that this base is broken pretty much means that there's no return for Noxide right now. I mean, Regicide have played this before, but the 1v1.
Grand challenge. That means that Johnson is taken down. This could be huge for Noxide if they choose to engage mid. Send Artiferns back. And that is the LeBlanc down. A flash comes through from Kedu. Noxide successfully defend the rest of their base.
Yeah, they get a little bit of breathing room. So we can reset the map and we can take a look at it for what it is right now. One of the inhibitors has been broken on the side of Noxide. That will mean that minions are pummeling down the middle lane. That isn't necessarily a terrible thing if you leave Sombre over there. Because what it means is that the minions are always going to be going towards the base. There's going to be more CS for Noxide if they can keep this advantage. Provided that Sombre can catch all of this farm, he actually will be scaling up really fine. He's already got his Phantom Dancer, he's already got his Last Whisper, which no doubt should either be building towards either an LDR or Mortal Reminder, maybe even the LDR just because of the Renekton and also because of the Olaf running at them at full speed. But other than that, you know, this team isn't looking the worst situation right now. Noxide, early game, they weren't making any plays at all. We thought that this was pretty much just Regicide going to walk over them. They've actually taken quite a bit back for themselves.
I mean, Sombre here, like you said, is scaling up, looking for that next item on the board, has actually picked up the Null Magic Mantle. So potentially looking for maybe a Hexdrinker to finish off, maybe a Mercurial Scimitar.
Either of those two.
But Baron's up in 2 more minutes, and Regicide still have full access to the map. This is a problem right now. A 7k gold lead. They've got double cloud, so they've got a lot of mobility. They've got so many more turrets as well, and you can see that Regicide have access to this base still. They're going to play it off. They're going to take all of the jungle and deny from Noxide. The double TP comp potentially not being fully utilized here by Noxide. They can't run a 1-3-1. They can't really run the split pushing pressure. And Artifern's really the only hope at the moment. He's got 3 items. He's got a lot of sustain. And if he's loose in these team fights, could be the hope for Regicide.
Yeah, I mean, but Doink just did not use his teleport at all coming into this game. He used it once at the start so he could get a quick cheeky back, get ring as well, and also a quick control ward just so he could stay safe in his lane, also get a little bit of extra regeneration, but that's pretty much all he used it for. Using an entire summoner spell for a level 3 cheese is simply put not worth it. He could have taken Ignite, he could have taken Exhaust, but the teleport did not work for his team. And
it is a little bit of a sad story for Noxide here. I mean, they have fought hard to get into the semi-finals. Like we said, underdog story coming in at 4th seed, but potentially in this final game where it matters if they don't get through here. Just going down to the 1st seed, going down to the top dogs who maybe play that macro play a lot better, or at least the micro in lanes, you know, a very vast improvement on how Badoink went.
And already we can start to see Regicide playing towards their win condition, because right now they are just denying everything away from Noxide. They're going into their jungle, they're taking every single camp away, and you can see that reflected in the gold lead that they currently have over Noxide. They had a little bit under 5k when they pushed in, and now they've nearly increased it to 6.5k. So that is massive going over for them, and they also have Baron control.
Well, Baron is going to be started up by Regicide. Means that Noxide know this is going on. They may try to take Johnson out in the process. But Doink gets Aqua Prison. Johnson may come in here. Tidal Wave goes onto Jorn. Riggy sick onto Artiferns. Denied, however. Redemption going to come through. They stop up Johnson. He gets low. He's going to have to be a Redemption. Dan Dane gets sent up into the heavens, but he's going to survive. The rest of Noxide have to back away. This has gone to a back team
Look
fight.
At Sick.
Sick is just crushing this fight. I feel like Regicide are way too far ahead. Dan Dane is going to get Aqua Prison. Missed time, but it doesn't matter. Kedu picks up the kill. It's now a 3v5 with everything on the line.
Yeah, I mean, there are only 3 people alive for Noxide. To their strengths, they are the wave-clearing trio, but into a 5-man unit of Regicide, there's no way that they can stop the Baron. Dan Dane is dead for another half minute. If Regicide go for the Baron, they get it, they could just win the game from there.
Noxide going to have trouble defending this one with a Baron buff. They either have to step out and get a kill, or just run for their lives. Sombre finally doing damage, but potentially a little bit too late. Baron's going to be started, and there is absolutely no stealing potential that we can see from Noxide.
Yeah, so this Baron's going to go really easily over to Regicide. They can go back, they can top themselves up, and then that's really going to be the signal for the final fight.
9k gold deficit, 37 minutes in, getting to that late game power trough. There is so much damage denial, and a very identical build coming through from Sick and Lisa. Black Cleaver, Randuin's Omen. Fair enough.
Yep.
Double denial. I mean, like, that's Sombre for you, you know?
It's a good item path. It means that you get a lot of cooldown. It means that you get a lot of tankiness as well, especially going into Sombre, somebody who's going to crit a lot with 3 crit items. Just means that you reduce a lot of damage.
Lisa's really tanky right now as well. Going to take 0 damage coming through. Sombre just trying to get some poke off. Noxide being very ambitious, stepping outside their base here.
They actually go for the Elder Drake. They want to get this before they win the game.
Could be bursted. I mean, Dan Dane looking for the steal. Tidal Wave's going to come through, knocks no one up. Sombre kiting around that as well. Sick very big once again in this fight. Grand Challenge goes onto him. There is the GA pop. Dante bursted down, however. Regicide just cleaning up this fight. Sick trying to get out of this fight.
But on the wrong side.
Regicide are getting destroyed in this backline.
Wow.
Artiferns is big. This is massive. They may just take down, but Doink gets out as well.
Wow.
And they get the Elder Drake.
This is insane. This could be a reverse. Hysterics. I mean, I'm not going to call it right now, but at the very least, they defend.
Sombre, I feel like, is a real win condition here. And Artiferns as well, of course. Like, he's got his 3 items. He's building towards his 4th. He can't die. He got the grand challenge, and then he just went to go proc all the vitals. 3 members down. Let's have a look at this one again.
Okay, so they don't take a lot of damage because Drake doesn't scale the same way that Baron does. It doesn't give you a debuff. They're just burning it down regularly. Dan Dane is the person who's threatening right here, and they want to get all the way into the backside. So what happens is they go for the fight, and then Badoink is on the backside, really distracting all the pieces of damage for Regicide, being a nuisance as much as he possibly can. Gives Sombre just free reign to auto-attack, as well as Artiferns as well.
A lot of mixed priority there. Couldn't really see Badoink coming in, but then just went for it anyway. They clean up the Elder Drake. They now have an opportunity. However, it's only the burn damage that they've got to work with. They slow this pace of game, and we are getting to the later parts of the game, so the gold lead may not matter as much anymore.
No, it doesn't, and already when we hit a 6 item for everybody in the game, the late game most definitely goes over to Noxide. You've got a Fiora who's going to be doing true damage percentage into the enemy team with her vitals. You've got a Caitlyn, who is arguably the best late game carry in the entire game. You've got a Lulu to support that. And you even got an Assassin on Badoink just for good measure. I mean, this team comp does not look bad by any stretch of the imagination for Noxide. If Regicide want to take a straight 5v5, could be deadly.
I'm going to see what they're going to do here because Johnson is doing so much damage. I mean, Badoink hasn't really found his scaling just yet. 4 items finally with the Zhonyas. Sombre is a problem right now for Regicide, however. I mean, Kedu is doing damage, but you got to look at the Caitlyn. You got to look at how she's going in relation to that other 80 carry. She sits there untouched. It's going to be really scary for Regicide.
Caitlyn's Caitlyn's 6 item power spike is much more stronger than Ezreal, so that's going to be what's going for them. But right now, Regicide, they're forcing something, but
they find the flank. Badoink goes onto Kedu there. Tidal Wave goes through. It disrupts. Badoink has to press Zhonya's. Sick is on the back line here. Redemption trying to heal up, but Regicide still have so much damage. Noxide may have pulled the gun way too early on this fight. Regicide trying to clean up, but on the back line, look at him. He's still alive. That's Artiferns I'm talking about. Sombre goes in, aggressive, but destroyed by Johnson. Almost the power play. They live, however, a 2-for-1. Regicide can't clean this fight up yet.
That was way too aggressive by Sombre. He goes all the way into the front line for his team and right into Regicide's waiting hands. All of a sudden, Regicide think, you know what? A late game Caitlyn walking in, this could be the end of the game.
I mean, the question is, can they defend this? Artiferns is big. Looking for the
2
vitals.
man.
There's the flash coming through. Looking for Kedu. Might find it here. Does get the GA pop. Artiferns, sorry, no, Kedu doesn't have a GA. Grand challenge, but Johnson bursts him down. Now there's no damage coming through, but Doink up in 6. Double kill already on the Lulu support. Sick is not taking any damage from Dandane. He might go down as well. He does get popped, but there's a GA there waiting.
Yeah, and Badoink is up right now. He might want to clean this.
Whoa, geez, this is very balls to the wall, if I dare say. Johnson very low, has to back away from this fight, but the base is well and truly broken. Noxide going to continue to defend. This is so close. Noxide, they don't want to go down without a fight. Regicide, they can taste the promotion spot, but they just can't get there yet.
Not only that, but take a look at where Regicide is standing. 2 inhibitors down. Third one is exposed on the top side. They can just go back, they can reset, they can wait 10 seconds for Kedu to come up, and then they can 5-man once again. I mean, if you group around the top side with a Baron spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds, it doesn't matter whether you get that inhibitor or not. You are in prime position.
Well, but Doink, moving on to his last item now, actually picks up the needlessly large rod, so a lot of flat AP going to come through. You can see that Sombre has gone for the Maw of Malmortius, so getting a bit of magic resist, getting a bit of unexpected save from Johnson there. he is staying alive in these fights, so this is still a massive win condition.
Yeah, but the downside to that is the fact that he had to delay his last Whisper upgrade. He's finally got it right now. The LDR is going to be massive.
But he's full build.
Yeah, he's full build. So he's going to be going up to Sick and also Lisa with that. That was his downside before. He just simply was not touching either the Renekton or the Olaf. Now he will be able to. I mean, that was the real game changer in last fight. I think that if he had the LDR instead of the Moramal Mortius, the Hex Drinker was good enough. They could have just kept it.
Well, Ace in the hole used just in case.
It gives a 5-second refund, so it's back up already.
50 seconds until this Baron will be the third Baron of the game, with Regicide unable to close. Feels like a bit of a classic OCS game, but this is a little bit different. Noxide playing to their strengths, going for the massive team fights. Dandane finally getting a little bit more tanky. You can see that
teleport cancelled. Artifence doesn't have TP.
So he might have to come back into this fight. Sick knows this is true as well, but he doesn't have teleport. So both big summoners down. But Doink has it, but hasn't really used it this game. Johnson's now mid. This is close. They're looking for the close.
Yeah, they're definitely looking towards it. I mean, they got 2 inhibitors down, so these minions will be barreling towards the base off their own volition. Regicide don't necessarily have to push it in towards them. And they are in prime position once again for the third Baron.
I mean, Johnson's still doing so much damage. Regicide going to sit around this Baron, even start it up. But this time, I mean, Noxide, do they have the opportunity to take it away?
Take a look at Dandane. He's nowhere near this Baron. It's already at half health. He just cannot contest this.
They're going to play it safe. They're going to keep farming up. This Baron doesn't mean the end. I mean, there's so much teamfight potential. Regicide have to play it right. Third Baron secured, over to Regicide. Still a big gold lead. However, we've gotten to that point where pretty much everyone is building their last item. It's closing the gap that Noxide need to do. Regicide just need to finish before this Fiora and this Caitlyn pull their bag of tricks out.
Yeah, that's going to be their major break point, right? Because at this moment, everybody is getting their last item. Noxide are a little bit behind. Both Bedoink and Dandane are nowhere near that. Artifence is also sitting on a Spectre's Cowl. But man, once we get to 6 items, it is the most volatile part of the game because it doesn't matter who has got the advantages beforehand. Whoever wins that one team fight will be the victors.
Amazing that we've said Noxide's forefront of the team was Bedoink and Dandane, both of them not really holding the game right now. Instead, it's Artiferns and Sombre who we're relying on. In comes the engage here, looking for the final wombo.
Kedu.
They find Kedu, he has to flash away. Grand challenge, Bedoink off the side, gets a 3-man pull-in. Redemption's there as well. They whop him up. One person's already down. Regicide still cleaning up,
the heal.
Sombre is still alive, but unfortunately, it's a double kill already. Trying to kite it out. Sombre's locked down. It is going to be the end for Noxide here. Regicide holding on, taking it to 46 minutes. And this is your first team going into the OPL promotion tournament.
Regicide were just way too tanky. Nobody on the side of Noxide could have ripped through them. And they take this really slow 3-game series.
Well, I've got to give it to Noxide there. They held on, they looked for the fight, but unfortunately Regicide too far ahead. Looks like they had it, but Johnson on LeBlanc looked to be one of those picks that was unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc completely nerfed out of oblivion on this patch, and all of a sudden, what does Johnson do? Comes up to his specialty, says, okay, LeBlanc's not a priority band anymore, picks it up for himself, gets that early lead, and just still assassinates people.
I mean, again, wasn't the Yasuo, but the Diana was an interesting pick. Didn't step up to the name. Potentially didn't have that scaling either, which was a big problem for Noxide. End of the day, we have to look at how Dandane and Bedoink performed. Not up to our expectations, not like game number 1, but it still was Artiferns, best of 3 series he's had of his life.
Yeah, I mean, Artiferns has really performed well, so he should not be upset with his performance. At the end there, Fiora trying to rip through the entire enemy team while tanking them up. You get one of two things. You can't really do both, and he was overreaching for his team, essentially. He was trying to overcompensate for the lack of tankiness and also lack of damage coming in, and it just didn't work out. But he still performed well.
A big congratulations to our top-tier team, that is Regicide, for going through to the grand finals. Our next best of 3 series is going to be Outlaws versus Sin Academy. So if it is as bloody as that one, you know you're going to be back. A 5-minute break. We'll see you soon. You're back with us here at the OCS. I am Hysterics, and Preacher is next to me in a world where there's a lot of blood in games.
Ooh.
Now, let's move on because the next one is really big. Who's going to be joining Regicide in that grand final? It's Outlaws versus Sin Academy in this next best of 3. Now, these guys have faced off recently, and it was a very close game. A game of throws, we dare say, but a game nonetheless. Outlaws coming into this, I mean, they do look like to be the stronger team. However, they do have a sub coming into the mid lane.
They do, most certainly. So Chaz from Alpha Sydney has actually moved over here. Rysand, who was on the previous roster, had other commitments, so unfortunately he cannot join us. But Chaz is as good a mid laner as any. I mean, you're practically substituting in a mid laner who likes to play Syndra for a mid laner who likes to play Orianna. So that's pretty much the playstyle they've traded along.
And all honesty, I mean, the two mid laners here, you've got to put them up against each other. QB and Chaz both play amazing Orianna.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be the contested pick in this mid lane that kind of dictates these games. Sin Academy, their top laner Raven, we've thought is a lot better on carries rather than tanks. It has been the change up between these two teams that we've been so invested in. Now that we come into the second best of 3 series of the night, our big question is, who is going to get the Orianna?
I mean, that's the real big question, right? Or she could well be banned away by either of these two sides. If they do decide to do that, then what it means is they simply don't want it to be a contested pick. They want something else to really come up above them, and that's really the playstyle that they're going towards.
Fiora gets taken away as well, something that we know has been contested throughout the night. Ivan away from Scam Diggity. That's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, that one's huge, right? We've already seen Scam Diggity. He performs so well in the Ivan. I dare say he even carries on it, a champion who is more of a supporty role, so this guy really knows it back to front. I also wanted to say that Scam Diggity is, by statistics, the best jungler in the OCS just because he has an 80% kill participation.
And another sub coming through as well for Sin Academy. They had Yuzuki last week. Before that, they were, tossing and turning. Now we've got Aryu down in that bottom lane. Curious to see there's 2 big subs coming through for both teams. I mean, now more than ever, it could just ruin the synergy, or it could just be like this wonder pick that they've pulled out of nowhere.
I mean, as far as it goes, the bot lane synergy between Sprintama and Aryu will be tested much more than the mid lane jungle synergy between Scam and Chaz. Scam is a really good jungler in his own right. He can pretty much play into any sort of laners, so it really will be up to Aryu to step up to the plate.
And Shen on Little Cop is something we liked as well. I mean, it's something that we don't think he should... Yeah, or potentially it's better than something like a Nordler, something like the Maokai. Yeah. The Shen is pretty standard.
I mean, yeah, especially Little Cop Shen has actually been performing really well. We've seen him already on some carries in the top lane. Didn't perform anywhere as good as he did on the tank, so really glad that he's going back towards that direction.
And now tonight, I mean, the priority shifts over to Caitlyn. We were talking about this before the cast, that Caitlyn now has jumped back into priority in the meta because lethality comes back, but Caitlyn never really changed.
I mean, Caitlyn doesn't go lethality. Caitlyn still goes for the BF sword into the 2 attack speed items, and that is really her power spike. So Caitlyn is always stuck by in the meta. Now you take a look over on the other side, no ADC can really contest her, so that is exactly why. They just want a winning bot lane. Interesting
that Chaz hasn't picked up the Orianna. I mean, we have said that the priority would be on the Orianna, maybe shifting away, knowing that QB would do the same. The Vladimir, one that was constantly banned out by Noxide, now picked up by QB.
So I've actually planned a little spiel about the Vladimir, about why he was banned every single time in the very first series, and that is because Vladimir is simply a really strong champion. I believe that he is the crux of most Chinese teams in the LPL because he is just this monster who, if you allow him to get to his 3-item power spike 35 minutes into the game, he just wins. That is just guaranteed on his side.
I mean, the question is, if you're going to start playing by the LPL standards going international, then you start going Kled, you start going, the weird top laners as well. Gangplank getting banned away. I mean, that might open things up with the Lucian taken away by Sin Academy. No AD carry yet picked up by Outlaws.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little strange. I mean, Outlaws aren't really looking towards their ADC right now. Rain is extremely versatile. I know that he's been planning to play Cogmore at least once inside this series, so that is not banned away. It was banned away from him once, and here is another really fun statistic coming out for Rain. He has had the most target bans in the OCS. 11 champions actually banned away from him throughout the tournament.
And Tarek banned to finish off for Aryu, so...
Wow, okay.
No Tarek coming through.
Dazzling.
Rain has the most versatile champion pool, and it would be a big surprise if he didn't pick up something like his Draven Vayne. I mean, like, he's got so much available that to ban away Lucian doesn't really affect him.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. I mean, Lucian is extremely strong with Blade the Ruined King, so in general, Lucian's a good champion, but anything is available. And the fact that Sin Academy do not pick up the Tristana right now, they were hovering it, means that they want to pick it up last. Tristana is a nice little counter towards Cogmore because she also gets more range.
But I mean, you got a Caitlyn, so what Tristana
no, that was
mid?
my bad. That was my bad.
Or Tristana top,
I
Preacher.
done goofed.
No,
it's been a long night so far.
It has not, you're lying. It is going to be the Ezreal coming through for Reign, so I like that pick. I mean, something that goes back to the meta right now on 7.5. Picking up something so stable like the Ezreal against the Caitlyn seemed to work last game.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, Ezreal does hold his own ground in the bottom lane just because of the fact that he can poke Caitlyn out as well. The Mystic Shot is about 350 more range than Caitlyn's auto attack, so you can always trade with her in that right. Other than that, it just means that you're sitting really comfortable farming up and making sure that he doesn't poke you.
Well, I mean, Raven doesn't have the Fiora available, doesn't go for the Nautilus, instead just picks up the Trundle. So it's going to be the carry Bruiser up in that top lane. We'll have a very interesting comp from Sin Academy. I mean, it looks like, again, they can run a 1-4, and it looks like they definitely want to rely on Raven in the side lane. Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty much what they want to play towards, and it actually looks really deadly for Outlaws, because right now, Sin Academy, they've drafted pretty well, especially the Trundle in the top lane. If they're ever going to be 1v1ing on the split side, sure, you could say that Shen has a stand united to get into teamfights more than just a teleport, but Trundle does have a pillar which can stop the stand united, so either way you spin it, it's got to be one of them denied away from Little Cop, and that's actually quite punishing.
Look, really big team fighting comp from Sin Academy, I feel, at this point in time. The Vladimir just starts everything. But when you look at Chaz, I mean, Chaz is playing the Syndra, going for potentially the Ignite lane, which is quite interesting, rather than going for the Ghost against the Vladimir. Denies the healing, of course.
Yeah, it denies the healing. That's pretty much what you're going for. The Grievous Wounds are going to be massive coming out from this one, but Chaz is role-playing because what he needs is he wants to be the burst coming out for his team. He cannot simply sit on comfort and say, you know what, my Orianna is something that I much rather prefer. So
okay, so you pick up the Rek'Sai if you scam Diggity. I mean, similar playstyle to Ivan, do you think? Or is it something we totally neglect and just say he's going to play for the team again?
He's going to definitely play for the team. I mean, we saw Rek'Sai played throughout the last series between Noxide and Regicide, so the way that Rek'Sai works is he denies away the enemy from invading his own side, and he can also pick out a lot of people with his tremor senses. That is the way that he is playing towards. Ivan is much more support. So, you know, Rek'Sai is not going to be that support that they need, but he will be that hard engaged who can dive in, who can get that knock up for them.
And I mean, Rek'Sai has really easy pathing. We know that. And because Rek'Sai has easy pathing, we feel like Scam has always made his team revolve around him. And where Scam goes, Outlaws kind of go as well. So he used to always focus mid, just like the similarities of Noxide. Now that Chaz is in mid instead of Rysand, I'm curious as to whether he will continue to focus mid.
I mean, he's gone on the Rek'Sai, which is a lot more tanky than either of his other two alternatives early game anyway. So Ivan is not tanky early game. He also loves his Rengar, Lee Sin, Graves, and also Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
All of them are extremely squishy as well because they just want to assassinate people. This Rek'Sai actually opens up the bottom side of the map. So if he wants to gank the bot lane, that could be really available for him. And that double knockup potential for him could just well secure some kills early on.
And it looks like the Outlaws composition that they've drafted here isn't really able to come back from a deficit because we know that Scam, as the Ivan player, has always revolved around coming back from a deficit and bringing his team back into the highlight there. So Outlaws, in the past couple of weeks, haven't really been managing to bring back that game. I guess now they're kind of playing towards their strength and just saying, we don't want to fall into the deficit to begin with.
No, yeah, of course. And if Rek'Sai manages to actually get this lead, which he can because he can spot out the enemy jungle, invade the enemy jungle and get some of those camps as well for himself and counter gank, that he can set his team up for such a good position because while he can play from a little bit of a deficit, if he doesn't get into it in the first place, he's sitting much more comfortable.
Definitely. And people that can play from a deficit like the Trundle, potentially, you know, getting ahead early is always great, but falling behind as a Trundle...
Not a problem,
Not a big problem,
yeah,
right?
your enemy gets tanky, you get tanky, so who really cares?
So in the end of the day, I mean, Outlaws don't really know what to do in that top lane because Little Cop, his laning phase isn't his strength here.
No, I mean, he just plays towards the team fight. He waits until the 20-minute mark to really get online. And even then, he's not split pushing by fighting. He's split pushing because of his stand united. But like I said before, Trundle does have a pillar that can stop it. Now, I really want to see the mind games when it comes to the teleports coming in for this one. I mean, if the pillar stops the stand united, and then Trundle starts to teleport, the Shadow Dash can cancel that as well. So it could go either way.
Now, the other lane we have to look at, Preacher, is this bottom lane, because Rain and Willaris are potentially one of the better bottom lanes in this competition. Since bottom lane, now that you got Aryu and Spren Starmer there, Spren was fantastic when the lethality meta was around. When the Varus was in top priority pick,
he was possibly the best ADC.
Exactly right. I mean, like, this guy's positioning in team fights as the Varus was fantastic. Now that we've opted away from that, I'm curious as to whether they can uphold to this Rain-Willaris combination.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about the best ADC anymore. We're talking about the most consistent, because that's what matters in a best of 3. And if we're going to be talking about consistency in the ADC role, you cannot go past Rain. Regardless of whether his team wins or loses, gets ahead, gets behind, Rain is always doing massive work. He doesn't get caught out. He has massive CS advantages. He has massive KDAs as well. You know, this guy just goes off no matter what he's playing.
I mean, the thing is, Rain, this is why they have banned away the Lucian, however, because in the last game, in the last matchup, we saw that Praelis went in, Sin Academy versus Outlaws. Praelis went in for a Baron steal, and then the cleanup by the Lucian, by Rain, got him a quadra kill. Got stolen by Scam Diggity on the Ivan.
A little bit disappointing.
On the Ivan. Like, how does an Ivan steal away the pentakill?
Auto's so OP.
What, 30 damage?
Yep.
After all the reduction.
Bloom.
But after all of that, I mean, Rain cleaned it up, and it's his ability to, again, run around in these team fights, but also his ability to kind of counter-engage. And that's what I want to ask here is the fact, you know, Praelis not on the Kha'Zix. He's gone into the Graves, which is another comfort style.
Yep.
And I am a little bit worried about his team fight and his shot calling as well.
Yeah, I mean, it clears faster. It ganks a little bit strange compared to the Kha'Zix, but that's what he has to play towards.
Well, Sin Academy, they don't want it to end like the other best of one that they played the other week. Praelis on the Graves, pushing forward with one of his comforts. So Vladimir making the debut tonight as well. Will Outlaws take this best of 3 series, move themselves up, and versus Regicide in the grand final? We've already had an epic best of 3 tonight. Let's not disappoint. Game 1, Outlaws versus Sin. Hit me up.
And already we're getting into something of a spicy pickup, because you take a look at the build path for QB right now. He's actually opted to go for a Dark Seal first. So actually very nice ward deny there. But anyway, the
10
Dark
gold, Preacher. He wins. Scam Diggity just got
big.
10 gold.
One CS, 100%, you know, he's got everything on his team. But right now, we're going to take a look at QB. We're going to focus on his build. So he has massive healing coming out from his 3 cookies that he has right now, amplified by that. Medjai's is naturally a build for Vladimir, because he gets so tanky to the point where you sort of have to have something to make your enemy focus you. Medjai's is something that makes the enemy focus you, but you just do not die come late parts of the game. So all in all, it's one of the most optimal starts for him.
Well, you can see a cheeky little Q coming through onto Rain. Scam Diggity will be starting Raptors, as is the theme for tonight. However, Praelis looks to be starting Red. So very interesting that everyone's now opting into Raptors. I mean, same spawn time, a little bit of a different pathing, but all in all, it does get them that early level 2 advantage.
Yep. It gets you that level 2 before you even take out the big camp. So what that means is you can then go for the big part of the Raptors and then go to any other part beyond that point. It also means you can get a leash from your mid laner, something that obviously Praelis opted not to go for because Graves just clears so fast in its own right. And now the 2 jungles are finally going to get started.
Interesting that he goes for, normally see with the Graves in this 7.5 patch, go straight to the Raptors, go to the red, but this pathing seems to be more efficient for Praelis to start things off. QB normally playing the Orianna, Chaz as well. Both of these guys have put their foot down and said, we're not going into your meta hysterics. We're just going to play our own thing. Now, Vladimir, let's see why it's such a contested pick.
Yeah, well, we just have to wait until 3 items. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it until later parts of the game. If he gets some kills, it might get sped up to half an hour. But other than that, 35 minutes is really the point that you're looking at.
I have to wait 35 minutes to ask whether is Vladimir a good pick.
Yeah. I mean, you wait 35 minutes to see.
Have you seen Faker on Vladimir? Have you seen it? He gets
Are you talking about this patch?
No. It's like ages ago. 15 minutes in. Yeah. Gets like Proto Belt, gets like 3 AP items.
Well, it's not this patch, I don't really care.
Okay. Well, still Vladimir, and it's still a big problem that potentially Outlaws have to deal with right now. Rain is going to be picking up that Ezreal. Praelis going for the early game onto Chaz. Thunderlords is there. QB pops the ghost, flash over the wall. He will get Scatter the Weak. And it's an essential trade coming through.
Yeah, so that's a really good trade coming through right now. Praelis came in and actually burned the flash away coming in. All of a sudden, QB, all he had to do was get a ghost, 180 seconds. That's got to be up in no time at all. And Sin Academy, pretty much they're playing towards their win condition. They just want to make sure that Vladimir doesn't lose this one. And so far as he can do that, they just scale up.
I'm concerned about the Ignite in lane as well, Preacher. I mean, if they get into the position, can deny away a lot of that healing and get that first blood. With already a 200 gold lead, Sin Academy in a nice position to start off with. Just getting small CS advantages across the map. Rain will find a bit of extra damage on RU.
Wow, that's a lot.
Aqua Prism would have found the kill as well.
Would have.
So Outlaws, like we said, this bottom lane is really good. Quite reactive, as you can see there. Sin Academy trying to play a little bit off the backside here.
Yeah, they are trying to do that. I mean, pretty much Sin Academy right now, all they need is to not lose the early game. They need to make sure that they can scale up. And right now, Outlaws, it's their game to win. They need to make sure that they can get a lead. If they don't get a 3k gold lead, then they're not sitting in a terrible position. But yeah, right now, the trading going on in the bottom lane.
Who knew bot lanes could be this exciting? Mendrix would.
No, he plays top.
Oh, he does indeed.
Yeah.
Rain is actually getting bullied a little bit. There will be more sustain coming through, so just have to wait for Willaris to get the mana back. That's all he can do for now. Sprenstarmer, Aryu now sitting a little bit more comfortable. Warlord's Bloodlust. You can see Scam has come through. Remember that Chaz has Ignite available if he chooses to use it. Will get the orb, doesn't get the Ignite. QB lives on.
And QB is actually going to be healing up a lot, not only from his transfusion, but also from the fact that he's got pots and also a Dark Seal. So that's actually going to be sustaining him much bigger than you would expect. And all in all, it's not as punishing for Sin Academy as it first looked.
Okay, so looking at this team composition, it to me speaks out that Rain is going to be a massive part in these team fights. Chaz as well, but I mean, QB and Chaz going to be doing their own thing. Of course, Caitlyn takes longer to ramp up at this mid-game stage. Rain on the Ezreal could potentially be this big skirmisher.
Yeah, and that's really strange because when you're going for the late game, especially with a Caitlyn and a Vladimir, you need at least one winning lane. What did they opt to do? They went for the Trundle? Yeah, sure. Trundle wins into a Shen, but Trundle is not a winning lane because he takes his own time to scale as well. So that's going to be a little bit punishing going over for Sin Academy. It means that junglers cannot be assisted by their laners as easily as first imagined. And overall, it really will be up to these junglers to make a huge impact on the map because realistically, the lane has come.
You can see Praelis there was looking for an invitation into the enemy jungle, has actually fallen behind a little bit because of it. Backs away, finding himself behind in CS right now, however. So that's a big thing. To go into the enemy's jungle and not able to find anything works to Scam Diggity's advantage, and he didn't even know it.
Yeah, I mean, it works towards it really well because it takes so much time for you to walk into their jungle, walk out of their jungle as well, and by that time, you've already taken so many camps, you might have set up ganks as well, so all in all, invades are definitely not worth it if you do not take camps.
I mean, that bully out mid has cost QB quite a bit of farm here with Chaz pulling forward. Goes back, buys a double Dorans, gets the amplifying tome as well. Refillable potion, an interesting buy, however, it will match the sustain that QB's been given.
Yeah, I mean, QB just has so much sustain, so that's pretty much what Chaz is playing towards. Chaz definitely needs an advantage right now. He doesn't need a match, but Willaris is in a lot of trouble.
Flash, good flash from Sprenstarmer. Last hit was there, but the net doesn't connect. Good exhaust. Rain receives the same, but that is a triple summoner down bot.
Yeah, 3 down for the side of Outlaws. They are the people who need to make proactive plays to get the early game lead. The fact that they had to be put on the back foot by that trade is really detrimental.
Well, they've got to be careful now because Aryu's pushing himself forward. Very aggressive from this first man OCS, I should say, because this guy has just debuted his performance and a really good start to the laning phase. See if that continues throughout the game for Sin Academy, however, because their weakness before has been in the macro plays. You can see if he can work together with Raven.
Yeah, this bot lane is really back and forth, and already the one comment that I have to talk about this is the fact that the junglers have not visited the bottom lane. Now, both of these lanes are extremely volatile. You've already seen how low RU got taken early game. You just saw how low Willaris got taken. If either of the two junglers were here to reciprocate a gank, then it could have gone pear-shaped for the other team.
I mean, there are a couple of summoners on Sin Academy, but still an option for Scam Diggity. He's going to go for the invade, but there's no Praelis is there. Now he does. Gets in with a Prey Seeker. Going to start up the blue or just walk away. I mean, that is mind games at its peak right there.
I mean, he's cancelled the blue and just got reset. That's actually really punishing for Praelis.
But end of the day, I mean, Scam Diggity, who gets blue first? Does Scam Diggity get back to his jungle before blue? Yeah, he does actually. So that's... Yep. let's call that hashtag worth, hashtag mind games.
It is mind games. It's essentially setting Praelis back. It's saying, okay, Praelis, you scale a little bit better than I do. How am I going to stop that? Well, you can't get gold.
Yeah, you stay in silver.
I mean, essentially, when you get a losing jungle matchup, and it sounds really bad to say, but your whole job is to make the other jungler as useless as you are.
Right. Great. So everything's negative coming through here. You will actually see Sin Academy going to the trade down bottom as well. QB goes in, flashes Ghost, uses the Hemo Plague, will actually follow with the flash. There is the pillar coming through, will slow Chaz down. Scout of the week will Helen, but that is a good stand. United a little bit too far away. Little Cop going to have to go in. Finds the Shadow Dash. Scam Diggity has to flash away. Tidal Wave. Raven's been ignited on the back foot. He does go down to first blood. The rest of Outlaws are looking for the engage. Little Cop early damage on Shen is disgusting. QB will have to run away. Grasp of the Undying to add. Flash from RU coming through. Good Aqua Prison to disengage. Outlaws, they do find the first blood, however.
It was only one kill, but still, nonetheless, that was a fight that Sin Academy should not have taken. They should have looked at their decision chart and said, is it 20 minutes? No, don't fight. That is pretty much how they should have done it. Instead, they opt to fight and they lose out on it.
Well, Outlaws will be happy with that first blood going straight over to Chaz as we have a look at this one again.
Yeah, so QB flashes in, and he actually wants to take this all the way down to Chaz. Watch this stand United, because it is really delayed. It is in potentially a wrong position that could have done much better if it was on Scam Diggity. But nonetheless, Little Cop comes in and the massive combo comes out for Outlaws right here because the Ignite was on Trundle. He was just walking around a sitting duck. If he walked into the lane, he could have probably got a heal from his passive.
Yeah, huge unleashed power there, even forcing a flash from RU at the end of that fight. Outlaws now find themselves ahead once again. It's going to be looking like a 2k gold lead. The Outlaws securing themselves up for this first dragon. Remember, it is a Mountain Drake, so early ward coverage is best. Sin Academy still looking happy down bottom lane, so you're going to do something about this Caitlyn and this Karma first of all.
Yeah, I mean, if Sin Academy are looking happy in any of their lanes respectively, then they are winning, because that is their win condition. They pretty much just need to scale, make sure they get to their 3-item power spike, and all of them are doing so really comfortably, because you've got Scam Diggity, somebody who's always going to be the Guardian, who's going to be looking over all 3 of these lanes, and if you can make sure they don't get behind, it actually works really well for them.
It's a very deep control ward to start things off. We'll actually be matched in the blue buff here, so getting that deep ward coverage down early. Outlaws planning to go for this dragon now.
It's not necessarily that. It just indicates that it takes a lot of time for Sin to clear them out. And also, it works towards the mentality of saying, look, if you actually had to clear out all these wards, there could have been one that you missed. And if you miss that one ward, then you're going to be spotted out in the jungle, and it's going to be really painful for your partner.
Well, Chaz is actually ahead by 30 CS now, so this has grown massively in this mid lane. The bottom lane is going quite neck and neck now, but I think you can't put your head past that mid lane. Something needs to be done. You need to see Praelis make an impact, because right now QB is struggling, looking for the 1v1 discretion, really unable to find it because the wave clear from Chaz is just forcing him to get pushed under the turret.
Yeah, but it's just Vladimir being Vladimir. He's just scaling up in his own right, so he's not feeling too much of the burn.
How's he going to scale when he's 40 CS behind?
Yeah, he's a little bit behind, but he's got the Merc Tread, so it's all right, but Praelis is caught.
Unexpected Unburrow will be slowed down with the Sprinkler. The garden is watered, so that's all he needs to do. Praelis forced out of his own jungle.
I thought you were going to say the garden is watered.
That's what no, watered. Like, as in there's water on the garden.
Yeah, but in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's right. Tidal Wave comes through, unleashed power. Sin Academy get crushed. Outlaws, really smart rotational play, but they knew they were there.
Speaking of watering the garden, the Tidal Wave was massive in the bottom lane. They take it right under the turret, and they finally get a massive lead for themselves.
Outlaws are now going to take down this first turret. First turret is spilling its own blood. It will go down to Rain, giving the solo gold over. I don't even think he got a portion of that. How?
I mean, yeah, he did. It's all localization gold.
Why is his face not on there?
It's not whoever gets the assist on killing it, it's the locality gold. So whoever's around it when it dies.
Great. So it's going to be huge for Rain coming through. We said this bottom lane was the stronger one, and it is the one that prevails in the end of the day. You can see that Willaris has got 100% kill participation. Rain following up closely behind. But now Sin Academy try to get some kind of response, trying to get something on the map, and that is Praelis starting them out.
Yeah, but something that you forgot to mention is the fact that Chaz also has 100% kill participation.
Absolutely.
So he's actually blending with the team really well. But on the other side, Sin Academy, they do get the natural advantage, and they're going over for the Dragon.
I mean, this looks like a free objective right now. The rest of Outlaws not really caring about it to start things off. Mountain Drake over to Sin Academy, and that will kind of recover the gold lead that is being taken by Outlaws.
Yeah, and that's really strange for Outlaws to be giving that away because Mountain Drake is the best Dragon for late game, and this is the late game scaling team, so we've got to say it again and again, everything is working towards them at the current moment.
Well, now they rotate mid. I mean, they will give up top turret, excuse me, but the teleport will come through. Wave clear way too much for Sin Academy to deal with. Teleport expended, though, from Little Cop. They will get the top turret. Localized gold once again for Rain.
Yeah, so Rain is actually sitting really massive here. Even though he doesn't have any of the kills, he gets the assists. He also gets the localized gold on the turrets. So he gets so much of an advantage from this. I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets a really early Trinity Force just because of this lead alone.
Well, Outlaws now group up mid, so they're going to be the response play. Sin Academy may get dove here as the Frozen Domain comes out. Great Tidal Wave hits 3 members, now 4. It's a wombo combo. The power sail that you must have. Willaris gets bloodied up. QB 1-for-1 is the end trade, but they get the turret as well.
So that was ultimately worth for Outlaws, and this is exactly how they should be playing. Now, a 5.5k gold lead for them by the 14-minute mark. I don't think Sin Academy is holding on that well.
Disgusting, Preacher.
I mean, this is exactly how they want to play. They can't leave it too late, which is always a risk, especially coming into the OCS, because games do go very long in the OCS. But if they manage to keep on playing like this, if they manage to close out and get objectives, then they're sitting in the best position possible.
Look at this. I mean, this is just like an expected turret dive.
Yeah, it is. And already 4 people getting caught by that. All of a sudden, the burst coming out from Rain is insane because he's got his power spike. They're fighting right now with Laris. No reason to flash. You got to die anyway in that situation. And you know, it's just a good trade going on for Outlaws.
Not wanting to ruin the flawless game. Sin Academy do pick up their first kill, however. And like you said, that 5.5k gold lead is just growing even more. The mid lane disparity, the bottom lane is starting to scale up as well. I mean, sure, Rain doesn't have the CS on his side right now, but he's got the items, he's got the gold. You can see that he's a massive
1.5k.
Yeah, almost 1.5. If you could do math, you could see it's 1,300, but I like the way you think. In the mid lane, though, it's still growing. It's 1,500 there. Maybe I can't do math. The whole point of this composition for Outlaws is that even if they fall behind, I feel like they could still go well. But the problem is, they're ahead. So it doesn't matter anymore.
I mean, their team comp naturally has to get ahead because that is essentially the way that they're going to play. The early to mid game is going towards Outlaws. Now, it's the late game that Sin Academy starts taking over. Once again, the change has not happened yet. 35 minutes is still on the table. I mean, only outer turrets have been taken by the side of Outlaws, so there is still a lot standing on the side of Sin Academy. But like we said, this lead is still really massive. As far as buffer zones go for slight misplays, Outlaws are sitting really comfortable.
Oh, hello. Wild Chaz appeared. G'day, mate. Prayless just flashes away. That is the fedness. Oh, he flashes into it. Interesting again.
Raven's
may be caught. Unleash power. Does he use it? Nope. Auto attack. Gets the Thunderlord's proc. Chaz now 3-0-2.
Wow, so Chaz is integrating so well. Coming in from Alpha Sydney, coming into Outlaws, he says, you know what, I didn't have pressure before. Now we're doing playoffs, boys. We're making it into finals.
We've gone to game 3 once. Will we go to it again? No, Preacher. That's a story for the next game. Let's look at Outlaws right now because they're just harnessing the gold. They're harnessing the power. And all in all, you can see that Chaz, the Ignite mid laner, is moving to his second item. 3-0-2, you can see the Ezreal's getting big, and it's just a power-driven composition that Outlaws are upholding.
Yeah, Outlaws are already pushing towards the inner turrets now for all 3 lanes respectively. So this is what happens when you go for the split push. You can pretty much do what you did before the 10-minute mark at the 15-minute mark if everybody is on board. And right now, they're executing it flawlessly. So you're using this trade really well in sprint. Starmer's caught.
Tidal Wave on Burrow. Scout of the week. The Wombo's there. Slap a ball on him, and he goes down. 4-0-2.
Wow. So Outlaws is really forcing a lot of janky plays, but it is working towards their...
jank.
Yeah, they're working towards their favor.
Dank was the word you're looking for.
I mean, I don't know. But look, Raven might be caught again.
Shadow Dash 1v1 me. He says Little Cop is going for the Shen plays of the week. This guy has stepped up, and now when it's needed, I mean, he's playing a great Shen.
Yeah, he is. I mean, this is what Little Cop does, right? We always expected Little Cop to do really well in the Shen. Doesn't do too well on the carries, but
On the Maokai, he doesn't go that great either. So it's just these niche picks that he excels at.
it doesn't matter if it's niche or not. It certainly works, and so long as your team plays towards that advantage, it really does net you a win, right?
Oh, Chaz is just so far ahead. This bottom lane turret continuing to be sieged. Baron up in 140, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're sitting at home going, but hysterics. Like, Baron at 20 minutes? Hello?
It's happened already.
It's happened like 3 times. 2, maybe once. I don't know, maybe once. But anyway, look.
Once.
Could be seeing Outlaws going for the siege once again. That Dragon is an opportunity that they're just going to open up with this bottom turret. Tier 2, siege down, destroyed, gold lead continuing to grow. I mean, that's almost a 9k gold lead at 18 minutes.
Not even 20 minutes yet, Hysterics. This is unfathomable in terms of how far ahead Outlaws is looking. And Sin Academy, as far as getting to the 35-minute mark, sure, you can fight well when you get to that point, but can you even get to there before Outlaws win?
The question is, I mean, QB has been playing the Orianna so well. Like, he set up the pentakill for Raven the other week on the Fiora. He's so great at team fighting.
He is.
But if he never gets to a team fighting stage, his laning phase just doesn't support him enough as a player. He is behind by 60 CS. The deficit is huge. He's gone for the Proto Belt. He's gone for no, magic resist. Not even the Abyssal Scepter, which we've seen is a really good starting item for Vladimir. Gone aggressive, fallen behind, now has nothing to his name.
I mean, he hasn't died, so that's why he didn't go for the Abyssal Scepter.
But there's nothing more than that.
No, there's not. So he's building all right because he's allowed to. He's not taking damage in these fights. It's all right for you. But otherwise, here is the real question coming in. Chad subs in for Rysand in the mid lane. All he needs to communicate with is pretty much Scam Diggity. Now you got RU coming in on the bottom side of Sin Academy, and all of a sudden this is a whole lot more punishing because he needs to communicate with Spensama in lane. He also needs to communicate with Praelus and QB when he roams.
And to give QB a bit of credit, I mean, yes, he is 1-0, so maybe I'll pull back my words a little bit there. But to optimize aggressively, we'll see if it'll kick him back. Because it is 20 minutes now. We're going into that mid-game stage. He could potentially get into team fight, and wreak havoc. But it's not the same effect that we've seen with the Orianna again.
I mean, it's a really good build path for him to go into team fights because he's got the Hex Tech, so he can just jump right into there with the Proto Belt, and then he's just pulling away in them.
But are Outlaws too far ahead at this stage for Sin Academy to even take these team fights?
I mean, a 9k gold lead. They are pretty ahead as far as leads go.
Well, might be a little bit of junk coming up in top lane. Tidal Wave to zone off. True Shot Barrage, Unburrow. Raven has the flash, follows the Rek'Sai. There's Little Cop, finds a Shadow Dash. Ignite onto QB. He's going to die in that Sanguine pool. Has to get shield. Inspired away. Sin Academy, they do get the trade-off with Willaris once again, but it's a turret that goes down. The gold now at 10k.
And Outlaws are playing like a team possessed because they are hitting every single point they need to. They are forcing every fight that is available. And look, it may look awkward at times, but it has worked out so well for them.
Let's just say that was one Mystic shot. You've got the Trinity Force, you've got the Manamune. Soon to be Muramana, I'm sure. Outlaws now. The Baron is an option for them. Mid-turret is an option. They want to get rid of all these outers, continue this game, move past that 2-item power spike, and potentially open up the map even more.
Because if they do, then this lead would be one of the biggest that we've ever seen in the OCS. Now officially broken the 10k barrier, Hysterics. This is only 22 minutes into the game. I mean, this is crazy. You essentially could not plan for this. Even in scrims, I doubt that Outlaws know what to do with this gold because they're just simply so far ahead.
And we know that Rain is such an aggressive player, so for him to pick up this Ezreal, straight away we thought, okay, you had other options available, but potentially this could be a really good pick for you. He has shown that he's proficient with it. He's also shown that he knows how to play that aggression in fantastic format in this Outlaws team composition. It's going up and up. Sin Academy forced to play defensively. If they can get in the team fight stage, however, it could change. It definitely could change. QB has a lot of potential.
Yeah, he most certainly does. I mean, he can jump into the middle of the enemy team. He can sustain himself. Once he's taken as much damage as he deems worth, he can just go into his pool, heal all of that up. Also got the Hemo Plague as well for the rest of his team to amplify all of their damage. But already, take a look at this. It's the Death Brush coming in.
All right, Outlaws really don't have to resort to this, but this is fun. I mean, this is what happens when you 10k gold ahead. You go,
you have a little bit of leeway.
Let's do this. Let's do the Tater Bind. They go for it. They get the tidal wave. Scam Diggity's on the back line. Chaz unleashes his power. Dude, did anyone see where Are You went? I think he disappeared.
Just deleted off the face of Summoner's Rift. You might as well call it Summoner's Cemetery at this point, Hysterics, because right now Are You is being buried where he stands, and they just really are taking the objective.
Are you sure you should be calling it Summoner's Cemetery?
Oh, no, please.
Look. Outlaws right now, after getting another kill on the map, they start up the Baron. Little Cop has Stand United, has teleport available. Raven available to respond with his teleport and subjugate if he so chooses. Trailers looking for the steal. It would definitely get them back in the game.
I mean, that's actually a really smart smokescreen over because that gives him vision, but wow, okay.
Well,
pretty quick.
Didn't have vision, had to guess it around. They stopped the Baron, waited for it. Smite, doesn't matter that it didn't get it. True Shot Barrage. Cameraman, you're a very skilled human being. However, it's not going to hit anyone. It will be the Baron buff, though. And Outlaws, please. Where do we go? How many more turrets can you destroy?
I mean, right now, they've got unlimited potential because they've been sitting so well on this Baron. They've taken the biggest lead for themselves with the Baron buff. You know, they've already been pushing these waves. They've only got more to take.
Well, Scam is going to keep clearing out the ward coverage, make it partially blind for Sin Academy right now. Next Dragon comes up in a minute. You know that the first one Outlaws received was an Infernal. Definitely a feels bad man moment when the team that's so far ahead gets potentially a mountain, Preacher says. I trust him. He's meant to know things, so I trust him. It will be Scam Diggity sitting in the side lane here. I like this. Running a 1-3-1 with Rek'Sai. That's when you know things go well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a teleport on your ultimate, so you might as well. You could join teamfights really easily.
1v1 me.
Yeah, and right now, Scam Diggity, he has built really optimally. I mean, he's full tank.
He hasn't gone for it. Surprisingly enough for the clear, he hasn't gone for the tier map. He was actually really active in this first part of the game.
It's all right. He's got Baron buff. That's all he needs. He just needs to push the wave towards the turret to be a nuisance.
Look at this 1-3-1. I've never seen a 1-3-1 with a Rek'Sai.
I mean, it's working.
Yeah, with a Rek'Sai in the main force, sure, but in a side lane.
Yeah, it's really strange, but the fact that it works really does speak to how far ahead Outlaws is. And look, they're just experimenting at this point.
For some reason, Little Cop is able to kill QB. Tidal Wave goes in, has to flash away with Proto Belt. Knocks up Praelus, but they get the turret. It's a 4-man top. They're going to get the inhibitor as well. Sin Academy base is well and truly broken, and this is devastating to watch.
So this is what happens when you draft 3 losing lanes, but the fight's not over.
Raven has to flash away as well, uses the subjugate, going to heal back up, flashes in, Little Cop goes in for the Stand United, doesn't find the Shadow Dash. Outlaws have to run away, or potentially they don't. Chaz gets very low, QB looks for the kill, doesn't find it. Outlaws, Rain looking for the solo presence, Scam Diggity going to get tethered up but runs away from it. Mantra Q, that is the Soul Flare, will not hit either, so Outlaws continue the siege and are pretty cocky doing so.
I mean, they already took down this turret without even meaning to do so. Now if they back away...
If they hit the turret.
Yeah, if they reset the map, if they walk it down mid lane, then the minions themselves can take down this inhibitor, but already one inhibitor down, and Infernal Drake live on the map. This is Outlaws. You know, the whole map is on their platter.
Run it down mid, boys, is essentially what Preacher just said. Dragon's now
take
live.
Drag first.
Look at it. Infernal. Another Infernal. I actually don't know. We'll look at...
it's hot.
It's a hot Drake. Doesn't matter if it's Mountain or Infernal. It's working towards Outlaws' favor right now. Another 6%. An Outlaws team composition, they don't need more damage because they're already going off the charts. 4 items. Yeah, he probably just pressed R.
Probably.
And honestly, like...
1 Q, 1 R, that's all you need.
He can't press E right now. RU is going to get destroyed like that countless times if he keeps walking up to Chaz, who's still got Ignite available. 6-0 and 3 on the Syndra, powerhousing through this game. And the mid-game stage could come to an end very shortly.
And this really does speak to the fact that Chaz has just been integrating on this team very well. I mean, you take a look at him compared to RU. RU hasn't been doing that much of a presence, but right now they just want this inhibitor.
Well, Outlaws going for the next inhibitor. They turn to Raven. The flash comes through. Little Cop gets a good little Shadow Dash coming through. Redemption to heal back up. QB looking for the team fight. This is the last stand for Sin Academy. Scam Diggity died to Redemption. The fight continues. Rain going for the solo kills. Already gotten a double. Raven off on the side. The flash comes through. The follow-up comes through. And look, the triple kill.
Wow.
Praelus unable to do a thing. Take a bow, Outlaws, because that was the most convincing win we've seen in the OCS.
Not only that, but there were a lot of questions coming out for Sin Academy. Now, Outlaws most certainly did play towards their win conditions, and they just went completely ham, completely aggressive.
Yeah.
But you gotta ask about Sin's drafting, because they did not pick any winning lanes, and they picked a farming jungler. So what were they doing? They were really waiting to really lose there.
And I love the Rek'Sai pick because players like Scam Diggity love helping their team. And that's a weird thing to say when you don't watch the OCS, because a lot of junglers have been doing what Praylis did that game, looking after themselves and then advancing into the mid game with a fed jungler who's farmed up and potentially looked for some ganks. Scam puts everything on everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, Scam was just moving left, right, and center, unlocked the bottom side of the map first, which then allowed the hard siege coming out from Rain. That's pretty much the win condition, getting Rain ahead, making sure that Rain can actually be the hyper carry that he's always known to be. From that point onwards, he moves up to mid, up to top again, moves wherever he wants, just takes down turrets in his path.
Outlaws making it look way too easy in this best of 3 series. Can Sin Academy come back? Can they do the reverse sweep like we saw between Noxide and Regicide? Only one way to find out. Stick around. OCS will be back with you in 5. Welcome back to the OCS semi-finals with Hysterics and Preacher. We just saw a quick, closed, proficient game from Outlaws, and we're looking to see Sin Academy bring the comeback. However, if Outlaws perform like that, there is no chance, because Outlaws, Jesus.
I mean, Outlaws were just playing towards their strengths, right? The early game, they just knew that there was nothing that Sin Academy could have done with that draft, and they pushed it all the way home.
In all honesty, I mean, like, Chaz was a really nice addition to the team. Previously in Alpha Sydney, you know that he was a great mid laner. Maybe not utilized all that well in the Alpha Sydney lineup. Now coming into Outlaws, looks like he has a proficient knowledge of how the team works.
Yeah, and not only that, but this is essentially his warm-up game, because this is his first professional game with his squad. Now that he is going into the second game with such a dominating performance in the very first one, he's built a lot of trust on his team, and with that comes a lot of synergy.
Okay, so Outlaws, I mean, they really utilized that bottom lane, which was playing so aggressively. Rain and Willaris, proficient, the best bottom lane out of the two teams. We know that there's going to be a highlight again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it. If previous weeks are anything to dictate this one, Rain's going to have pretty much all of his champions banned, and he's still going to have something to pull out of his pocket.
Exactly right. I mean, you can't focus this AD carry. It's not going to work out for you. Ivan banned from Scam Diggity, targeted. Raven loses Camille, which is pretty standard anyway. We've seen how much that's popped off tonight. With the Renekton down for Little Cop, I mean, he can just go back into that Shen.
Yeah, he most certainly can. I mean, like, I don't really know why people prioritize anything else on Little Cop. Just get him to Shen. It's been so dominating. He performs really well on it. I actually quite like how these two teams have swapped around for the second game of the series. So Sin Academy is on the blue side and Outlaws is on the red side. It does mean that they get a counter pick for whichever lane they want.
Yeah, no reactionary top pick as well, with that Shen getting taken off. As the last ban comes through for Outlaws, I want to look at Sin Academy's first pick, because I don't think it'll go towards Sprenstarmer.
No, I mean, it naturally can't go towards Sprenstarmer, right? Like, there's not too much focus on this AD carry. We've already seen their drafting before. They favor picking up something much stronger. Lulu is, of course, available right now. The unmissable first pick of 7.5. If it is open, you just take it for your team, and that's what happens.
Exactly right. So with the Lulu getting picked up, we can expect Outlaws to potentially go for something like the Karma, or maybe just go for that bottom lane. Chaz, what ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean,
hang on. Fix that for me. I said it wrong.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, no, maybe I was right.
Yeah, no, you were right. I mean, don't second guess yourself.
It was the accent.
Hysterics, in the same way that Chaz shouldn't second guess himself, you should not second guess yourself either, because he is on the Syndra. It performed massively last game, and he is most certainly going to do it this game. His team has a lot more trust for him this time, and he's even got more assistance by Scam Diggity, who picked up the Graves.
Sprenstarmer opts in for the Ashe AD carry, and with QB going for the next pick. Something weird is Scam Diggity goes to the aggressive jungler, something that did work for Prellis last game, and he's been so great on optimizing into that supportive jungler. Why change that as well?
I mean, he can play either way, right? And another key highlight for him is his Lee Sin, where he just goes absolutely ham into the enemy team at level 3, essentially, right? So, yeah, he has a lot of good utility for himself. This guy, you know, I rated him at the start as one of the best junglers in the OCS, continued to do so.
You're exactly right, Preacher. Now, let's talk about Prellis' Kha'Zix, because it has been done before. It has been a real big highlight of it. So if he doesn't have the Graves, he goes for the Kha'Zix. I mean, it's those two junglers that really opt in this game. It's a big question for me, however, that they would decide to, you know, pair up together. Yeah,
I mean, on the other side, Prellis picking up this Kha'Zix, it could go either way, especially in 1v1s where they decide to meet in the middle and fight. Graves being isolated could go really badly for him, but the one downside for the Graves at the current moment is Scam Diggity knows how to path. He knows where to go on the map. He knows where to exert his pressure, even into the enemy jungle. In terms of 1v1, not the best. I mean, there are other junglers who can 1v1, so Praelis could very well just take it.
And look, Praelis isn't one to opt into tank junglers either, so it's really expected for him to pick up something like the Kha'Zix as a response. I mean, Lee Sin, of course, was open, not optimized. Second phase ban is going to be the Vladimir, however, and the Lucian. So Rain, they really don't want to leave the A tier, the S tier at least, for the Lucian. With Vladimir taken away, I mean, it wasn't a real big threat last game, but it was an unknown factor.
Yeah, it was. And in that sense, they wanted to play towards the OCS win conditions, which is teams don't know how to play as a 5-man unit. Teams don't know how to close. But man, Outlaws definitely proved that wrong. And as far as team cohesion goes, I think that sets them apart from every other team in the OCS, the fact that they can.
Well, Orianna banned as well, so not going to leave that one to QB. I guess Chaz already got his mid laner. Really not going to leave anything else open. First pick's going to come on the red side, and Outlaws have their AD carry and top lane available.
I mean, they're going to pick up the Maokai, which leaves ADC available. If the picks facilitated on the side of Sin Academy, I actually really do suspect that the Cogmore will come out for Rain, because he has been practicing it a lot, and I just want to see it.
I mean, there is a lot of protection there. You've got the Maokai as the front line, as is expected, probably run that with the Cogmore composition. Little cop on the Maokai we haven't really praised too much. So with the Shen getting taken away, I guess that is to be expected as a counter-response front line. The Ahri is open though, and it is locked in. So QB going to go in for the skill matchup.
Yeah, the old X5 special. You know, you bring in more mid laners and you just put them on Ahri, but nonetheless, QB picking up this Ahri, it's got to be huge.
Is that Tanko? That is Tanko.
Oh, well, here's the deal, okay? Echo's gone into the top lane without a doubt, but he's not going to be ability tank, because tank Echo doesn't really work. His bases were gutted to the point where you need a lot of AP, and AP Echo does work really well in the top lane. He's a tank buster.
Okay, so Preacher, last pick, 80 carry. Is it going to be the Cog? We've got to look at this realistically. No, come on, do it. Do it.
It's not gonna be the Cog simply because there's no tank. There's no tank line on Sin Academy. You don't need to rip through anybody on their side. So
fair enough. So just go the Caitlyn that's going to crit in one shot anyway.
I mean, yeah, I would love to see the Cog, but if it doesn't fit the, if the shoe doesn't fit, there's no need to buy it, right?
Exactly right. Well, I mean, it is going to be the Ashe though. It's going to be the Ashe Lulu bottom lane, which has been synergizing really well and has been the best, optimization for that Lulu support. As we look at the team composition from Outlaws, they can't run a 1-3-1 again. However, I don't think they really need to with how Chaz went.
I mean, they can still. I mean, Graves is one of the better 1v1.
Yeah,
if you want to talk about Rek'Sai split pushing, talk about Graves split pushing.
They were like 11k up though. That's the thing. Like, if a Rek'Sai's in a side lane, you know something's going wrong.
You are correct. And looking at this team composition, Sin Academy definitely have much more of an early game than they did last game. So, this won't be a straight stomping from Outlaws. At least I don't expect throughout this game. But, individually in terms of mechanics, they definitely know how to play. And if they can still force fights, could go well towards their favor, especially with the synergy coming in.
But the problem is, if that's not going to be a Tanko from Raven, then you don't have a front line for Sin Academy.
You have the Lulu. So you have the Lulu to sort of make Echo a front line and then use Echo's ultimate to get him back.
Not a real front line.
It doesn't work well. So it works, not well. And that's the way that they want to really take it towards them. They want individual carry potential. If Ahri gets caught out, if QB doesn't really perform that well on the Ahri, then you've still got another backup source of magic damage, but that's really what they're going for.
So if that's not going to be a Tanko, then it's going to be AP Echo top lane, going for the split pushing pressure that we know Sin Academy have exerted with Raven before. However, on the Fiora, he doesn't play that aggressive split pushing. So I want to see more from him. I want to see a more aggressive play out of this top laner. Sin Academy, to take it to game number 3, we need to see more out of that top.
Yeah, and especially given that he's picked himself an Echo, that Lichbane Rush Echo build is really good for split pushing. Because, all of a sudden, you get the Lichbane, you get the proc onto a turret, and then that does massive chunks of it. So, Echo is possibly one of the better split pushers when you take a look at top lane. So, it really will be up to, Sin Academy to really execute that.
And I think this is an interesting pick once again from Outlaws, because putting Scam Diggity on the Graves, maybe he won't be accelerating mid as much anymore. I mean, mid got ahead, forced and denied QB out of lane.
Yep.
So if, you can do that again, however, it could be a little bit earlier, or it could just be that Scam Diggity puts himself ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way that Scam wants to play on Graves, right? Because Graves is one of the fastest clearers in the game right now, so just make sure that you clear your waves. One of the downsides that I've seen from a lot of Graves in the OCS is the fact that they want to take that early game and invade the enemy jungle. But the fact is, it's a 50-50, and if you don't win out, the walk there and the walk back is so punishing just in and of itself.
I'm curious as if he can actually play this Graves to success still. That's the biggest question coming into this game too. Because we know that in the past, it has been the supportive junglers, has been the tank junglers as well. You just saw on the Rek'Sai, which impressed us especially. I would have loved to see the Ivan, unfortunately banned, but the Graves are a big question mark. I want to talk about the top lane, however, because up in the top lane, Raven's win condition has always sort of been on the carries.
Yeah.
Now that he picks up the Echo, could be a big chance. When he plays tanks, he's just unable to really position himself right.
Yeah, and this Echo is really going to unlock him on the map. I mean, early game, it really will be up to himself, also paired with his jungler to get himself ahead. If he doesn't, then it's going to be extremely punishing for him. But if he does get ahead, he gets into the split pushing mentality, either the 1-4 or the 1-3-1. He sits a whole lot more comfortable.
But then again, Little Cop has been struggling to position on this Maokai, on certain tanks and on carries as well. I mean, when he plays the Renekton, he looks a lot better. When he plays the Shen, he looks really good as well. So if both top laners can't position, I mean, it's really who has the better carry. And then that goes over to Sin's top laner, Raven.
Yeah, I mean, Raven does have the individual carry, but if we're going to be talking about a 5v5 scenario, and you just ask me who's the better carry, you got to give it over to Rain, right? I mean, like, once again, I don't want to harp on about him too much, but he just performs time and time again. And it does look like, at the very least, these two team compositions want to take it to each other 5v5, contest over a lot of objectives, hard shove, either get shoved or hard shove themselves, and make it just a 5v5 scene.
I mean, these guys want to put on a show because at the end of the day, even if they don't get into the OPL, they could go to the OPL promotion tournament. That's the first start. But looking good in front of the eyes of potential teams that might want to swap around rosters for Split 2. You know, teams like potentially, you know, X5, Abyss. We look at other teams, maybe, you know, I think Advance had its fair share, but other OPL teams might want to swap their rosters around. And looking at the OCS is the first place where your talent pool begins. Like, that's where you're going to have your eyes focused.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially the tournament where you show off your finesse, where you show off your champion pool as well. You just show off overall how well you've meshed with the team.
You're just the show off.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to do, right?
Well, game number 2, Outlaws already taking a convincing game 1. And when I say convincing, I mean catastrophically convincing. Sin Academy need to fight back, and Ari looks like the champion to fight back hard with. Has taken Ignite into this mid lane. Cleanse from Chaz to get rid of that charm, so that's a nice pickup, but double TP in the top lane with an Echo back up in the top.
I mean, it's for the charm, but it's also for the arrow late game from Ash. So the Enchanted Crystal arrow, he definitely does respect. He definitely does fear. And the later it goes, the more pick potential comes out from Sin Academy's team comp.
Well, Sin Academy do definitely have that pick potential, like you said, especially out of that Kha'Zix, which we know the isolation is disgusting. Preacher, we look at the bottom lane and we go back to the longsword and three pots. That's it. Zoom in. Party time. Game 2.
Bit of a rave.
Set it up. That is a beautiful skin. It was on sale the other week.
Where's Ari? Where's Popstar Ari? She has music of her own as well.
No, well, I don't think he picked Popstar Ari. Preacher, you can't have them all.
He did. Look.
Is that Popstar Ari?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's a chroma.
It's like Russian Ari.
No. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it might be Midnight Ari. I don't play Ari.
Obviously not. But look, the assassination potential out of this Ari is going to be a massive factor. And running Ignite, the potential of roaming is just huge. I mean, Spren could just like miss the first wave just because he's in a rave.
I mean, take a look at this. Willaris.
This is a bit of cheese.
Holy
Willaris
poke.
just takes 3/4 of his health. Fantastic start. Rain tries to respond, but it's not going to get the same response.
But still, Rain gets a huge advantage going over. And I actually want to point this out, how Rain started with the Piltover Peacemaker as opposed to the Yordle Snap Trap. Usually Yordle Snap Trap is the way to go for ADC Caitlyn's, but nonetheless, he decides to go for the Q start of all. So he wants to get that trading down across. And take a look, he's actually doing it really well. Sprint Stammer is really low.
Yeah, no, it's traded back. Remember, Willaris has the sustain. Are you going to take a lot of damage? Could have flashed forward. The exhaust comes through. Already forced out of lane. Has to heal. And that is a summoner blown so early for Sprenstarmer.
That is nuts. You also have to take a look at the fact that he used so many of his potions at the start, and Sprenstarmer is having a really bad time in this lane. Essentially, when you get pick anything other than an Ezreal into a Caitlyn, you are just conceding it from the get-go.
Now Outlaw's already getting the strong push. I mean, wouldn't expect it on the Caitlyn this early, but Rain still the aggressive 80 carry as ever. I also want to point out that, Preacher, you said, you know, starting with the Q, I like that point. With Rain, especially since you said that starting with traps is stupid. the other day when you were playing Caitlyn. He said, I can't start with traps, it tilts me.
I never said that.
You absolutely did.
Somebody else must have said that with you, because that is not something I would say.
Blame someone else. Good trading in the middle lane here. QB procking the Thunderlords against Chaz, actually dodging out of that scat of the week. Remember, it is a skill matchup. Although Chaz does have a point-and-click ultimate, QB needs to play the skill, needs to dash around, get the charm before scat of the week. So we're going to keep scrutinous eyes onto this mid lane, which has already got the attention of Scam Diggity. He's roaming around, going for the bit of an invade play here as well, but there's nothing down here.
No, all the bottom side has been cleared out, so this is a huge loss for Scam Diggity right now. He's wasted so much time going into the bottom side of the map. I mean, yeah, look, Ryu's really low. If you really wanted to, there's nothing stopping you from doing so.
I feel like they could, but Willara's a little bit low on mana, so doesn't have enough for ebb and flow. Gonna play it safe. Bullying them out is enough for now.
Not too much going to happen on the map at the moment. I guess besides the early game, it's extremely standard. So no first blood has gone across. This is not going in the same way as last game, simply because the draft has not really swung against the side of Sin Academy so heavily. They finally got, at the very least, an even lane in QB and a potential winning lane in Raven.
But the top lane, Praelis is paying attention to. He's going to go for a lane gank. You can see Little Cop already at half health. Could be a potential. I think Praelis backing away, though. Going to play it quite safe. But the Praelis stays up in that top lane. Scam Diggity is available for the counter gank, but in the end, Praelis does back away.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough, because Praelis is gone now. There is no way that he can make it back in, and Scam is looking this way.
I mean, Raven is going to back in the brush as well. But just farming junglers at the moment, I mean, not prioritizing any of the lanes. You can see that Chaz was pushing up, looking for the lane advantage. Friendstarmer goes down. Very unexpected. Outlaws getting first blood in the bottom lane. You're almost dying as well.
Hysterics. This is what we were talking about. Rain is doing massive work, but Praelis is coming in from the side. This may not be over.
Get him. You can get the resets. Teleports there as well. Rain and Willaris know they're dead. There's the bubble trying to outplay. Flash from Praelis. Here comes the parallel convergence. Phase dive. Flashes as well. Rain picks up Ryu. He's already made it worth for himself. And Willaris is getting away.
Wow, Willaris actually managed to escape that situation. So Rain now sitting 2-1.
Don't back there.
He is every single kill and death on his team right now, but he is just performing so massively. I believe that gives him enough to do a BF sword on this back. If it doesn't, yep, so it does, and he's just sitting so comfortable.
See, Raven did get a kill for the roam down, so make it worth. Little Cop going to hit the turret, going to hit the minions, try and push up the wave, and deny. With that 10 CS gold gap, you can see that Outlaws are advancing on this map. 1.3k gold lead, and Rain, the aggressive players are making short work for him. I mean, he's got a BF sword, he's 2-1-0, got a couple of daggers of agility, that's the one. And Friendstarmer has had to opt in for the lifesteal item early. He's gone for the Vampiric Scepter early.
Yeah, which means that he might be going to Blade the Ruin King build.
First item?
It's
not Essence.
It's not a terrible item on him. It just might not be the most optimal on Ashe just because of the range differential between him and Caitlyn. He just naturally won't be able to auto Caitlyn at all. W, of course, does not proc it on Ashe, so it might be a little rough. In the middle of teamfights, it's all right because he's going to have a Runans, which splits it onto 3 people. The full effect happens on all 3 people. He also gets his Q for the massive amount of attack speed that Ranger's focus does give him, so that's going to be massive for him going into the teamfights. But at the very least, for lane, sustain's not terrible.
I mean, but the question is really, it's because, you know, Rain has already got the BF sword. Chances are he might get Infinity Edge with this CS discrepancy, already 20 CS ahead.
He's gone for the daggers, so it doesn't look that way. It looks like he's just going for the very standard build that's extremely accelerated for him right now. Yep, Runans is a good option for him.
Okay, so maybe Blade of the Ruin King will work out fine. Raven back into this middle lane. Chaz has just spotted a ward with Scam, which he will clear. Scam once again roaming free in Praelis' jungle. Teleport going to come out through here as well.
Oh, this might be a hard dive. I mean, they know that Rain is fed. They could definitely take this.
Friendstarmer between turrets, twisted advance flash, the common mistake. Scam Diggity has to collateral damage, but he gets a kill. Outlaws a 4-man mid. Look at Ryu. This is like a penguin that's not in the North Pole.
What, just lost and
Hell.
waddling around?
Are you going to get twisted advance? He knows he's dead here. Another kill going to go over to Rain, which makes him 3-1-1. And the first turret blood secured by Outlaws.
What? Little Cop barely took any damage in that dive. That was so well executed for Outlaws. I guess in game number 1, while they did get massive advantages left, right, and center, it all looked janky. In this game, it is smooth as ever.
But I mean, honestly, like, we saw an early gold advantage in game number 1. Outlaws are constantly proving that they're improving. Wow, the sentence made sense in my head. Scam Diggity as a jungler, I think, yeah, we've got to give it to him. Like, Lisa looked categoric. You know, like, we look at him and we say, yes, you're really good at the meta plays, the macro plays. But Scam Diggity in the early parts of the game, it's just constantly blowing us away.
His knowledge is on another level. I mean, as far as going where he needs to go, as far as asserting his pressure, farming, not farming as well, making sure that you're denying the enemy jungler from getting to his power spikes, he knows it all. So, yeah, this is exactly why I rate this jungler. This is exactly why he's getting his team ahead so far right now. 1-0-1 for his team, and he is only scaling up from here. I mean, a kill onto him means that his AD is going to go through the roof, and on a Graves, he's only going to snowball.
I mean, this four-fingered jungler is, like, taking those OCS by storm, or has at least in the regular split. Now we look for them to take it into the semi-finals. Chaz is starting to build up as well. He's got the lost chapter, has actually still got that CS lead, forcing QB to go into what looks like the Abyssal Scepter right now. I mean, Sin Academy starting to play defensive. The bottom lane has swapped. Rain is like, a Caitlyn is meant to scale late.
Yeah.
This is so accelerated.
Yeah, but if you keep on getting advantages all the time, then it's going to work out for you. But this is a 4-man top. It's going to be hard for them to find an angle, but if they do, it's devastating.
Everyone's missing on the map. Willaris, you
Willaris.
should know that you're dying here. Tries to ult, but will go down. So a great pick for Raven, but it's still a 3k disadvantage.
Yeah, and already 4 people on the top side of the map. They've brought Scam Diggity along just in case they do decide to get this turret, but looks like they want kills instead.
Rain might be caught out here. Scam has the ultimate. Good heal.
Oh,
dodges the arrow. Raven
nice.
almost goes down. Has to use the chrono break. Parallel convergence means he's going back in. Time Winder looking for the second proc. Doesn't find it. Phase dive. Isolation. Aryu unfortunately picks up the kill. The heal was there. Scam Diggity already picked up Praelus, but he goes down. A double kill on the Lulu support.
Moving around the map, Sin Academy, they are getting their advantages, but equally so on the bottom side. Little Cop has already split push his way, and take a look. He's hitting that turret. He is definitely making his mark known on the map. A little bit slow, though.
No, the Maokai, of course, going to be slow, but Chaz back into this mid lane, going to hard push it out. This turret is going to go down top. So we can see that that's a Hextech Revolver, which means the Proto Belt coming through.
Yep.
For Raven.
Absolutely.
But meanwhile, Tidal Wave going to come through, unleash power. There's the Spirit.
1 hit left.
Spirit Rush gets him away in the end. So QB only getting by a minuscule of health, but he gets away all the same. Mid turret now under siege.
Yeah, so QB actually does play that really well. He knew all of that damage, and he just managed to narrowly escape that from Willaris. Told you there was music on that
9
map as well.
health, Preacher, by the way. 9 health.
Wow.
That is heartbreaking.
Single digits.
That's an auto attack away.
Yep.
Chaz unable to find that means QB doesn't go down in the end, but 20 CS ahead. Morellonomicon picked up. First item getting picked up all across the board here. You can see that Rain now 3-2-2 is very close to the Infinity Edge and the Renan's Hurricane. Might be going for the IE first. Has the pickaxe, Preacher.
I mean, he's working towards it. He most certainly can. The deal with
doing?
Infinity Edge is the fact that it simply costs too much and it doesn't give you a power spike for what it's worth. But if you get this much of a gold lead, then you can dump your gold into it anyway. And it does look like that Rain's going for it anyway. I mean, if he wants to get the pickaxe, he could go for the Runads after that. And he's got a massive AD boon to go beyond that. But look at Scam. That is a lot of health.
He has the collateral damage. You can see Parallel Convergence might re-engage, but it's just used as a zoning tool right now. Sin Academy have clawed back from this gold disadvantage. It's a 1.6k lead by Outlaws right now. Turrets have been equaled up, and Outlaws, it has slowed their pace of game. Preacher, who are we looking at in the late game here? Who's going to scale?
I mean, taking a look at both of these sides, obviously Outlaws do have Caitlyn, who does extremely well on max items. And yes, a tank in the OCS is what they need, but look at this fight.
Chana Crystal Arrow coming through. Rain might be caught out, is ignited, will be the first to go down to Praelus. Flash comes through from Raven. Very ambitious. Little Cop is frontlining this one. The rest of Outlaws are very negated to go into this fight.
Yeah, they're really hesitant, and right now Sin Academy is actually pulling this in the favor. Under normal circumstances, you would have just taken a look at this team and said, you know what, Outlaws is going to outscale, but with this build on Sprintstama right now, with the Blade, the Ruin King coming in, this is what he wants to do. And we're going to take a look at a replay right now. He's firing his arrow. I assume that's the replay that we're going to look at.
There's a turret take by RU and Sprintstama down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Crystal arrow. Yeah, nice one.
All the way
Oh,
across.
yeah.
Gets Rain. There we go. Good night.
So
Bye-bye.
Rain gets bursted down, and the result is an Infernal Drake coming through for Sin Academy. All going to back as one. First item still not picked up for QB here. I mean, this is a very slow Ari.
Yeah, it's extremely slow. And the fact that he hasn't got his Abyssal Scepter right now is really punishing for him, because Ari does really well with Abyssal Scepter. I think Ari does the best out of every single mid lane champion with it. It's just simply a really good item. She used to build it even back when she was meta in Season 3, so it's one of the better ones out there. But without the effect, without the 10% extra damage, he's sitting really far behind Chaz right now.
Well, Sin Academy picking up that first Mountain Drake. Next one will be Infernal on the board. Prail is going to do a bit of his own jungle before going across river. You can see that Scam Diggy is still ahead in CS. He's got the Warrior Enchantment. He's going towards his next item, which looks like a Phantom Dancer in the making. Sin Academy now sieging mid and looking for their next advantage on the board. 2k gold lead. Outlaws still hold the position, but not as firm as it once was.
No, it certainly isn't. And Outlaws, they're desperately trying to hold on to what they have left. Like we said, Rain is currently in a huge power trough right now, so he cannot fight this early on. I mean, like, you're taking a look at Sprintstama, his ultimate is starting to come online, and that is already being much more effective than the damage coming out of Rain. So if Sin Academy keep on pushing towards their advantage, which I know is really hard to do after the devastating loss in the first game, then they could actually find themselves with a huge advantage.
And Rain could be the discerning factor here for Outlaws right now. Keeps getting caught out with all the already
Willaris.
3 deaths. That's the Enchanting Crystal Arrow onto Willaris. May just secure this mid turret. They get a bit of damage on Raven. Little Cop, very weird flash for
You
a very...
wanted to twist and advance, but
I've got you.
it's too slow. I mean, he was effectively slowed down as soon as he flashed, so he couldn't catch anything.
Legitimately, flashing tree. Sounds like a Monty Python sketch, to be quite honest. Scam Diggity coming into the enemy jungle. Sin Academy are in this brush, so he's got to be pretty careful. Over a Raptor, you wouldn't want to die now, would you?
No, definitely not over a Raptor. I mean, you take a look at it, you say, you know what? Not that hungry. Don't necessarily want to do that trade, so just go.
You could just go to Nando's. Like, why would you kill a chicken here?
Yeah, exactly.
When you could literally get
it's less
takeout?
risky, yeah.
Yeah. Or,
Go as friends, not as enemies.
no, when you eat chicken, you're not going as friends.
Well, not with the chicken.
The chicken hates you. Like, that's what haunts you. If you ever have nightmares, it's the chicken from Nando's.
Oh, let's call Mendrix in about that one. Here's the tidal wave, though.
Tidal wave, they're looking for the engage. Good scatter the weak. Aqua Prison gets 2 people up, but it just stops the time of the turret.
Wow.
Little Cop's there, twisted event.
Little Cop.
Very tanky right now. On the back line is Rain. Raven doesn't get the parallel convergence. Little Cop's still alive. Good stuns coming out, but Outlaws unable to follow up.
That's actually massive from Outlaws. So even though they're in a bit of a power trough with their entire team, you know, they need their next item to start really doing damage on the map, they're still pushing their advantage. And as a 5-man unit, Outlaws just looks unstoppable right now. If you can essentially take fights towards the enemy, if you can essentially siege down and take turrets without the enemy necessarily being able to respond to that, then that really is a signal of just how far ahead you are and just how cohesive your whole team is.
You can see the damage coming on the back foot of Rain that fight. This is a really big wave for Raven, however. Well needed. He's got the Proto Belt. He is looking towards his next item. Could potentially... I don't know. What are you going to go for? Like, you don't need the Morellas. You go for an Abyssal. Do you worry about
Lichbane?
Chaz's damage?
Lichbane?
Lichbane.
Yeah, could most certainly go for it. I mean, it's a huge item on Echo, so no doubt that is something that he should be looking forward towards. Just gives you cooldown, gives you movement speed. Obviously, the Lichbane itself, not a bad item.
The Little Cop on the Meowkai rather, is positioning weird again. I think that's what we need to say. Because in team fights, he's a little bit slow on the response. However, he's still doing his job, and he's still really tanky right now.
I mean, if he gets into the middle of the enemy team, he's doing his job just fine. He doesn't necessarily need to output the most amount of damage, so long as he's denying damage onto his.
Willaris just popping himself into the enemy jungle. Control Ward, they're going to give up enough information. Next Dragon's 145. Next one is Infernal as well. Outlaws now have a bit more deep river control, and this topside jungle is just proving how much they're pushing their advantage. They fell behind a little bit, but now they're back to that 4K margin.
Yeah, they're trying to just push this lead as much as they possibly can. And once again, we have to take a look at power spikes, power troughs. Right now, Outlaws are actually neutralizing it with the gold that they have right now going into Sin Academy. Sin Academy not reaching their power spikes in their respective rights. Blade of the Ruin King has finally been finished for Sprenstarmer. Next item looks like he wants to go for a Black Cleaver. Just for the cooldown reduction, because you can't go for the Essence Reaver. It's way too late to go for it. You still need the 20%. Black Cleaver gives it just fine.
It's an interesting itemization.
Work solution doesn't really work for Ash.
Let's see if it works for him, though, however, because, you know, new things. Sprenstarmer is a very capable AD carry. Another engage comes through. Chaz has to cleanse away. Tidal Wave gets 3 members. Very good disengage tool, but Scam Diggity's charmed up. Spirit Rush has to be used to get out. Rain is doing a lot of damage if he gets in these team fights. Outlaws have a surefire success.
Yeah, but already, take a look at where their eyes are set. They want to go and take these jungle camps, and the fact that they could siege, huge.
1v1, Willaris 1v1ing Raven. Ace in the hole comes out, does get Raven, puts him down low enough that he has to back away, but Outlaws will potentially do the same thing.
Yeah, so it's going to be, all in all, not the worst thing in the world for Sin Academy right now. The game has slowed down significantly, so kills are not just happening on the map left, right, and center, but you got to take a look at where everybody's standing on Sin Academy, whether they're reaching their power curves, and once again, you got to go forward to Raven yet again. So 2 minutes ago, we were taking a look at his items, and we said, you know what? He's got Sock Boots. He's also got his Proto Belt. Right now, what's he sitting on? Exactly the same. He's finally picked up the Sheen, but that is a really slow scale, and if he doesn't manage to speed it up a little bit, then that could be the thing that really puts him out of fights. Well,
Outlaws now challenge this Infernal Drake to a fight. I mean, he's got bad breath, but what else does he have? Well, he's got a lot of base stats.
Yeah, he ate a lot of chili, you know, that's why it's firing.
Look, 6% of chili into your stats. That's a lot. Sin Academy, they sneak the mid turret. There's the Twisted Advance. He follows through with everything. Lulu ultimate comes through. Off on this mid lane, though. Scam Diggity's taking a lot of damage. Phase dive there. Proto Belt. Third hit. Scam Diggity doesn't go down. He has to chrono
Little Cop, though.
Little Cop gets isolated. Has to Twisted Advance back.
Oh, that heal.
Smash. Good heal. Chaz has already picked up a kill, but down goes Little Cop. That's their front line. That's the engage.
Wow, I mean, Little Cop actually survived long enough to allow Chaz to really do that without fearing for his own life, taking a lot of damage from Sin Academy. So all in all, that was not the worst thing in the world. And once again, you got to go back to the point that if it's not the worst thing in the world when it comes to mid-game right now for Outlaws, then it's actually really good for them because they're getting a lot of priority on the map.
Sin Academy, I mean, it's hard for them to defend this turret. They're all really, really low. Outlaws have the kill potential.
Oh,
there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Tidal Wave is a response. The turret is not saved. Chaz has half a mana bar. He can do this.
I mean, look at that disengage coming out from Willaris. As soon as Rain is caught, he says, don't worry, buddy. I got your back. Tidal Wave goes out. Chaz.
Oh, man. Tries to use the Unleashed power, but unable to get it off. Probably because it's on a cooldown. Praelus lives. Raven gets another kill. 3-1 and 3 on this Echo, Proto Belt, and like you said, Lichbane coming up next.
Yeah, so that's the way that he's going to build. But even though there is a kill going over, there's still a 4.5k gold lead going over for Outlaws.
It's massive. I mean, Outlaws still in a commanding position.
Could be negated by this turret.
The start was a lot stronger, but the mid-game not as strong. Sin Academy fighting back with force. Sin Academy not really sure what to do on the map right here because Outlaws are sitting strong. They're looking for the push down mid. And with that 5k gold lead, it's still comfortable for them, and they still look to be that team that's going to go into the finals with Regicide. So
coming to a bit of a standstill right now, one of the things that you really do have to question from Outlaws is especially the draft phase, because they banned away the Vladimir from Sin Academy. You got to question why. I mean, if you have a losing lane in mid, if you put Chaz on the Cinder again, you can pretty much do the same thing that you did last game. It essentially frees up the map for you to do even more cross-map plays. I would hesitate and say that that's possibly their best win condition. And the fact that they opted to ban it away, the fact that they opted not to do it, instead of QB opting not to pick it up for himself, is really questionable. It fell behind early and it wasn't able to engage the fights. QB able to do what he couldn't last game. And on the Ahri, landing these charms more important now than ever. Still at a 30 CS discrepancy, still doesn't have that kill to add to his name like Chaz does. 2 items on the Syndra mid. You look at the Ahri, and there's an Abyssal, and it looks to be a Luden's Echo coming up. But you need that big flat AP item. You need that needlessly large rod. That costs 1250, plus the combination cost. QB is behind. He's got Ignite mid. Hasn't been utilizing it. Yeah, and that's really punishing. I mean, if you take Ignite, you're looking to kill somebody, and the fact that you haven't killed anybody at 22 minutes in the game with an Ignite as well really does mean that your team simply hasn't facilitated. I mean, Praelus in the jungle hasn't really visited mid. Raven in the top lane hasn't really visited mid either. Has their bot lane rotated up? Not really. I mean, that's the whole downside of why QB hasn't managed to make any of these plays. He just needs somebody else to pull the trigger. If somebody else can lay down the CC, lay down the fundamentals, or lay down the aggro needed to take a lot of damage away from him, he can dive in really far. But that hasn't been available for him so far.
I mean, that's what you get when you don't have a tank frontline as well. With Little Cop, they add so much to the Outlaws team composition, but Raven able to execute potentially a 1-3-1, but maybe not looking for that. Maybe just looking to match Little Cop and go into this mid-game stage thinking, how do we match Outlaws team?
Well, that's actually what they're going towards, but this Baron is being seen. There's a ward here, and Sin Academy no.
Okay, so Outlaws, they do start it up. A lot of damage coming down. It's going down very fast with that Mountain Drake. Looks like Little Cop is locked down. Chanticleer not going to do much. He's going to pop the Slicing Maelstrom, Ventral Maelstrom. Tidal Wave comes through as well.
Scam.
Brent Starmer on the side doing a lot of damage here, but Praelis a little bit too far forward. There's the Beautify coming through. Little Cop goes down. Praelis almost goes down to collateral damage, but here's a good redemption. Brings them back up.
I mean, they definitely can't go for the Baron, but yeah, they pick up a kill left, right, and center, and all of a sudden you got to take a look at Sin Academy right now, and you got to say, why are they able to respond so well to Outlaws? Because Outlaws, they are making the proactive plays. They went for the Baron, even though they did not sweep out the pit, which is, you know, basic Baron 101. If you don't know whether there's a ward in there or not, assume there is until you sweep it out, right? Yeah, and the fact that they did it, they just lose out so much on it. So that was just really basic plays coming out faulty for Outlaws.
And mistakes like that are how Outlaws got in this deficit to begin with. Not as categoric as the first game. Oh. When you look at Sin Academy, you look at how they're playing. They are playing off the back foot, and they're doing so successfully. Minute till this next dragon. Now, this is a big one because a dragon each has gone over the side. Outlaws picked up the Infernal. Sin picked up the Mountain Drake. So there's a lot of sieging potential if Sin Academy can get ahead. However, they're not potentially going to run that 1-3-1. They'll look at Raven up in the top lane. He is the person ahead. You put him in the lane with Little Cop, and maybe it gets to the point where Echo is unable to be matched.
Yeah, and that's really where they need to play around, because they need to pick up this gold that's on the map. You take a look at the gold difference and you say, wow, Outlaws is about 3k gold ahead of Sin Academy. They're doing really well. But a lot of that gold comes from the 2 turrets that Sin Academy have not taken in response to the turrets that have been taken from Outlaws. So that is a lot of latent gold sitting on the map. And if they manage to pick this up, it's essentially free gold waiting for them to take. That is a really even score. It's just up to Sin Academy to see whether they can execute either the 1-4 or the 1-3-1, which coming into the mid-game phase is their strong point.
Well, they would definitely benefit off another mountain, but the next one is Infernal. So Outlaws able to advance to a double Infernal Drake. There are a couple of wards in the back of the pit that are controlled by a well-placed red ward. You can see that Outlaws, no real crux to starting
Praelis can't come in here.
Teleport coming through from Raven. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes
Where
on the
does
range.
Praelis go?
It is cleansed away by the QSS. Raven in. Here comes the Parallel Convergence. Tidal Wave is really good. The damage is there.
Raven?
Wow, burst it down. Little Cop so huge. Rain and Chaz come over the wall. They don't get the stun, but the damage to follow up is too much. And Sin has to run away.
I mean, that was a dragon and a kill. That kill was unnecessary, but Raven still dives into the whole team composition, and Sin Academy, shot calling gone awry because you've got the top laner who's out. You've just taken an Infernal Drake for your team. Outlaws, they're looking towards the Baron.
They start walking, and they're walking with pride. Another Baron power play to get this game further ahead, and it looks like they can do so easily right now. They opt to just eat some lettuce, grow the cabbage patch, and decide, hey, look, Baron's not for everyone. Let's try this next week.
I mean, you took a look at what they did around that area. They already had the Baron play before, but didn't work to their favor because what they wanted to do was they wanted to take it while there was a ward there. You just assume that the enemy hasn't got any vision. Rookie error. So this time round, they don't want to do it again. They know that they haven't got any sweepers. Finally do sweep it out this time. Now they can do it.
Well, Sin Academy, I mean, they're just making sure that it's not controlled by Outlaws, that they know this Baron play can go on. Lettuce is going to disappear. It is either lettuce or cabbage. I'm telling you right now, everyone at home, it is not fruit, it is cabbage.
Well,
it is cabbage.
Hold on, let us not talk about that anymore because the Baron is on the map and Outlaws is definitely looking towards it, right?
Well, Outlaws still going to get the ward coverage back for now. Praelis, after sweeping that out, is not going to find too much success in keeping vision control. You can see 3, 2, and 4 on this top lane. Echo, Raven leading the charge. Praelis thinks he found
Willaris?
a kill. Willaris isolated. This could open up either a sneaky Baron or another kill.
I mean, it's not so sneaky. You're around the Baron area when you take
What's
Willaris
going
down,
on?
but still, it's a 5v4. They have the map advantage. Now, if Sin just managed to sweep this out to make sure the Outlaws can't see them, they can take it.
Well, okay, interesting. Flash comes through. Scatter the Weak misses. Sprenstarmer heals to get the speed boost coming through. Chaz still chasing. I mean, eager is a word I'd use there, but Outlaws, they do find the push up mid. May be able to get something if they rotate.
Yep, that's where they're looking towards. And already, Outlaws is having a huge amount of map pressure right now because what Chaz is doing is he actually shoved in that lane. It means that a lot of people in Sin Academy have to respond to it, have to go into the mid side, and already they actually opt to clear out a lot of these wards. That's a lot of pressure going over towards the Baron, and if Outlaws do not put focus towards this, it could be the downfall.
Well, Outlaws may have found
Raven
Raven
just
here.
uses dash.
Has Chrono Break, used the phase dive. Has Flash available, however. Outlaws still trying to control this Baron pit. Everything's slowed down because this is only a 3k gold lead. And going into this mid to late game stage, I mean, you've got people scaling up from Sin Academy. Their composition kind of comes online now. You've got QB with Eluden's Echo. The damage is coming through.
Yeah, it is. And one thing that you really have to note coming into this standstill is the fact that Little Cop is split pushing in the bottom lane. Who is the counter on Sin Academy? Sprenstarmer. Now, Little Cop has his teleport available, but Sprenstarmer, there's no way that he can make it into the Baron pit. So if they want to keep on doing this 1-4, then this works out for Outlaws.
Well, Outlaws already in a commanding position, but the pace has dramatically slowed down. We've got to take stock of where we're sitting at with our items because Scam Diggity has got the Phantom Dancer. Looks like the Black Cleaver is well on its way. You can see in the mid lane, Void Staff is the second item rush for Chaz. I mean, that's a really interesting itemization.
I mean, it's very standard itemization just in the sense that you add a little bit of extra damage towards yourself. He's opted to go for even more penetration than anything else, but Willaris has got again.
Willaris, no, they're bullying him. Leave him alone. All he does is take arrows and Kha'Zix's Qs.
I mean, if he's the one taking arrows, it's not terrible.
Well, Charm misses there. Spirit Rush has just been used by QB. The rest of Outlaws back away. Chaz even has to cleanse coming through. Little Cop still in this bottom lane. Dragon up in 135. Baron still available. Everyone just sits around this pit.
Yep. Baron's going to be the focus around this area, and already, take a look. Raven still does not have his teleport up, but Little Cop does. So Outlaws, they are in the natural position to force a fight here.
Sin looking to delay it back. Scatter the Weak not at the right angle as Outlaws continue to harness their power. This team composition relying right now on Chaz to get those stuns. He's close to a Rabadon's, however, so maybe they want to delay it back. But Raven now having teleport available means that Sin have found their window if they choose to use it.
It's essentially a chicken battle when it comes to teleports because because whoever teleports first can naturally be countered by the other one. So you really have to be careful when you do that. You have to back off a lot. You got to be preemptive and make sure that you're pretty much on the same page as your team so that you don't accidentally use it a little bit too early or too late or in a bad position. And all in all, it's a huge skill matchup using teleports for top lane.
Outlaws now rotate to top side. You can see Infinity Edge. The damage is coming through from Rain. Takes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Is not isolated. Baited in. Praelis has to take the Wild Growth, but the Unleashed Power gets Rain the kill. Meanwhile, Sin Academy have just opted into a very bad team fight. Little Cop has teleported. Raven is here as well. He's on the side. Scatter the Weak misses. Turret is still under siege.
Yeah, but Praelis is still dead at the end of the day for Sin Academy, which means it is a 4v5. Outlaws have the natural siege because of Caitlyn's range alone, and this is looking really dire for Sin Academy.
Outlaws get the turret, so at least another objective on the map. Remember that Baron is still up and waiting. Raven just too scared to engage here.
Yep. Raven can't necessarily go in because he's not tanky enough. Cast your mind back to the last time that he went in. What happened? He just got straight murdered 100-0.
Well, the main thing is the honey fruit's back somewhere. I think it's on the bottom side this time. At least it's alive, Breacher. Honey fruit respawns, that's all that matters. Raven is the one we want to look at because he's got the Sonya's Hourglass coming through shortly. Just needs to build it up so he can engage, bait through, potentially steal a lot of Outlaws' ultimates. Raven is the in the carry this game. QB not able to step up just yet. The damage threat is still there. So Sin Academy have a lot to offer in their team composition. It's just about how they execute.
I mean, QB had the early game, but 32 minutes in, this is no longer early game. Of course, Ari still does have the pick potential coming out with her charm, nonetheless, but really, he didn't push his advantage early, and we sound like broken records when we talk about his Ignite, but when's the last time he used it? You can't even cast your mind back and remember just because of the fact that he's never had a good opportunity.
Well, that was a slow Scuttle Crab, but next one is going to be Elder Drake. After another dragon gets picked up. See, the gold is still growing across the map here. Summoner's Rift has never been so quiet, however. A lot slower pace of a game than the last one. With Outlaws not able to predict a lot of Sin Academy's moves in this early game, things have come to a pretty close match. Sin Academy still hovering around this Baron. I mean, it has been a slow 7 minutes of teams just figuring out who's Baroning.
Yeah, and already we can start to take a look at who's got the power spike right now. We were talking about the huge power trough that Outlaws were sitting in. Caitlyn's now reached a rapid fire cannon, so she's sitting on 80% crit chance right now with her Infinity Edge as well. That's going to be huge going into these team fights. You also put a nice little QSS luxury item on top of that, and he just cannot be caught out by anything that comes out from Sin Academy, whether it would be an arrow or whether it would be a charm. Both of those things can get taken away, and Rain is really comfortable.
Yes, Sprint's Dharma skill scaling, however. Walaris caught out again, will go down. QB picks up the kill. Now a flash over the wall for Scam Dignity. Raven follows, Proto Belt, Chrono Break. In the meanwhile, Rain is big, but not big enough to take a 1v5. Double kill for QB in the mid lane.
And where was the rest of Outlaws? Pushing bottom lane? That was, frankly speaking, unacceptable. They go straight for the Baron, but Raven gets taken down. However, they're going for the base. Now it is up to Sin Academy to decide what is more important. Baron or Inhibitor? They say Inhib, but they're too late.
Way too late on the backs. 8 seconds it takes to get back to your home. And your home is in tatters. A storm has come through and just crushed the windows. Raven is down. Inhibitor down on the bottom side as well. Outlaws find their opportunity. And the Baron could open up to them.
And Raven is just sitting there, head in hand, saying, I should have got the house insurance, because this is what happens right here. Chaz goes in straight 100-0. You can't ultimate while you're in the air of the fruit, obviously, so he gets taken down without too much of a reprieve. And there goes his Inhib after that.
Sin Academy start up this Baron, however, so this could be a massive play if they manage to get it. The rest of Outlaws backed off. There's no damage here. I mean, how does Anami still Baron? Press R.
Yeah. Oh, it's coming.
No. Over the wall.
Oh,
no, Scam Diggity. Now looking for the cleanup there, the redemption to heal them back up. The rest of Outlaws have grouped. The teleport is there. The follow-up is going to come from Raven. He's over the wall. He's looking for the Baron Stealer. Give me back my family, he says. The rest of Outlaws are crushing in on this fight with Baron, with the damage. Little Cop is huge in the front line. He flashes through. Great twisted advance. Unable to be saved by the Lulu ultimate. Walaris has jumped over, looking for the Aqua Prison. He misses though. Walaris gets cleaned up. So does another member. Raven goes in. A triple kill has been given over to QB, but he dies to a Glenalance. Sorry, it was a Graves in the end. The rest of Outlaws clean up, and that was a fiesta.
That was huge. I mean, Outlaws, they can essentially either choose to close or no, they're just going straight for the base. So this game is more or less over for Sin Academy and Outlaws. They're barreling down. I think the last thing that happened over there was Raven went back to base. So he teleported in, ultimated right back, and it was a 4v5 before it even started. So a real fumble Rooney coming out from him.
A clean 2-0 for Outlaws means they will be joining Regicide in our grand final for OCS. A big congratulations to the team. Took down Sin Academy, made it look very easy for them as well. Maybe not so in that second game, but at least the first and second were big victories.
They were huge and all the way down to the wire. So the first one was really clean cut going over to Outlaws. Second one was really undetermined, and for the longest time we actually thought that Sin Academy might have cleaned it out just because of the fact that they naturally had a power spike. But at the end there, I mean, that Baron steal from Scam Diggity, he lived up to his name because he's a criminal in Outlaws. You know, he just stole it away from the enemy team, and then that was just massive from there on inwards.
Well, honestly, I mean, with the Graves, we've seen it before. We've seen Scam take away Barons, but that Baron misplay, that's the second time that Sin Academy have lost because of a Baron play. It was the matchup in the best of one series, and this time around, QB, not QB, Praelis not stealing it, but losing the Baron. it just feels bad that Sin have lost so many games around this Baron pick.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the Baron, right? The Baron was the focal point of that game for about 15 to 20 minutes. So the fact that they went for it was really massive.
Well, a big thank you to everyone at home. Grand Finals will be live with you next week. Go check out the OPL show, soundcloud.com/the OPL show. We're going to be back next week for the Grand Final, so it's bye for now, but not forever.